Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to live timing and chat for the final day, the third and final day of pre-season testing from Bahrain. I hope you're all well this morning and ready for some testing. We're going to say action. Is it really action? I mean, it's better than the action we've had throughout the winter. So yeah, definitely looking forward to today. Hopefully, we're gonna have plenty. We've got plenty to talk about anyway, but hopefully we'll get some more talking points today too. But there is, sadly, only one place to start this morning, as I'm sure you all saw. Last night it was announced that, unfortunately and very sadly, the legendary, it's such an overused term, isn't it? But the legendary commentator, the voice of Formula One himself, Mr. Murray Walker, sadly passed away at the age of 97. I mean, what a man. Absolutely incredible. And it's so sad. And I've been thinking all night and all morning really about what I want to say, but I can't really say any more than what I said on Twitter last night, which is that for me, and for millions of people across the world, not just in the UK, but across the world, he was such an icon and such a recognisable voice and was loved by millions of people, and he will never be forgotten. And he will be greatly missed. And whilst it's important that we all absolutely mourn him, and his passing is so sad, we've got to celebrate his life because he was just such an icon. It's the only thing, a legend, an icon, and you know, they've talked on it on Sky this morning on the coverage that he was like a part of the family for so many people because he was there on a Sunday, wasn't he, to talk us through that racing, even the dullest of races. He gets so excited for, and he will be so missed. He really will. But all I can say really is that we will celebrate him today. We will of course cover testing, but we'll bring up all of those Murrayisms throughout the day as well. But I just want to take a minute really to say, well, thank you, Murray. Murray Walker, who passed away at the age of 97 yesterday. So really sad news, of course. But like I say, we've got to celebrate his life because he was just absolutely brilliant. So make sure you get your Murrayisms. Get your Murrayisms written down for a little bit later in the stream. We'll be sharing them. I've got some ready as well, some absolute corkers. And yeah, we'll definitely celebrate his life today. But of course, we've got testing going on. They talked about the Sky, actually, what would Murray Walker be like during testing? I bet he'd make it so much more exciting than it actually is. But we have got some testing. So we'll start with the times from yesterday. In case you missed them, Valtteri Bottas was the fastest among problems for Mercedes, a 130.2. He did that on the C5 tyre. Pierre Gasly was a 130.4 on the C5. Stroll also ran the C5, a 130.4 as well. Lando Norris, C4, 130.5. Giovinazzi on the C5 was a 130.7. Charles Leclerc, C5 as well, 130.8. And Nicholas Latifi on the C4, a 131.6. Just looking at the graphic, more C5 times and more soft tyre times than I realised actually yesterday. Sergio Perez, 131.6 on the C2. Daniel Ricciardo, C3, 132.2. Alonso, 132.3 on his tyres, the C2 there. C4 for Tsunoda, 132.6. Schumacher, 132.8 on the C4. Carlos Sainz, C3, 133.0. Nikita Mazepin, 133.1. C4 tyre for him. Lewis Hamilton, C2, 133.3. And Sebastian Vettel, of course, prototype tyre, just 10 laps on a 38.8. Most laps yesterday, 132 for Nicholas Latifi. Problems for Aston Martin with a gearbox. Lewis Hamilton ended up in the gravel on what was another disappointing day for Mercedes. Bottas out there pumping the laps in today, so some positives hopefully if you're a Mercedes fan to go over today. But yes, there are your times from yesterday. It's all times at the start of these streams, isn't it? And Charles Leclerc currently tops the morning session. 11 laps on the board, a 130.4 for him. Pierre Gasly in second place, a 131.2. 7/10 back. I've not got the tyres yet. As soon as I do, I will share them with you as Bottas goes a little bit wide there on the final corner. Esteban Ocon, 131.8, 15 laps so far. 16 for Sergio Perez, a 131.8. Mick Schumacher, 132.0, 16 laps, 20 laps for Valtteri Bottas, 132.6, 22 for George Russell. Finally in the car, George Russell fans. 132.7, 133.7 for Lando Norris, 8 laps so far. Lance Stroll, 136.1, already done 13 more laps this morning than Sebastian Vettel managed all morning yesterday because of his problems. And Kimi Raikkonen, 136.6, 17 laps on the board. And this afternoon, Daniel Ricciardo is in for Lando Norris, Seb Vettel is in for Lance Stroll, Mazepin's in for Schumacher, Alonso is in for Ocon, Tsunoda in for Gasly, Max Verstappen will be in for Perez, Lewis Hamilton in for Bottas, and Sainz will be in for Charles Leclerc. They call him Sean Leclerc. Who on earth is Sean Leclerc? Absolutely shocking. Yes, Charles Leclerc will be in the car, will be vacating the car this afternoon for Carlos Sainz. So there we go. Usual caveat, should we call it housekeeping? We'll keep calling it housekeeping for this stream. No on-track footage for obviously copyright reasons. Only live timing, which is provided by us. We're manually updating it, so just bear with it if it goes a little bit slow at times, or if anything goes wrong, we'll try to fix them as quickly as possible. You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of that good stuff down in the description below. Links as well to Stuart's channel, who'll be with me in just a moment, and John T's Twitter, and Dan's channel, and Dylan's channel as well, if you want to go give them a follow or a subscribe. Links down there for that one. You can support the stream as well. I'll do the usual thing throughout the day, push PayPal a little bit for anybody that wants to donate. Like I said, not because I'm desperate for money now or anything crazy like that, just because it guarantees 100% comes to me. But there is a link in the description, or some information if you want to contribute through PayPal. You can, of course, do so through Streamlabs and Super Chat as well, but just bear in mind that Google do take 30%. Tight swines of your super chat contributions, so absolutely, but do not feel that anybody has to contribute. It's just there for those who do want to. And there's the tyres, there we go. Leclerc fastest time, C3, prototype for Gasly, C2 for Ocon, C2 for Perez, C3 for Mick Schumacher, C2 for Bottas, C2 for Russell, C4 for Norris, Stroll C3, and Raikkonen C3 as well. And just a reminder, the prototype tyre is exactly the same as the C3, except it was manufactured in Turkey instead of Romania. I keep saying it's not as exciting as we all think it's going to be, but you know, it's good to know that's what the prototype is there for. But it's time to say a very good morning for what might be a long day. You've got my voice all day today, and I'm so sorry. But good morning, Stuart. How are you?
Good morning. I'm sorry to say you got my voice all day too.
No!
Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm in a new location now, and hopefully it's not too echoey.
No, it's not. It's all right. I can hear you fine. So,
excellent.
Great start. Awesome start.
Good to hear you again. Good to be back. Good to see you on track.
I know, cars. I mean, it wasn't actually that long. People keep saying it's one of the shortest winters we've had, but it still feels like forever ago. And I said to Dan yesterday morning, I spent the first 7 months of when we got to July last year, I was like, I will never moan about a normal winter again, and all I've done in these streams is moan about how long the winter's been.
Well, like an awful long time when that's what all your content's focused around.
Absolutely. Have you caught much of testing? I know you've been moving, so you've been a bit busy with things.
Yeah, actually, I've had it on in the background for the last 2 days, so I've sort of had half an eye on it, but mostly been just sort of listening to Sky. So I kind of know what's going on. Haven't had my eagle eye on it as closely as you have. So, you know, any insights you've gleaned over the last couple of days would be exciting for me. But it seems quite interesting, doesn't it? Funny to see Mercedes maybe not having as strong a testing as they normally would, especially when we haven't got a second batch of testing days to go. So this is it for them. You know, I think we'd be fools to write them off completely, but it's we normally expect them to be a bit more on top of things.
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple of conversations last night because I am of. It's hard to trust Mercedes. I keep saying it, so I don't. When you see them sort of down the timesheets and down on laps and saying they're struggling, you're like, yeah, all right, guys, whatever. But the conversation I had last night and watching Ted's notebook, I think there is genuine concern now that this car is not where they want it to be, and that the changes that have been brought in this year have made a massive difference. So I think I'm going to try and explain this in the only way Sean can, which is basically really badly. But from what I understand from what Ted was saying yesterday, essentially what's happened is that Mercedes run a flat rate car. whereas Red Bull tend to run a very high rake. I mean, sometimes it looks practically vertical. It's ridiculous. But they run a flat rake car because they like to seal off the floor for the best aerodynamic efficiency, but because they've cut that wedge of cheese that Ted keeps talking about out the back end of the floor, it's compromised Mercedes, and that's what they're really struggling with. So it's not as efficient as they want it to be. And there was some talk yesterday. Again, I use Ted as a reference because I actually find Ted pretty reliable with the things he says. So he has his moments, of course, but he sort of feels like the running order is Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren. But apparently there are people in the paddock and up and down the pit lane who think that the running order is Red Bull, McLaren, and then Mercedes. I mean, that would be unbelievable, wouldn't it, in 2 weeks' time, if that was the first three rows with McLaren up there with Red Bull and Mercedes off in third place?
It certainly would be, and I would yeah, I definitely exercise caution in going that far. I've been doing some sort of reading on the post day one, post day two kind of tech chat and stuff. I think Gary Anderson from the race suspects Mercedes are still the fastest on pace, and they're actually running a little bit heavier than the other cars are, because that's how they tend to like to run in testing and practice. But definitely something up with the rear of that car at the moment. They haven't got it planted the way they want it. We saw Lewis Hamilton having an off day one, I think, or maybe yesterday morning, but off into the gravel, had to be rescued. And we've seen them just generally look quite skittish, really. Bottas obviously got a time together yesterday afternoon. But again, this is Mercedes we're talking about. I mean, they are gathering data like crazy, and we can expect over the next couple of weeks. Oh, God, calendar's getting away from me. But before we come back here to do the race weekend, they'll be coming up with some solutions for that. But you are right. We don't have a lot of time until the first sort of race, so potentially Mercedes might not start the season the way they want to continue it, and if they don't, I do expect them to come back roaring. We have got quite a long gap between the first and second races, but as we've seen the last few seasons, Red Bull have been really bad at getting their season going, and they come back in the second half of the season, by which point it's too late to sort of mount a real challenge. But actually, because this is kind of like season 2020B, and we're sort of carrying the momentum through from last season, because the cars can't change as much as they normally would, it looks like Red Bull are sort of got themselves a bit more together this year. Again, this is all maybe counting some chickens, but they have the potential to kind of take charge a bit more than they have been, and maybe hassle Mercedes right through the year instead of towards the end.
Yeah, I do find it fascinating that we all watch the same footage. We all as fans, we get very little information from the teams, but as journalists, they get a fair bit more than we do. But I find it fascinating that Gary Anderson draws a different conclusion to Ted Kravitz, and Ted Kravitz will have drawn a different conclusion to somebody else, Mike Gascoigne or somebody like that, who's been watching on TV. I find it fascinating that they get so sort of the similar information. They see the same things that we do, but they manage to draw these different conclusions, which I suppose kind of beautifully sums up why we can't get too excited or too pessimistic about what we see in testing, because nobody knows. If we've got these experts who are coming up with these different theories, then if they don't know, then me sat in my office in Lincoln trying to write up videos and that, I have no idea either. So I kind of find that fascinating. But it's an interesting point you make there about the gap to the next race. So it was said last night as well in his notebook that even if there is something massively wrong with this car and they need to try and understand it, they've got a couple of weeks to pore over the data. And Mercedes being Mercedes, which is what Christian Horner was saying, they're such a well-oiled machine, they will go through that data, and somebody somewhere in that team will look at the data and go, oh, I found it, and they could easily have it fixed by that first race. So whilst we're all sat here going, oh, they look in trouble, it's easily within in the realms of possibility they could still comfortably lock out the front row in 2 weeks' time. And then you've got that bigger gap, as you say, between Bahrain and Imola. So even if they're not up to speed, they've still got time to really sit down and work out what is wrong with this car. But obviously, there's going to come a point. I mean, let's just hypothetically speaking, say that Mercedes is dreadful and it's the third fastest car, if they can't get that going after the first 5 or 6 races, there will come a point where they say, we're going to stop this because we've got to work on next year. So, like you say, if Red Bull get out the traps really quickly, which it looks like they do, and McLaren can take the fight to the top two and maybe some others as well, we could be in for one of the closest seasons we've seen in this turbo hybrid era. And I'm absolutely all for that. I mean, I can't, it's so nice to be sat here talking positively, for me at least, about McLaren. I mean, how many times over the last few years we've been sat there? I know we're going back a little bit now, but even, that first year with the Renault engine, Fernando Alonso's wheel coming off in Barcelona and things like that, they've not had it smooth, whereas they've gone out, they've not done the most laps by any stretch, but they've gone out, they don't seem to have had any problems, they're running their programs, they look quick from what we can take from the times, but they're looking good, McLaren. So it's great to have some positivity around Red Bull and McLaren, and it's also quite nice, no offense to Mercedes or their fans, but it's quite nice to talk about our Mercedes having problems rather than the other 8 or 9 teams having problems.
Yeah, honestly, and I don't necessarily take joy in people's struggles or failure, but if any team just needed a little bit of pegging back, it's better to be Mercedes having struggles in testing than any other team. And you're right, they are going to pour over the data. They're probably going to find solutions to any issues they're having. Where all the teams are going to be learning from the error they've had to take off the cars between this season and last, especially at the back of the floor. I did see Ted walking around with his cheese yesterday. I did see the clips of those. Did you see he made it onto Accidental Partridge Twitter account with him trying to explain the cheese to Vettel?
No, but I'm not surprised. That was comedy gold.
Vettel just seems so confused. Yeah, and I think the one thing, well, not the one thing, but I think a very important thing that's going against them right now is that they currently, not including the laps they put in today, have the fewest laps run so far, which is very unlike them, due to their gearbox issues Friday AM. So in terms of data gathering, if they wanted to learn about how their new package has affected the error, they've lost some of that time. And of course, Friday PM, it was very dusty, and I can't speak specifically to how that would have affected, their data gathering for error, but I don't think it would have been as clean as if they'd had a normal fresh air running. So yeah, I think that's good for us as viewers. It gives other teams a chance to sort of catch up. And don't forget, of course, Mercedes have the least amount of wind tunnel and CFD time this year, with the new sort of staggered regulations that give teams that finish higher up in the championship less time to sort of work on developing their car, which I think is right, and I think we'll sort of slowly see bear fruit over the time. But you get, again, that's giving them less time to kind of work on solutions and give more time to teams that actually came third, fourth, fifth last year that weren't miles away. That battle for sort of second, third, fourth, fifth was pretty close. So obviously, I think maybe Red Bull a bit of a stretch over the next 3, but still, as you're saying, McLaren, maybe Aston Martin. We haven't really seen the most of them yet because they also had gearbox issues. But this is going to give them a real chance to make the most of this opportunity of having more time.
It will be interesting as well to look back at this conversation in 7 or so hours' time, when Lewis Hamilton is top of the timesheets this afternoon, 3 seconds quicker than anybody else, with a lap time that's quicker than last year's qualifying lap. We're looking back going, I see. They were lying to us. But I think even if there is definitely an element of gamesmanship going on, there's no doubt about that whatsoever, but there does also, for once, seem to be a genuine concern there as well. But I think they'll turn it around fairly swiftly. Dan the Indoor Man says, at Chamber, is it really that hard to just add more rake? I don't know. I'm going to throw a theory straight out there. I'd imagine if your car isn't designed to handle more rake, then it is a little bit more complicated than just cranking the car up at the rear.
Yeah, it's part of your whole design philosophy as to how you sort of design the aerodynamics, and also things like suspension and stuff like that of the car. So you there are certain things that you just build into your entire philosophy, and it would upset a lot of your other designs if you just like cranked up the back of the car. I think, obviously there's a little bit of up and down in terms of setup for the car, but um, you won't get anything as dramatic as moving between the Mercedes and the Red Bull, like kind of rake angle, just in terms of adjusting the car. Something they noticed on Sky Sports, I think it was Taylor Coates. The McLaren at the moment has a bit of a sneaky a sneaky guess around with some of the aero trim, because some of the things have been trimmed back are the rakes sort of under the diffuser, the sort of, I don't know how you really describe them, but the sort of vertical strakes that are underneath the car at the back. And what they've done is they just shaped their gearbox to be like those strakes. So their argument is those aren't diffuser strakes; those are our funky shaped gearbox. So they're a little bit larger than everyone else. And actually, if you watch the McLaren going around, you'll see the bottom of that car hitting the floor quite a lot. So we'll see how well they get away with that, or whether we'll start to see that on all the other cars by the time we come back here at the first race.
Apparently, it's totally legal though. The teams don't seem to be concerned that it's breaching any rules. So, well played, McLaren. I assume that's something that's going to crop up on the Aston Martin, the Mercedes, the Ferrari, and probably the Red Bull fairly swiftly this season, probably by that first update package in Spain. But we said this yesterday, I love that. I love that teams are still able to look at what are relatively tight regulations and be like, okay, that's how you interpret that. This is how we're going to interpret that. And I love that about Formula One. And I hope that we don't lose that next year with the new even tighter regulations coming in. But it's I get excited about stupid things in testing. I have no idea what half of these things on the cars do, except the steering wheel. It turns it right and left and holds it straight. So I'm good with that, which is wicked. But I still get excited about the bits and bobs that teams manage to work around in the regulations. So good stuff from McLaren. And obviously, Jonty said yesterday, the diffuser can make such a huge difference, can't it, in terms of performance? So if McLaren have found something, maybe they are going to challenge the top two. I'm personally very optimistic for McLaren this year, and I think they will be P3 come the end of the year. I'm not quite as optimistic as some in saying that they're going to challenge Mercedes and Red Bull, but I mean, again, back to fantasy land. If we can get 10 teams challenging for the title, then absolutely go for it. But very excited for this season and totally ready for it. I'm just sitting on Twitter really weirdly, and it is weird how these things happen. It's a year ago today, 2 years ago today, that we lost Charlie Whiting. Unbelievably,
yes,
2 years already. So Murray Walker last night, bless him, and Charlie Whiting 2 years ago. So a bit somber in the old paddock today, but as I said at the start, when it comes to Murray, we've got to celebrate his life, haven't we? Because he was just such an absolute icon. And I think something I was thinking about last night, and again this morning with Murray, is that even though he's gone, he's not really, because all you need to do is whack on an old race and he's there for you. And I keep thinking about the things he must have seen and commentated on over the years. I mean, the history that guy has witnessed, maybe without even realising it's history at the time, that we all talk about now as some of the best moments of the sport. And they did a lovely tribute on the Formula One website, which was done, or on the YouTube, which was done by the YouTube, which was done by, voiced by Will Buxton, which was just absolutely lovely. So we've got to celebrate his life. Obviously mourn him, and it is sad, but he just, what a life. That's all I want to say, is just what a life.
Absolutely. And it's been interesting that watching everyone sort of react to the news, the emotions on display has been joy at looking back at what he brought to the sport and to everyone watching it, because he was such an enthusiastic, passionate, commentator and media person and personality. I can't imagine how many people he attracted to Formula One and kept watching Formula One because of the way he brought it to us, the audience. Particularly, he started and really right through his career till he retired in 2001, we had very limited information as an audience. We have a lot more, graphics and separate, pit lane cameras and larger TV teams that will send us to all kinds of places around the circuit. But he was coming to us at a time when often you just had the main broadcast camera and a couple of TV graphics every 5 minutes or so, and his ability to tell the story of what was going on and get you excited. Even, we talk about golden eras of Formula One, but there are always boring races and there are always like sections of races and not much is happening, but keep you on edge and loving the characters and getting excited for what's going on. He was an absolute master of his craft, and I don't think anyone really ever has a bad thing to say about him. He's just a joyful, brilliant person. So, like you say, it's a celebration, really, than mourning, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And, like I say, I keep saying it is sad. But just, you can't help but, 97 years old, the places he's been, the things he's witnessed in Formula One, the great drivers he's commentated over, the incredible moments that he's covered, and everybody, even if you're new to Formula One, if you've been watching for a little while, I'm sure you've caught his voice somewhere. You must have done, just somewhere in a video online, just Nigel Mansell's tyre exploding, and look at that, and that kind of thing, and that's who he was. And I love the guy, and he was very much the voice of F1 for me growing up. He always will be. We've had some really good commentators since. I mean, I was a big fan of James Allen. Alex Jakes now I think is fantastic. But and this isn't anything against them, because I guarantee you every single one of them would say exactly the same. None of them can do what Murray did, and I don't think they want to, and I don't think they should. But you're absolutely right. Everything we see on screen now, he told you about during the race. So imagine that now. You had no graphics, and he sat there telling you exactly what tyre Sergio Perez is on, who's in what order, what this bit of the car does, all whilst trying not to punch James Hunt, if you believe the stories. So yeah, absolute legend. And we'll do some Murrayisms a little bit later, because I find it weird. I don't want to be a negative about it, but I do think if Murray was around now, I don't know what social media would make of him with his mistakes, given the grief that Crofty gets for saying Toro Rosso instead of AlphaTauri. But I think, he made some great mistakes that have become... Is catchphrases a cliche? They've kind of become that, haven't they?
Something like that, yeah. And they all just came out of passionate moments rather than anything. And like anyone, especially, back in the times when you only had standard definition TVs. I remember that it's very different now. In the commentary box, they have quite big, obviously HD TVs, but they're quite big screens and quite a lot of them. But I started watching Formula One a little bit after you in the late 90s. But even then, they only had a small CRT box. It wasn't a big screen. They had quite small screens. So mistaking one car for another is a easily forgivable mistake, and something that producers would sort of correct and if it happened. So it's those kind of mistakes are kind of are forgivable. And then the other kind of very strange things he'd say, like, there's nothing wrong with that car except that it's on fire, I think is just just a sort of a wonderful way of expressing things, if you know what I mean. It's like it just comes out of the moment.
I'd love it if we had more of that from people that just, instead of trying to I know Formula One's a very different world now to what it was 30, 40, 50 years ago, but and commentators and pundits have got to be relatively careful, because they don't want to upset teams, because they don't want to lose their source or anything like that. So they are relatively careful, but it would be nice if they just shared their genuine passion rather than worrying about what people were thinking. I'm sure he cared what people thought, but he just said what he wanted to say, and it was never it was never nasty or anything like that. And when people like Martin Brundle would make smart comments about Ricardo Rosset or anything like that, I think it's a very short conversation, Murray, when discussing Ricardo Rosset as a good driver, he just laughed at it and tried to move on. And yeah, I'd love to see that again. I'm just going to read this from AC before we go through the order again. Thank you for your contribution, mate. He said God wanted the best commentator for a non-Mercedes dominancy F1 season, so he called Murray up there. So there you go, Murray Walker, bless him. But we will, like I say, we'll celebrate him throughout there. We'll do his Murrayisms and talk about him. I'm not going to say if you are at school today, because I said that yesterday. I was like, it's Saturday, Sean. It feels like it should be Friday because testing is usually Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or middle of the week. So it's quite weird. But I will be doing, if you're dropping in and out, I will run through the order every half an hour. So on the hour and on the half hour-ish. I'm usually a few minutes late with it. So Charles Leclerc is currently fastest out there as we ride on board with Esteban Ocon. 1:30.4 so far, 18 laps. I think it's going to be a busy day today, to be honest. But Sergio Perez, 1:30.9 in second, 19 laps so far, 23 laps for Pierre Gasly, 1:31.2, 1:31.8 for Ocon, 21 laps, 1:32.0 for Mick Schumacher, 23 laps, Valtteri Bottas, 1:32.6 on 28 laps, 27 laps for George Russell. We'll see a lot of George today, provided that car's reliable. He's not been in it yet. 27 laps so far, 32.7, 32.9 for Lando Norris, 13 laps, 36.1 from Lance Stroll, 34 laps, and Kimi Räikkönen, 29 laps so far, 36.6. I think we've not really seen the incidents. A few drivers running wide and pushing the limits as you'd expect, just to try and find that limit, obviously. Perez, Ocon, Stroll and Raikkonen on track. But I think today, the drivers we're really looking at needing to get some laps in are Mick Schumacher. He only got 15 on Friday morning. Did quite a few yesterday, so he might be feeling a bit better about that now. Bottas and Mercedes need as many as they can get in today. George Russell as well will want as many as he can. I think Aston Martin need to get some laps in, to be honest, Stuart. I mean, 34 for Stroll so far, but they've not got through a day, very much like Mercedes, without some sort of problem. I mean, Sebastian Vettel yesterday, just 10 laps. And I will super quickly say, actually, before I'm passing over to you, Stuart, and then I go and interrupt you before you said anything. But just to point out that according to Aston Martin and Mercedes, the gearbox issue that Mercedes had and Aston had are not related in any way. They're two completely different issues. So it is interesting that it is two Mercedes gearboxes in two Mercedes powered cars that are having problems, but apparently they're not related in any way. But Aston needs some laps today, especially Seb.
If anything, that's a little bit more worrying if it's not the same issue. If they're the same issue, then Mercedes could be like, oh, okay, well, here's how we fix it. If it's two separate issues, then that's two separate problems, isn't it?
Yeah.
That both teams need to worry about. Yeah, I think Aston need to get some more laps. They've seemed pretty solid from what I've been sort of seeing and hearing otherwise. It's a shame Seb was the one who got sidelined. Obviously, he's the one who has to fit into this team. But then again, he's a 4-time world champion. I don't think he's that worried. I think they're thinking big now, Aston Martin. You know, we've seen them be Jordan, but we've seen them be sort of Force India, punching well above their weight as Force India and also as Racing Point, with privateer budgets. But, you know, I think Lawrence Stroll is putting a lot of investment into this team and I mean, I know you're probably signed up to the media emails as well. There was there was a time, I think, just before their launch, where it seemed about 10 days in a row we were just getting an email saying, "We've partnered with this company. We've partnered with this company. We've got a new sponsor." This is a team that is ramping up, I think, and the way they're speaking and the way they're investing and they're building a new factory and hiring quite extensively. This is a team that's looking to challenge for some serious results over the next few years, I guess. You know, I think they're trying to do probably kind of similar to what Mercedes did, you know, when they came back in 2010. I think it's a bit different. They're not a manufacturer team or anything, and or works outfit, but you know, Mercedes took a T and transformed it into a well-oiled operation with you know, excellent staff and all the resources in the right places, and we've seen how bulletproof they are. Now I can't, you know, if Aston Martin gets to the point where they're winning 7 titles in a row, then I would be shocked. But I think that's the kind of like ambition we're seeing. We're seeing a team that's ready to move out of the midfield, or at least dream of it.
Yeah, there was a lot of skepticism when Lawrence Stroll took over. I remember a lot of talk about, oh, he's just buying it so that his son has a seat. Um, First of all, how lovely would it be to have that kind of money? I'm just going to buy a team because my son can then race in Formula One. That'd be incredible. But he's definitely saying the right things, isn't he? And seems to be wanting to drive that team forward. Right? Because he could. I said it in my my launch reaction to their launch. Obviously, he could have quite easily come in and just gone, right, we're targeting fourth. That'll do. If we can do that, we get the money in. We're not going to lose too much, and Lance can go racing, and we'll bring in a teammate then go up against him and just help pick up some points. They could have come in like that, but he's not just come in and said, right, we're gonna move up the grid and we want to challenge. They're talking about world championships in the future. They're talking about victories and to bring in the Aston Martin name as well. I think that just sums it up. I mean, thank God they have. I mean, Racing Point, whoever came up with that. I mean. Terrible. Always felt like a placeholder. So for that to then end up as Aston Martin, I think is what's good to see. And the investments there, the money's there. They're willing to spend, and I'm factory upgrades and all sorts. I'm excited for their future. I'm like you. I'm not quite so sure whether we'll be looking at multiple titles, and it'll be interesting to see because Aston have said that Mercedes will let them race them, but if Aston suddenly start thrashing Mercedes, at what point do Merc turn around and say, we're not going to supply with power units when this contract's up because we're not quite so sure we're enjoying this? Because it can't be good marketing if you're the manufacturer and your customer team is thrashing you. Of course, McLaren beating Renault the last couple of years can't have been very good back in Paris. They can't have been happy with that one.
Yeah, that is the tricky thing, isn't it? Because you can't have, well, I suppose you could, but it's very unlikely you're going to have 10 manufacturer teams or 10 works teams. There is going to be some engine sharing among the teams. And if you've got the works manufacturer team among them, then as fair as you hope and expect someone like Mercedes to be, there is always that risk that being embarrassed by your customer puts you in a difficult position, which actually is what we've sort of seen from Renault, like a fair bit by all of their customer teams. To be honest, they first Red Bull, then McLaren. And maybe that might be why they switched to Alpine. So they weren't so obviously, although they are the only they are the only people with Renault engines at the moment. So I guess it doesn't really matter. But Renault being shown up by their customers on the regular, especially when Red Bull were also slagging them off at the same time. So yeah, and I guess that's another reason to hope we get more interest from other people. We've spoken about people like Audi and Porsche and maybe BMW and Ford one day, ad nauseum over the years, and they've flirted around the outside but never really fully come back in. But perhaps if we see Aston Martin delivering on some of their ambition and maybe challenging more for wins, I wouldn't be massively surprised if Aston Martin won a race this year.
No,
it probably won't be easy, and they might not be regularly challenging for that kind of position. But all you need is a funny little race that gives them the opportunity, and they've got Vettel, and Stroll is a good, if slightly inconsistent driver. They have the opportunity there. And actually, what's more exciting is it's not just Aston Martin with these kind of ambitions, but obviously, Red Bull are on the cusp quite constantly of challenging for the title. McLaren, as we said, are looking even better this year after getting momentum over the last couple of years. Ferrari obviously are not going to try sit in sixth place forever. Alpine have been talking big talk and putting a lot of investment into that team. We don't know, how far that's going to take them. But my point is, we're kind of at this turning point now where we're starting to see a lot of teams gain some momentum and look beyond where they currently are. We've spoken for a few years about how this midfield is very strong and very exciting, but actually to sort of 2019, 2020, 21, we're sort of seeing this midfield actually want more and look realistically like they can start to get more over the next few years. So that's incredibly exciting. And yeah, and I think we may start to see teams now moving towards being title winning, title contending teams.
Patrick in chat, tinfoil hat theory. I think it's the Mercedes' best interest to let Aston Martin challenge. People and the FIA will forget how dominant the Mercedes is and won't bother to balance the field. But just it's an interesting comment. But what's got me thinking tinfoil hat is we know that I'm going to say Daimler. I keep getting this wrong.
One of those, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Daimler they've reduced their shareholding in that team to 33.3%. There's talk that, long term, they're not really interested in sticking around in Formula One. Maybe these 2025 engine regulations will make that decision for them. But I wonder if they're just keeping Aston Martin close in case they do decide they don't want to carry on with their own manufacturer team, and they want to go back to a similar status to what they had with McLaren, where they had a really strong works team, and maybe they see Aston Martin, because they work with them away from Formula One as well, don't they? So maybe they look at Aston and think, we're not sure about these 2025 regs. We might be interested in building an engine. We might not want to race it though as our own team because of the cost involved in that. Maybe they're not feeling it. Maybe they feel they've achieved all they can as a full-on manufacturer team. So let's give a proper big work status to Aston Martin in the way we used to with McLaren. And maybe there is a conversation being had there. Various options. I mean, these teams don't just sit down one day and say this is what we want to do. They'll have 3, 4, 5, 6 options, won't they, in front of them? Crazy amounts probably. So I just wonder if maybe there's a bit of tinfoil hat theory perhaps, but maybe there's something in that Aston could be a bit like a McLaren Mercedes in the future, and it just gives them that option if they do decide to disappear from the sport. Because I mean, manufacturer teams, they come and go all the time, except for obviously one, which has been around almost from day one. Second race in 1950. But yeah, I just wonder if that's something they consider. But at the same time, if Mercedes decided to go, McLaren, I'm sure, would quite fancy having that status back, because that saw them through some of their big successes, didn't it, in the past? Häkkönen's titles, Hamilton's title.
Yeah, and I actually don't think that's too tinfoil at all. We've been hearing rumors about Mercedes for a little while now about how interested they are in staying around for the long term. They deny it, but the talk persists in the paddock. And I think looking at last year, when Racing Point were going through their controversy with whether or not they copied the Mercedes, Mercedes were very defensive of them.
Yeah, they are.
Mercedes were like, no, we think this is fine. This is within the rules. We got no problem with it at all. It was the other teams that were kicking up a fuss. Mercedes were like, we're fine with what they did with our with our parts, which is interesting, really, considering. But that relationship is clearly very strong. And if they were looking to change their sort of status or relationship within Formula One, I think that's a very good shout that they could work with Lawrence Stroll to just bolster the Aston Martin team, and of course, continue to supply the other teams. And I don't think, if McLaren beat Aston Martin and Mercedes wasn't their own team, I don't think Mercedes would care. It wouldn't be the same issue to them.
No. And just to answer Luca's point in chat, just saying someone would just buy out the team and its personnel. It's by far the best run establishment in F1, and it'd be stupid for somebody, e.g. Ineos, to pass up on the offer. Absolutely. If Mercedes said tomorrow they're not going to carry on after this year, somebody would buy that team, and it would be an Ineos. But it's whether or not Daimler want to continue to work, whether they'd want to work with Ineos to sort of as a work status. They might still provide the engine, but they might not want the work status. Whereas with Aston, they've already got a partnership, which I think is what. Let's see. Fill in the blanks has said Mercedes will let Aston challenge because Daimler have a substantial stake in Aston. It's in their interest to have Aston strong. I don't know what Aston is in a position, or that Aston is in a position to challenge yet. that's the point, isn't it? They've already got that relationship, so maybe for the future, they'd rather do that than if we have an Ineos F1 team partner with them. Just super quickly while they're on screen, Charles Leclerc's fastest time was on the C3, Perez C2, Gasly on the prototype, Ocon on the C3, Mick Schumacher on the C3, Norris C2, Bottas C2, Russell C2, Stroll C3, and Raikkonen C3. So just get that every time they crop up on screen. I'm just going to shout them really quickly. Here are your tyres, because I cannot find a reliable source anywhere. Not even the F1 official timing have reliable source. They tell you what tyre they're on now, but there doesn't seem to be anything that seems accurate, because I look at things all the time yesterday that apparently list it, but it's different to what we're seeing on TV, and that comes from FOM. So you think they'd have it on their graphic, but apparently not.
Yeah, very very confusing. I can't say, and I don't know if you're using the app as well. I can't tell the C1 and the C2 apart, and the C4 and the C5 apart, because they're the same color. They don't differentiate them on the graphics on the app. And still, actually, that's something that, the last few years we've been doing this. There's nothing that tells you. Oh, here we go. Like, as I speak on the screen, yeah, there's like there's nothing really that they don't often like attribute the tire to the times and stuff, as you were saying, which is, I think, the most significant thing.
Yeah, maybe it'll come in the future, because I was just going to say, maybe it'll come in the future, because last year the official website didn't run live timing. They ran like almost, I don't know if it was an unlisted YouTube video of a timing screen.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas now we've actually got the proper live timing on the website. So maybe next year we'll get tyres in the future. But I can't ever get the app to work. Every time I try and log in, it's like there's been an error. It just keeps saying there's been an error. We can't log you in. But it's the same login I use for everything else F1. It won't let me on. So I can't ever use the app, which is I lose a lot of sleep over that.
I used to have that problem a lot with logging into both the website and the app, and it's calmed down now. But yeah, I recognize that problem quite a lot. Yeah, I've got the app open in a couple of things. Just I know what I was going to do, which I kept forgetting to do. So you're watching on the TV and I'm watching on the stream, so I'm a bit behind. I was just going to let you know what my time is. So I'm currently at 2 hours 14 and 14 seconds. So I don't know how far behind that is.
I'm a minute ahead of you, 2:13:14.
Oh, there you go. Okay, just so you know. So if anything spectacular happens, you'll see it first.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons actually that I stopped having guests on when I used to do the race watch-alongs, because I'd be sat here and I was doing one with Jonty for Germany 2018, and Seb Vettel crashed, and I was like, oh my god, Seb Vettel's in the wall, and Jonty sat there like, great, thanks for that, because he was, people who were watching on the Sky Go and that, on Sky Go, I was ruining races for them. So it's one of the reasons I stopped having people on for that, because they're like, oh, thanks, Sean, the most exciting moment of the race, or one of the most dramatic moments we've seen in F1 over the years, and you've gone and destroyed that for me, you swine. So I stopped doing that one. But yeah, I don't know what the technical side of it is. Somebody will tell me in chat, because I think I've said this before. I don't know why it's so different between TV and Sky Go, given that it's the same people. I assume it's something to do with the internet. But then the live timing, for example, it's probably a good 10 seconds ahead of the TV. So that's
Is that right?
Yeah. When I'm watching the qualifying, we'll all be watching it on TV and doing the qualifying watch along, and I'll be sort of like, oh, is this going to be pole? Oh, he's got a couple more corners to go. And then I just look across the live time. It's like, oh, he ends up second, but I've got to pretend that I don't know that. Get excited when he goes across the line. Yeah, it's weird.
Well, that's another feature the website doesn't have that the app does. In the app, you can pause live. So obviously, because I'm like a minute behind, I pause the apps to sync up with what I can see. So my apps are synced to my testing stream, but because I used to hate that. I used to hate just, especially qualifying. It just completely spoiled it.
The Dan the Indoor Man makes a good point for these streams. Says the delay is kind of useful. Sean sees it first, then Stuart can actually pay attention and watch properly and give us the tech talk.
Yeah.
So whilst I'm sat here shouting nonsense about what's happened, you can be like, I'll get ready and pay attention this time, because Sean clearly hasn't.
But that is true though. It's like a little latency buffer to allow us to both see something. James, with the one conversation I had with James Allen once, I don't know if he does this because it seems really weird. But he he said he likes to watch the TV on a 30-second delay, but have the radio commentary playing live, so he can hear what's about to happen and then watch it more closely.
Oh wow.
It seems bonkers, but that's what he said.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense because then you can sort of preempt, that front wing's just come off the Red Bull, for example. Like the engine cover yesterday in testing, James Allen will have heard that's coming, so he'll be able to sit and sort of get close to his TV if he needs to and see what might have ripped off, and then onto Twitter he goes, or if he's commentating somewhere, can relay that information more quickly, I suppose, rather than having to wait for photos and that later, or having to rewind. I mean, I don't rewind through fear that I'm going to miss something, but Bottas on a lap at the moment on the C2, not a great lap, 3.7 down on Leclerc coming through turn 13, where Lewis Hamilton had his spin yesterday. Jonty said, I don't think many people have money on Lewis Hamilton being the first one to beach it in the gravel this testing, but that car, we'll not go too much into Mercedes again because we've kind of talked about them for nearly an hour now, but that car on board, I don't know if you saw the on board with Hamilton, it just looked like it was really, really understeering. Even on board with Bottas, the back end just didn't seem to want to stick yesterday at times. It's so weird not seeing that Mercedes, to use a well used or overused cliche. It's weird not seeing it on rails.
Yeah, it is. We're used to seeing it just doing what the drivers want it to do, but of course, if it's ever going to misbehave, now's the time to do it. But again, it's such a limited time this year, which is interesting. Like it's exciting. We had 8 days of testing. What was that? Was it 8 days or 6 days last year?
6 last year, 8 the year before.
Yeah, that's right. So we had two runs of 3 last year. Just the one this year. You just don't have a lot of time. You've got to get on with it. And I think part of what that forces you to do, as sort of an extension of what we've seen in the past, is you can't play your cards that close to the chest anymore. You've got to run all your programs. You've got to kind of put everything out there. And that's the thing we started to see when they first limited testing, and first limited like wind tunnel runs back in there. They used to do testing like right through the year. They used to have private tests, and they used to run the cars without the scrutiny of everyone else. And that's when they do things like run flow-virs and stick the aero rakes on and do all kinds of like things that they didn't really want you to see. And then as soon as that limited it, they had to start putting like flow-virs on in free practice and sticking those pitot tubes and stuff on in testing and in practice and stuff that you would never normally see. And that's quite commonplace now. We see them running all their tests. So we have a really good idea of actually what they're trying to test and where they're focusing on. And actually you can just look at the flow-virs page and gain some information from that. So again, with just 3 days of testing, they need to do their long runs. They need to do their qualifying runs. They need to, test the compounds of tires and front wings and all that kind of stuff that maybe they would wait for the last day of testing to do, but they have to just do it now.
Just on board with George Russell, little bit of concern that he might have a problem here because he's Jolyon Palmer just saying it looks like he's doing some sort of trying to keep it at a constant speed or a range of speed, and might be testing some stuff out with aero, but the car does sound rough. I mean, these cars sound quite rough when they run at a constant speed or a low speed anyway, don't they? So it might be that, but it would be, we were joking yesterday in the stream that it would just be George Russell's luck that he had to wait till Sunday and then the car broke down, but he's gone into the pits and gone straight through to do a practice start. So that would say, as Bottas goes really wide again out of turn 13, turn 13. So it would suggest that if he's gone into the pit lane and straight through, that it was all pre-planned by Williams, but there was just a little bit of concern there that George was going to be the one to get the bad luck. I mean, Nissany was in all day Friday, Latifi in all day yesterday. George has been backed in. No, he hasn't. He's gone back out again. It's fine. So it's his first opportunity to get out there and do some running today. But I mean, 39 laps so far for him, so it's not been a bad morning. But I was just a little bit concern there. Just watching Bottas again through turn 13. Yeah, totally missed the apex and wide. So yeah, not
I think I'm about to
sloppy.
catch Bottas in a sec. But of all the days, I think this is the day you want to be in the car all day.
Yeah.
Hopefully the gremlins are out and you missed the dust storm and all that stuff. So I think what we're seeing from Russell might be quite similar to, a bit wide from Bottas. What we saw from Lando yesterday, who was running quite steadily for a few laps and kind of fiddling around with the steering wheel, trying to get some heat into the tires. And it looked like a problem, but actually I think he was just running some steady speed aero tests. So that's possibly what Russell's doing now.
Yeah, I don't think it was a problem in the end. It just sounded awful. But like I say, they do sound pretty terrible when they've been run at lower speeds. Although if you heard onboards of the Honda, the Red Bull, it sounds lovely. That Honda power unit does on board. It's not quite a, here goes Grandad again. It's not quite a roaring V10, but it does sound very, very nice for these hybrids. So that's something to look forward to if you like your noise in Formula One or your random noises. Livery wise, I'm going to say about the Mercedes, does look better on track as I kind of suspected it might, even with the AMG written all over the back of it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm getting more used to it. It looks a bit wrong. I think they've definitely missed the trick with the AMG thing. I think it's not the stars, is it? Maybe if they'd made them a little bit smaller and more numerous, like the stars, it would be less. But we're going to get used to it, aren't we?
Yeah.
And I think actually the part I have the most problem with, as I get used to it, is you just can't see the numbers as easily. They're sort of these hollow numbers, and over the top of that AMG fade, it's just kind of goes against the spirit of having big numbers.
I like that they are an outline, like from a stylistic point of view, but practically they're not brilliant. I mean, the best numbers, and yes, we said this yesterday, us F1 fans, we do focus on some very weird things, but the best numbers by far are Aston Martin. They're kind of like 5, 18. You can't really miss them, and I love that. you know who's coming. Plus, you've got Seb Vettel in his pink helmet and Lance Stroll in his green one. Apparently, there is another version. Apparently, he has got a German flag version of that helmet with a bit of pink on it as well. So I'm hoping he reverts to that for the season, because I think that is the best one on the grid. But then I just quite like simple, clean designs, and I think Sebastian Vettel's is absolutely that. So hoping we lose that pink striping. I mean, you're not gonna miss him, which is a good thing, especially with the halo and whatnot there, and it's quite difficult to identify drivers at times. You're not going to miss a massive pink stripe, are you, in the front of a green car? So, I'm happy with the Aston numbering, just not quite so much with Vettel's helmet, but yeah, there's some good ones this year, actually, fair, in terms of design. Mick Schumacher through turn 12, going a bit slow. Mick Schumacher is using, apparently, MSC this year. I thought it was going to be SCM.
Yes. SCH,
sorry.
That's an interesting one. That one, from what I've heard, he chose that, as far as I've understood from him, as a sort of bit of nostalgia. Because there's no reason for it to be that, considering there isn't another SCH out there. And in fact, his dad was SCH until Ralph came along. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's nice seeing it there. If a bit, I was in two minds about it, because obviously I kind of like the throwback to Michael, but part of me thought that MSC should stay as a Michael thing, but and also maybe that Mick should be forging his own identity in the sport, but it's not a big deal.
No, it's like you say, it's a timing screen, isn't it? So it's not. He's always going to have that link, obviously, because of the name and the fact he's his son, and people are still going to pile that pressure on. But I like the fact that even in his driver number, number 4 is the number he used to race with. I was going to say when he was younger, but it's not like he's old now. When he was much younger, he used to race with number 4, and the 7, I think he said, is a number that holds great memories in the family, which you would assume would be Michael's 7 world titles. So it's nice that he's giving that nod, even though his race helmet is much closer to Ralf Schumacher's than it is to Michael Schumacher's. But yeah, maybe the MSC thing, it's a throwback, but I joked about it the other day. Perhaps MSC is also just in case Ralf Schumacher's son does make it to F1 one day. I'm not saying he will, but then they don't have to change it. It's just easier, isn't it? You know, it's save the
DSC.
effort. DSC. Oh dear. We cut to the hour. We are cut to the hour. Just over 2 hours to go. 2 hours and 10 seconds for the morning session. Last day of testing. It still feels weird only having 3 days. Charles Leclerc is still top of the times. 30.4. As we keep saying now, it's that right-hand column of laps that we need to be really looking at today and over the course of the weekend. 21 laps so far for Charles Leclerc, 23 laps for Lando Norris, up into second place now on a 30.7. I say up into second place, he could have been there all along, and I've just missed it and forgotten. Sergio Perez, 130.9, 25 laps, 30 laps for Pierre Gasly, 131.2. 31.6, Esteban Ocon, 27 laps so far on board with him now on the TV feed. Mick Schumacher, 32 laps, 132.0. Valtteri Bottas, a 32.6, 40 laps for him. 40 as well for George Russell, so obviously no problems there really. 32.7, 36.1 for Lance Stroll, 38 laps, and Kimi Raikkonen, 36.6 with 32 laps on the board. Everyone has a lap on the board, which is good. Everyone has a time. And actually, the fewest laps we've seen are Charles Leclerc with 21. No, I just 21 laps for Charles Leclerc. So good stuff there. And don't forget Daniel Ricciardo in for Lando Norris this afternoon. Sebastian Vettel, Lance Stroll, Nikita Mazepin for Mick Schumacher, Fernando Alonso for Esteban Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda for Pierre Gasly, Verstappen for Perez, Hamilton for Bottas, and Sainz for Leclerc. The only drivers in all day are George Russell and Kimi of the Raikkonen. So, yeah, it's going to be a busy day. I think we're going to have a really busy afternoon. And I'm hoping, Stuart, that we might see some C5 tyres with that half an hour to go and see somebody try and grab the headlines before we get into, grab the headlines for the next 2 weeks and get us all excited before Bahrain when they end up qualifying 14th or something.
Yeah, quite. That is a classic of us to create a narrative in testing only to be blown away by the first race. Although I remember last year in testing, we completely underestimated how bad Ferrari were doing.
Yeah.
And this year going into testing, I expected Ferrari to have got their act together a bit, especially the way they were talking. It seemed like, they got their engine sort of fixed. I think Kimi's saying the Ferrari engine's better this year, but they are not having a good testing yet. They look a bit at sea. And yesterday, Jolyon Palmer was saying it looks, at the moment, like the Alpha is faster than the Ferrari.
Yeah, well, what struck me yesterday about Ted's predicted list, he could be way off with it, of course. We said the top 3, which was Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren. But he said Aston Martin 4th, Alpha Tauri 5th, and then it's Alpine. It's between Alpine and Ferrari for 6th or 7th, which really surprised me. Why that's the conclusion he's come to. Obviously has data and information, but seemed really odd to me. He seems pretty confident that Haas are last. That's a great surprise to anybody this year. Probably won't be even a surprise to Haas. They're probably expecting it, but yeah, I thought that was quite odd. That I'm sure he said AlphaTauri, or it was one of the Alphas, definitely, and it made me go, really? He thinks that, but you can see on the bottom left, by the way, on the live screen, the live thingy, live stream, whatever, the laps combined from day 1 and day 2. That won't update with today's laps, but that is what they did up until the end of yesterday. So Alpine 257 laps, 256 for Alfa Romeo, and 256 for Red Bull. So maybe both Alphas, 255 for AlphaTauri. So maybe both Alphas are looking more competitive than I was expecting. I was just quite taken back by Ted's prediction with that one. So we'll see how that turns out. But I agree, Ferrari They've not been bad, have they? For the 3 days, they've not been. They've got the laps in. They've been doing the work they need to, but I don't think they've really, as Charles Leclerc sits at the top of the timesheets as I say it, they've not really grabbed my attention like some other teams have.
No, and just the feedback I'm hearing from people is, who some of the people a bit closer, the journalists and the tech people who are actually at Bahrain, just don't seem all that optimistic about it. But again, they could be holding their cards close to their chest, or they could be gathering data for a final, update to the Spec 1 car before the first race. We can't count anything until we've had qualifying on the Saturday, if that's what we have in Bahrain. Who knows what Saturdays will look like going forward. But yeah, I'm not, speaking of AlphaTauri, not massively surprised by that prediction. They've had very solid running. Straight out of the box on day one, actually. They ran and ran and ran. They seem solid. They look great. Actually, that car looks really nice out there with the big white wheels and stuff. It's funny when you see. I'm all over the place, by the way. I guess we've got 8 hours to meander.
Yeah, fine.
On the front shots, as you see the cars coming towards you on the cameras, you start to get a handle of which cars look a little bit too close to each other, and the Aston Martin and the AlphaTauri are quite close to each other at a sort of front-on shot just before everything sort of comes into focus. So that might, depending on how close they are on track, that might end up slipping a few people up, I think.
Yeah. I'm more optimistic about some teams than I thought I was going to be coming into testing. We've talked about McLaren a lot over the last couple of days, but they're a team that I was predicting P3 for this year, but I wasn't confident in that prediction. I was kind of like, I was hopeful. There was that concern over Mercedes integration, of course, with the new power unit, but they seem to be looking good. And AlphaTauri, yeah, you make a great point. They've got on with it from day one. But even prior to that, I mean, they did quite a bit of running. Obviously, only a filming day, but they did quite a bit of running during their shakedown at Imola. And of course, Imola last year, I will keep arguing, I think they were the third fastest car at Imola last year. That's the second race of the season. So if they can get that right with the data they've picked up from their shakedown and from what they have from last year, if they can be up there, a big result at Imola could really set them up for the rest of the season and could easily, very quickly see off the likes of, not that they'll really challenge, but the likes of Haas, Williams and Alfa Romeo, which would just about guarantee them 7th, meaning for the rest of the season, they can really go out with very little to lose, which I'm quite excited for with Pierre Gasly after his fantastic year last year and the pace that Yuki Tsunoda seems to have. So that's really exciting for AlphaTauri, and I think Red Bull will love that. If AlphaTauri can be up there taking points away from McLaren and maybe at some tracks shock us all getting ahead of one of the Mercedes or something, or just at least causing them some grief, that's 4 cars in the mix for Red Bull effectively, and they'll be very happy with that, I'd imagine, even if it is a former driver.
No, I completely agree. And I think this ties into kind of what we've been hearing from Red Bull, particularly this year, but I think this started last year as well, about AlphaTauri. I think this narrative began when they changed from Toro Rosso to AlphaTauri, about it not being, this is all semantics really, not being a junior team, but being more of a sister team and giving them more resources, and not necessarily expecting them to be a lower midfield team, but giving them more opportunity to get better results. And I think there is some good reasons for that. I think partly it's good to just get as good results as you can for the teams that you own. But Red Bull have had problems in the last couple of years of sort of race strategy across their cars. They've had that Verstappen trying to take on the Mercedes and then not having a wingman to force strategies and to keep Mercedes at bay. And the more cars you have up in that upper midfield to get in people's way and fill out that top end of the grid, I think the better for them as a whole. I don't see AlphaTauri necessarily challenging Red Bull, I think they'd be in a very interesting position if that happens. But I do see it's in Red Bull's general interest to have AlphaTauri as a fronter running team.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they're just showing some pictures of the McLaren. If you're watching on Sky or F1 TV, of the diffuser, you'll get there in a minute, Stuart. But yeah, just interesting how they've managed. You could just see it on the diffuser there, the difference, and that's something we will see copied. I think. Well, if McLaren turn up to Bahrain and qualify 3 seconds off the pace in 19th and 20th, no one's copying that. If they turn up and they are in the mix with the top two teams, and that's going to be on a Red Bull and a Mercedes extremely quickly, I would imagine as quick as they can. Just on updates, actually, Stuart, this season, obviously, the big focus for teams is going to be 2022. Because we talked about this a little bit yesterday, speculated with it. I think for most teams, about a third of the season is going to be sort of a third of the way into the season is when we're going to see very little, if anything at all, come to these cars. Dan thinks we might see an upgrade package for some of the bigger teams after the summer break. When do you think we're really going to see a complete stop to that and everyone looking to 22?
I think obviously there's going to be quite a big difference between different teams. As we've seen from Haas, they seem to have just completely written the season off from the get-go. In fact, as far as I understand it, Haas haven't even used their tokens.
Really? Oh my word!
That's what I heard. I need to clarify that, but I think that's what I heard. And they are, I think, from race one. Their race one car is basically going to be their last major push on that car. I think some of it will depend on like how much, for example, so the top end of the team, like if Mercedes suspect based on the performance from the opening races that Red Bull or maybe even McLaren, someone like that, will either be a challenge to their championship or be getting in their way during their title challenge. So, I don't think anyone's expecting McLaren to challenge for the title. I think it'd be a nice surprise if they did. But if McLaren have made a step up and are the kind of team that will be sort of poking their head in for wins and podiums on the regular, that's going to be annoying for Mercedes. And they may have to just continue to push to make sure they continue to have their advantage right through to at least the middle of the season. I honestly don't think we're going to see anything after the summer break, which I can't remember exactly where that falls in terms of the number of races, but I think we could see some teams putting their last proper upgrade on as early as Austria, round 9, after we come back. Oh, no, wait, France? Yeah, after we come back from Canada, I think maybe around that time. And then some of those teams, which will probably be the lower midfield teams, will be the first to go, apart from like Haas. I think some of the problems they're going to have is they can't run sort of hybrid cars. We saw the end of last year, like McLaren, I think, started putting on their 2021 nose in free practices just to sort of test it out. But you can't do things like that this year. Because the cars are so fundamentally different, there's a limit into just what you can bring to the track. So it's tricky, isn't it? And it's going to affect the way the championship unfolds the more it goes on. I would honestly love to see Mercedes pushed through the whole year so they are compromised in how they can shift across. Last year, as far as we understood, they shifted to 2021 really early on, like earlier than anyone else. Like they were focusing on this car in the summer. They basically just I can't remember which race they stopped bringing stuff to the 2020 car, but I think it was Italy, one of the Italies, the real Italy. Yeah. So that wasn't a really firm answer on that, but I think it's gonna it's gonna vary wildly, and I just want to see Mercedes pushed quite hard to force them to stay on this car. To be honest.
tickled me. The real Italy, there were three last year, weren't there? There's sort of two. Well, there is two this year, and it was Imola. So just saw a really cool graphic on screen showing, I suppose, a side by side of the AlphaTauri rake compared to the Aston Martin rake. And Smoke and Dan in chat have confirmed that Haas have not spent their tokens this year. So you're right on that one, Stuart. It appears, and there was somebody else. Game Over said the other teams can't just move their gearbox around as they please. I think it'll be very difficult for others to copy them. So that's a good point by Game Over. If it is a gearbox thing, as everyone believes with that McLaren, it's going to be difficult for people just to start sticking things to that and moving stuff around, isn't it? And reshaping. So it might not be as simple as sticking a few strakes on for Spain. McLaren might have found something which is quite exciting. But I think it might have been a different upgrade. It might have been the Mercedes floor. But a team, and I'm almost certain it was McLaren, said that it wouldn't be easy for people to copy that in the next 2 weeks. So they obviously feel like it is, somebody feels like somebody could be copying something. I love how accurate I am with my information. But it's not going to be an easy thing. So, yeah, it's a good point there from Game Over. But, yeah, Haas not spending their tokens is... Well, it's not really surprising. I was going to say it's surprising, but it's not, I suppose, when you think about it, because they're not bothered about this year. They've been pretty clear about that. And just to pick up on something that's something funny, as just said in chat, I hear that Haas has been bought by a Russian friend of William Story. Well, Billy seems to think he's back in F1 next year. We've got, sorry, I was going to say Russian colours all over the car. We don't, of course. It's not a Russian flag. It's just red, white, and blue stripes. We've got those all over the car. I touched on it yesterday. All the branding around the team boards in the paddock are very much your Alkali in massive, huge letters, and then sort of whispering underneath Haas F1 team. I think we discussed it in DMs actually, Stuart. I think there is a strong possibility that this will be Haas's last season as Haas.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if they were bought out by someone else. I've been disappointed in Haas, kind of generally speaking, like basically their whole run. And this is going to sound a little bit harsh because there's obviously a lot of good people in that team working very hard. But they've not really come across as a serious racing outfit. And by that I mean, when they turned up, had this strong partnership with Ferrari, which I think made a lot of sense. They were a new team building everything from scratch, and Ferrari were helping them with things like gearbox, powertrain. A lot of bits and bobs on the car were shared between those two teams, which I think made a lot of sense as they were joining. But it really seemed like Gene Haas wanted to take the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
It never seemed like they were like fully interested in like developing and engineering a car and being that kind of racing team, which is what Formula One is about. And obviously we have varying degrees of how much you're a customer and stuff, but they leaned on easy and suspect sponsorship. You know, the Rich Energy thing was pretty embarrassing. They're clearly running on quite a low budget and require... I don't know, they seem like a budget team that aren't necessarily willing to put their all into being a proper racing team. And you have teams like Williams, which are at the bare bones, hopefully not for long with their new owners and investors, but they were still operating as a proper racing team. And Haas just, I don't know, they never seem to step up and want to be that and do anything particularly exciting. And now we have interesting branding and choices in partnerships and drivers that bring in money, and some of the choices they're making appear to be ones that they are forced to make because they don't have any money, and they're not doing anything exciting about it. They're not, I don't know. It just seems kind of money focused and not very engineering focused. And it's like, maybe they should sell and move on with their lives. I don't know much about their operations in other series, but from what people have spoken about, they have seemed to they have a very similar philosophy elsewhere. I think they have quite a strong Andretti partnership in other series. This is not my area of expertise, but yeah, that's the impression I get from Haas. They haven't really excited me, and I probably wouldn't miss them if they went.
No, I totally get what you're saying. And when they first came to Formula One, a lot of people didn't like the way they entered, did they? But I actually think it was, maybe genius is generous, but I think it was a really brilliant move to sort of, if you like, get into bed with Ferrari, so they don't have to get Dallara to build the chassis, and then they've not got to pour a ton of money in before they get any prize money. But I thought that would be the case for the first couple of years whilst they were waiting for prize money to come in, and then maybe they would go in the direction and go in a different direction and start to move up the field. And when we saw in 2018, Kevin Magnussen and Romain Grosjean in Australia qualifying right up there and challenging the top three teams and really bossing that midfield initially. Obviously, the pit stops ruined that day, but showing in 2018, I thought that was the start of something for Haas. I thought that was when we were going to see them show us why they're in Formula One and what they're going to do. But they've just, ever since then, they've just kept going backwards. And whilst they may stick around for 22, Gene Haas might go, let's just see how these rules work out before we make a decision. It just seems it's sort of difficult, because I understand why a team like Haas and maybe Williams as well will focus primarily on 2022, because that is their best opportunity to make a jump forward. It just seems odd that Haas are completely writing this year off, because even Williams, despite the fact they've been last for the last 2 or 3 years, are still going to be putting updates on that car. That car on track now, according to the team, is pretty much a first race spec car, that they've a whole new car to the one that they launched, because they've already got the updates on there, and there'll be more to come. So they're still working on this year. Haas have completely said no. So they are obviously spending, I say obviously, I mean it's speculatively of course, but they're spending the money that the Mazepin family have bought in. They are spending that money on next year. So is Dimitri Mazepin looking at buying that team out by the end of the year, or becoming a majority stake? I mean, Gene Haas might stick around in some capacity. They might, 50-50 split or a 60-40. I mean, some people seem to think there's a 50-50 split anyway, but maybe 60-40, 70-30, something similar to what Mercedes have done, get a few partners in. But I think as just Haas, this is probably their, if not their last season, one of their last seasons. It just seems crazy to me that they'd write off the entire year and not really, apart from obviously the running cost of the cars and repairs and all that business, not really spending any money this year. But they're spending the sponsorship money for next year, which, like I say, it seems odd. I can't explain it. I know people will be going, well, hang on a minute, Sean, they're struggling. Of course they're going to do that, because then they can focus on next year. But like I say, Williams have been struggling, but they're still bringing updates to the car. Alfa Romeo, they've said they are going to be focusing on 2022, but there will still be updates to the car. Everybody is doing something no matter where they finish, but Haas have just kind of shut up shop. And it seems weird to me in some ways. But at the same time, you can understand why they would, if you know what I'm getting at. It's sort of, it's hard for me to put into words what I'm trying to say. I understand it, but I also find it a little bit odd. You think that even if they said, look, we're only going to bring an update package in Spain and that's it, you'd at least be like, well, at least they're trying. I said this for the last 2 days, I feel for any Haas fans out there that are sat there going, I can't wait for this season, and then they're like, yeah, well, I won't bother because we're not bothering. They might surprise. They might shock us all.
It's not a great look, is it? And if they have a really solid plan, I mean, I'm willing to eat my words. If they have, a 2022 plan, if they're like, look, if we do this, this, and this, we put our resources here, we've got a really clever idea for how we're going to develop this car, and come out all guns blazing for 2022, then that's brilliant, and it probably will be all worth it, because they were never going to salvage that much from 2021 from the baseline they were at, and maybe that's a wise choice. That's just not the kind of thing we've been seeing from them over the last few years, so I would be surprised. So I'd like to hope the new investment goes in that kind of direction, but it just, it's a bit uninspiring, and I don't know if there are like American F1 fans who are like, big up on Haas because they're an American team and it's good to have this American presence in them, and how disappointed you might be, A, that they've essentially written this year off before it's even begun, and B, that their car is now a giant Russian flag. It's a strange look, isn't it? The livery choice itself is a bizarre choice for a team that's being an American team in F1 is a very strong identity that you could use and is very valuable, and it's a very strange thing to throw away so dramatically like this. You may have talked about this ad nauseum already.
Yeah, well, no, the American team thing we talked about yesterday. I think it was yesterday or Friday about from I know Haas worry about Haas, but from a Formula One point of view, that having an American team when they're trying to grow the sport in the United States, pushing for second races seems odd that they're not going to run with that identity and then to plaster it with what is. I keep joking about it, but it's a Russian flag. We can say what we want. It's clearly a Russian flag. You can understand why, because the sponsor is Russian, even if that's not the sponsor's colours. It just seems odd they've not run with. I mean, something a real bugbear of John T's. I'm sure he said it when we've been on stream together, Stuart, is the fact that car is not, star spangled bannered to within an inch of its life when they came into Formula One. American flags everywhere and really push that identity. So it is odd. But just actually on Haas, some good comments coming in chat. Lucas says Haas has been super important for American exposure to F1. Oliver Lewis says, I doubt they can skip this year and expect their next year's car to be strong. Oliver also adding to that Gary Anderson talks about how you need to keep developing car, if not just to keep your eye in, which I think is a really good point. Game Over said, I think it's because Haas thinks they cannot compete in any way this season anyway, so why put money into nothing, which is kind of why I understand it, but it just... you think there'd be something, but one comment, and I'm sorry for destroy your name. Is it Elian? Says, do you know when Russian teams are allowed to compete under the flag again? Now I think that's a 2-year ban, isn't it? So this year and next year. So maybe if there is going to be a buyout and it's a couple of years, maybe let's assume it is the Mazepins that are going to come in and take the team. Maybe they'll want to wait until 2023 when it can be a in air quotes, proper Russian team, which is an interesting thing to consider. I'm not sure what flag that Mazepin's going to race under this year or anything like that yet, and I don't know what happens if he miracle of miracles or surprise of surprise or horror of horror, whichever way you want to look at it, ends up on the top step of the podium. Maybe they'll, national anthem wise, maybe they'll do what they did many years ago and play Happy Birthday instead of the Russian national anthem. I don't know what's going on there, but it's a good point on that flag issue. So maybe the buyout won't come this year. Maybe we'll have to wait for 23. So perhaps Dmitry Mazepin buys a bigger stake in the team and then buys it outright in 23 or 423.
Yeah, that could well be the case. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know that the WADA, I'm going to say World Athletics Doping Agency or whatever,
something like that. Yeah.
Were looking into that car's livery, but I don't think they've said anything since. There's no you haven't heard a determination about that, have you?
No, I was pondering this, and I don't know if I said it on stream. It's 8 hours of testing. I say a lot of things and forget what I've said. So if you're here for the 3 days ago, and I'm sure he said this yesterday, I can only apologise. It's bound to happen that we're going to repeat ourselves at some point. But Norris going purple in the first sector as Gasly runs wide. But I think they'll get away with it, if you know what I mean, because the rule is that Russian athletes and Russian teams can't run under the Russian flag, but Haas is an American team. Do you see what I mean? So I wonder if that's going to be the loophole, if you like, that's going to get them out of having to make any changes, or they could just do a deal with Aquafresh.
that would be a smart move, to be honest.
That's because I've not seen any. There was I think it was Autosport. There was an article saying they were going to look into it. I think others did as well, of course, with articles, but saying that the WADA were going to look into it. but there's been absolutely nothing since. And that's all I can think is that because the ruling is Russian athletes, Russian team can't race under Russian flag, that may be what allows Haas to keep that livery. But it's interesting that Haas said that they designed that livery before the ruling had come, yet they seem to be distancing themselves from it being the Russian flag, which says to me that they're telling porkies, because they obviously knew it was going to be, because the ruling hadn't come in at that point. So, yeah, but I've got to say, livery-wise, looks really nice out on track. I actually quite like it. A bit retro.
Yeah. I mean, just on livery, on design alone, it's a nice looking car. They've done a good job with those colors. And it's got a kind of retro racing stripe feel. The number looks nice on it. It's a nice looking car. There's just sort of meta associations at the same time.
And there is something about something a little bit ironic about an American team racing in Russian colours. But as people kept saying to me, don't forget, American colours are red, white and blue. But I'm not going to sit here and say that Haas are racing under the French flag or under British colours. So, we know what they are. But, just on liveries, for what it matters, really. It doesn't really matter, does it? But what's your take on the Alfa Romeo livery? Because there is a real mix of opinions. I like it. I don't love it. I know John T absolutely hates it. Tomo has ranked it as the best one. So it's really dividing opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I don't know.
I like it. I think it's nice and smart. And I think it must have been a pure luck that AlphaTauri and Alfa Romeo kind of reversed where the white was on their cars so that they remain to be not mistaken for each other, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Alpha moved their white to the top and Alpha Tauri had moved their white to the bottom. I like it. I think it's a nice smart livery. It's kind of I don't mind teams sort of sticking with a particular kind of branding and color scheme year on year. I think kind of like football shirts, it's kind of nice when they kind of shift it around a bit and do something different with it. Which is why I get, I think if you've got a good livery, then you've got a good livery. And I think Red Bull have a good livery and that's why they've just stuck with it. It's a very good identity. But we've seen like McLaren year on year. They've got this papaya orange and they've got this nice kind of metallic blue, and they've been kind of mucking around with where that appears on the car. So it's a bit of a shame that they kept it the same basically between last year and this year. But seeing Alfa Romeo change it up a bit, I like it. What was Jonty's opinion? Why does he hate it?
I'm not really 100% sure. I'm sure he'll say if he pops up in chat at any point, but he says he points things out on Twitter before, things that he spotted with it, that the rear wing M fences or M plates don't seem finished because they're half and half rather than carrying the red on all the way through or the white on all the way through. And just, I think that there's just niggling bits that have really made him dislike it. But I mean, it is essentially just an inverted version of last year's, isn't it? It's essentially what they've done with it, which is fine. I like that it's a little bit different, but it's a good debate actually on team identity, because a lot of people complain that Red Bull stay the same and that McLaren's is the same, but Ferrari is a red Ferrari, and when you see red in Formula One, you think Ferrari. So when you look at that Red Bull, not just because it's got Red Bull written all over it, you do think Red Bull. That's the livery you associate with that team, and the papaya will be what you associate with McLaren. I'm pretty confident that at some point Mercedes will go back to a silver livery. That's what people will associate with them, and that's their brand identity. So I kind of will defend teams on that to a point. And even with Red Bull, I mean, that livery or variations of it go all the way back to when they were partnered with Sauber in the 90s, so and further on from there. So I know we all like a bit of change and we want to see brand new liveries when we see these cars, but I like the Red Bull livery. It is the best, by the way, when it comes to the matte finish. I think they've done it the best, absolutely. But at the same time, it is nice to see Alpha try something a bit different. And even the Williams, I mean, the pictures, I said it in my reaction. My first thought when I saw the renders was, oh my God, what the hell have you done? And then the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. And then seeing it on track, it's actually a really nice, smart livery, and it's good to see them try something a little bit different. Checo Perez goes fastest, by the way, at 30.3 on the C3. So I actually think, and maybe it's just me, we've got a very good looking grid of cars this year in terms of liveries and paint jobs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think there are a couple of things I think are a little bit dodgy. Like I've said, the Mercedes not as good as last year's, but they've done something different, which is fun. I've warmed to the Williams. I was like you. I was like, whoa, this is a weird thing they've done. And as a lot of people pointed out, it does look like one of the sort of livery styles you pick on a game. One of the sort of default things you can like change the colors on. I think it's definitely going to be an interim livery. Like I think next year we'll see something different from Williams. It's kind of fun and retro and different, which is nice. I think it's good to have something just a bit wacky and different. And it's very unsponsor friendly. Like, because it's just stripes all the way down. You can't slap a logo on it because you like to have your logo against the solid color. So, if they pick up a big enough sponsor throughout the year, which they may do, I think the new owners will be working hard at getting partners for that team. We may see some variations in that livery that allow sponsors to sort of sit on it a little bit nicer. But, it's kind of cool. I like the way the stripes go through the W on the engine airbox thing. And yeah, it's fun and weird. And I think probably from 2022, we'll see that new Williams team with the new owners come up with some identity for itself that will, probably stick with the old traditions, the blue and the white and probably yellow, but in their own way.
That's that's my theory as well. This livery is a final nod to Sir Frank and to the family, because this car is an evolution of the final Williams family car, isn't it? So you might as well use this opportunity to say thank you that way and nod to heritage before rebranding with everything being brand new next year. I think makes a lot of sense. But liveries look great. Timing tower, good luck with that.
Yeah, about to bring that up.
It's just you've got the one shade of blue for Red Bull. Then even Mercedes, they've got kind of that. It's a bluey green. It's like a turquoisey aqua. I'm sure somebody will come up with a proper term for it. And then you've got, I think really, aside from Ferrari red, McLaren orange, and I guess you could say Haas white, there's nothing on there that isn't a shade of blue, green, or bluey green. Which is really weird. And I saw your tweet yesterday about people saying, Formula E can't put the colours on theirs because all the liveries are so similar. Well, Formula One have done it.
Yeah, it's a bit. I imagine they would have been sitting in the design studio scratching their heads over how to best do this, and this is probably the best they could come up with. It's tricky, isn't it? I think maybe. Well, I was going to say, maybe you could switch Mercedes to silver, but they're not even silver this year. They're black, and you can't put black on a black timing tower. Aston Martin are just green all over, even though they've got a pink accent color. You can't really. Pink is not their identity at all. And we've lost the yellow of Renault, and we've lost the pink of Racing Point, and they've gone into blues and agreed. So it's just what we've got, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we just have to get used to it.
Like I said earlier, like Dan said yesterday, we do pick on odd things as F1 fans. It doesn't matter, does it? It's just something that you notice when you look at the colour schemes of the grid. You're like, well, there's not much variation in there. I forgot to mention Alfa Romeo, they're a variant. So about 7 teams that are very similar in some ways. So yeah, but it is what it is. As avid fans are going to know, Perez drives a Red Bull. We don't need the colour, do we? But casual fans, it'd be nicer to be a a bit clearer. But I mean, you look at it and think, how many shades of blue are there? My word, it's got to have been fun.
Yeah, quite.
I'll run through the time super quickly because I've gone well past the half hour. Good old waffle there. Perez quickest.
I'm just going to take a quick break, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes while you do
worries. 1:30.3 for Sergio Perez, 34 laps for him. A 1:30.4 for Charles Leclerc, 38 laps. When the tyres come up on TV, by the way, I will let you know who was running on what for the fastest time. But 38 laps for Charles Leclerc. Lando Norris in third place, a 1:30.6, 32 laps for him. So some good lappage this morning from McLaren. From everybody, really, actually. I mean, what's the lowest count at the moment? It is McLaren on 32. Pierre Gasly, 1:30.8, 40 laps so far. Esteban Ocon, 1:31.3, 34 laps. It's 40 laps for Mick Schumacher on a 1:32.0. 1:32.4 for Valtteri Bottas, 54 laps. 54 for Russell as well on a 1:32.7. 54 for Stroll on a 1:36.1. And a 1:36.6 for Kimi Raikkonen, 50 laps so far. And on track at the moment, we've got Charles Leclerc. I think Sergio Perez is out there. He may have just pitted, but we've got Charles Leclerc, we've got Pierre Gasly, Mick Schumacher, Valtteri Bottas, George Russell, Lance Stroll, and Kimi Raikkonen, Ocon, and Norris definitely in the pits. The official timing says Perez is on track, but the TV one said that he was still in the pits. So it's just a little bit ahead, though, the official timing. So we'll see there. If you are new to the channel, welcome. Good to have you with us. For today, please do subscribe. So you don't miss out on any content coming this year. Don't forget to drop a like as well. I'll give you your update on the count. We've got over 300 likes and 1,500 watching. So I think we did 1,000 for 2 days running. So if we could get over 1,000 again, that would be incredible for the final day. So please do drop a like. Always appreciated. If you would like to support the stream, you can do so through PayPal. You can do it through Streamlabs and through Super Chat as well. Links in the description to that. And just a reminder that every single penny goes back into the channel in some way, shape or form. I'm thinking RAM. I'm thinking of getting some more RAM to help with processing videos and that. So it'll go towards that and a number of other things as well throughout the season. So thank you to everyone who's contributed, whether it's been £1 or in the case of Charles Edward Chiefs, $500 on Friday. Thanks for all your contributions. Massively appreciated. And I'm sure I'll be able to spend that on some good stuff for the channel and upgrading of equipment and things like that. So thank you very much. Links as well to social media in the description and to all the channels and Twitters of people that have featured on the stream this weekend. Or it's really weird having testing across a weekend. It does feel odd, but yeah, it's thank you very much to everyone. So Eru's just saying 430 laps total so far today, 2,700 for the weekend as a whole. I don't think my tally of, I think it was 4,003 or 400, something like that, is going to happen unless somebody just goes out there with a rocket ship today. So we'll see there, but we'll see what you guys are saying in chat. Where can I watch live testing, says Noah? It's Sky Sports F1 in the UK, F1 TV in other territories as well, but I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who are taking the risk to stream the footage. If you just hop onto Google, just I think somebody said the other day, search Sky testing live or something like that, it should be there. So can't really share links, but I will say that one for you. It's a little bit of a shame that they can't find a way to put this on free-to-air TV in some way, or even on YouTube would be nice, wouldn't it? It's only testing, but I suppose they've got to protect their commercial rights and all of that business. So yeah, I can't show the footage obviously for copyright reasons, but we've got the live timing all done manually. So yeah, all going well at the moment. Do you get money for more likes, says Latcher? Not possibly indirectly. I don't think it works like that. It's to do with interactions on YouTube. They like the interactions, but really from a creator's point of view, it's just nice to see that number get nice and high, to know that people are enjoying your waffle for the day. To be honest, more than anything, it's money on YouTube is all about the views. It's not necessarily subscribers, and it's not really interactions, but interactions are always good on social media, as I'm sure you know. I hope Vettel does a big amount of laps today, says Ollie. Absolutely. TNT Production says it will be weird not seeing a pink car on the track. It stood out a lot on the track, but not in a bad way. Yeah. We were talking about iconic liveries the other day, weren't we? And I think that's one that will go down as iconic. Is in the same way that the yellow Jordan was quite iconic. I think the pink Force India Racing Points will do that. The what is it? BWT, I'll say BMW, the BWT sponsorship, that will be an iconic one, and I will absolutely miss that on the grid, because you couldn't miss it, could you? That was the point. Vettel isn't until the afternoon, absolutely filling the blanks. In fact, in this afternoon, Alonso's in. Everybody's in for their teammate except for Williams. Russell's in all day, and Alfa Romeo Raikkonen's in all day. So 18 of the 20 drivers today we're going to see. So unless you're a Giovinazzi fan or a Latifi fan, then everyone's going to see their favourite driver today. So good stuff there. And fill in the blanks also says prefer the green, but the pink was quite iconic. And Joseph, thanks for that, says Sean about starting OnlyFans to get extra dollars for the channel.
Every little helps.
Every little helps. I can trust you. Ain't nobody paying to see that. I can promise you that. But anyway, yes. Just talk about the BWT Racing Point Force India pink livery. And I was just saying, it's probably one of those liveries that is going to be missed. It's going to be missed by TNT Productions, definitely, and a lot of people as well. And I think it will go down, like the Jordan Yellow, for example, as quite an iconic livery when we look back in history. So shame to see it go, but at the same time, nice that Aston's got a little nod on the car to that BWT pink, obviously through sponsorship as a bit of an afterthought, apparently. Although I do still think I'd prefer to see that lime greeny yellow for Aston rather than the pink.
I think that's the strong consensus, is that the stripe was originally lime green yellow until they worked out the deal with BWT. But it's fine, isn't it? But that dark green against lime green is their racing brand, isn't it? If you look at them competing in other series. But yeah, it's a lovely car. I think they managed to merge those two colours well. I think if they'd stuck more pink on it, it would have been very tricky. I think that was a bit of the concern, wasn't it? They were going to try and do both.
Like a hybrid of the two of them, would have been a mess. But a couple of things actually on the livery that people have said that now I can't unsee. The pink stripe isn't all that different in positioning to the aquary greeny blue cyan stripe on the Mercedes, which just adds even more comparison between the two cars. But also, people keep telling me it looks like a sliced open watermelon or a sliced watermelon, and it's ruined it.
yeah, it was. Do you think Aston Martin have copied the CAD designs of the Mercedes livery? Then do you think that's something?
Definitely. So something fishy going on there. Definitely. I think in terms of the technical side, I think they've got parts of the Mercedes. Is it rear suspension that they're running this year? I might be completely wrong on that.
I think so I haven't got all of that at the tip of my tongue or tip of my brain, or you keep things.
So it's something along those lines. They have got some bits, haven't they, that they were allowed to carry, they're allowed to sort of copy or buy from Mercedes for this year. So the comparisons to past Mercedes is definitely still going to be there this year. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Aston can do. I'm just trying to think if there's a team we've not really spoken about this week that much so far. We've talked a lot about Mercedes, McLaren, and Red Bull, as you'd expect. We've talked quite a bit about Haas and Williams. We've talked about AlphaTauri this morning, and a little bit about Alpine. Really only Alfa Romeo and Alpine that I think of. We've not really gone over.
How have you felt seeing Alonso back out there on track, recovering from injury, obviously, but putting in a quite a lot of laps yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I feel for him because he's got to run all season with titanium plates in his jaw, which is going to be tough for him. But I'm actually, because I'm one of these, I don't dislike Alonso. I'll always clear that up. I don't dislike him. It's just towards the end of his first stint, if you like, in Formula One, he just got really, well, for the lack of a better term, bitchy about the sport, and it just got to a point where we were like, "Oh, Fernando, if you're not happy, mate, just go do something else." And he did. He went off and did that, and he just seems to. I think he's come back. He's been away and realised he does actually love the sport, and he's come back to a team that has got some big ambitions for the future, and actually probably have a good competitive car in that midfield. So he's not going to be trundling around at the back in a McLaren Honda, like, not like he was at McLaren Honda. Even when they got the Renault Power Unit, they weren't massively competitive. They were much better, of course, but not massively competitive. So I think that'll do him good. He's gone back and he's nice and refreshed, and he seems more relaxed and more chilled, and I like that. And I'm hoping that we're going to get that Fernando, who just goes out there, absolutely thrashes a car, gives us some thrilling racing, and then gets to a press conference or an interview, and he's not just like, oh, I hate this, it's terrible, I hate driving around in this, I want to win. But he seems to see the future, doesn't he, in Alpine? Not for him, but for the team. He's talked about helping them move forward this year, helping to develop for 22 and get them on the right footing. So I think he is probably only going to do 2 or 3 years just to try and help that team move forward. But I am actually quite excited. I'm more excited to see him back than I thought I would be. Is probably the short answer to your question, rather than the waffle to go with it. But I one thing I can't wait for is seeing potentially Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel, Daniel Ricciardo in that midfield battling it out. I think that's going to be so much fun to watch, and it is weirdly nice to see him back on the timing screens as well. It is. Like I said, don't dislike him, but he did start to do my head in a little bit towards his latter stage. And there'll always be an element of with Alonso, because he was the guy that stopped Schumacher's run of titles. I'm sorry, I was a Schumacher fanboy. I will get over it one day. It's it's only been 15, 16 years. I'll get there in the end.
On the other hand, that was a hell of an achievement at the time.
Yeah,
it was equivalent to whoever comes and takes it from Lewis. Should someone take it from Lewis before he retires? That was really putting a marker down. I like you cooled on Alonso towards the end of his last before his sabbatical, or whatever you want to call it. He's got a little bit of a god complex, but of course he's a 2 times world champion, and I think undoubtedly deserved more than he got. I think his talent is greater than his results on paper. He had some terrible career choices, the way he moved around. And actually, I think on top of that, I do wonder how it feels, him being in Alpine, which I think will be a much more fun drive than the McLaren that he left.
Yeah.
But seeing that McLaren so much further ahead than when he left it, and actually quite a bit further ahead than the car he's in right now, must be somewhat annoying considering how many years he ran around.
I think he'll be happier at Alpine anyway, won't he? Because that's very much a team that he loved, and that's the team he won titles with. And when he left McLaren, he went back to the Enstone outfit, and I think he seems quite happy there. And I'm it's got to be frustrating, but I don't know. I still think he's one of the best in racing at the moment, in terms of speed and what he can do. And then you don't have to like every driver, of course you don't. Nobody does. People in chat don't like Alonso. They're saying so now. I won't repeat some of them, but yeah, you don't have to like him. But the fact of the matter is, if F1 is the pinnacle of motorsport, we want the best drivers. And if Fernando Alonso is still one of the best, then get him in that car. And at the end of the day, if Alpine can compete, and they can get in a mix at some races, or even next year, let's say, they can make a big leap forward, Hamilton sticks around, I'm absolutely all for Alonso versus Hamilton round 2 for a championship. Throw in a Vettel as well, and maybe others too. I think fantastic, go for it. I'm totally down for that. I don't think he will win another world championship, but you never know in Formula. I completely agree though with what you said. To win that championship in 2005, even though Ferrari had really messed up that car completely, a team that had won all those titles back to back and were unstoppable, possibly what Mercedes have done this year, you never know, to completely mess up the 2005 car, absolutely was a big factor in that. But he still beat Michael Schumacher in 2006 to a title. He beat Kimi Räikkönen in 2005. Sure, Räikkönen had all sorts of bad luck and that along the way, but he still did it. And these are drivers that people speak really highly of. Michael Schumacher, one of the greatest of all time. Some say the greatest, but to achieve that is phenomenal. It's like Mika Hakkinen, totally odd tangent, maybe to head off on, but I don't think he gets the credit he deserves for his titles in 98 and 99. You know, we're heading into Schumacher at his peak, and Hakkinen won the 98 title against Michael Schumacher, which I don't think seems to get forgotten by some people. I mean, 99 obviously a bit different because Michael wasn't there because he had the accident at Silverstone and it was Eddie Irvine, but he was still taking on Ferrari, and I think Mika Hakkinen deserves a bit more credit than he gets for what he did, especially when you consider that he had his massive accident years before that almost just ended his career, nearly killed him. I think he deserves that credit. I kind of feel like Alonso, obviously Spanish fans, not so much, and Alonso fans, not so much, but I do feel like he doesn't get the credit he deserves for what he did in 2005 and 2006. A lot of people very quick, as I've just said, oh yeah, but Ferrari were struggling. Yeah, but he still had to beat Kimi Räikkönen, and he beat Michael Schumacher, a resurgent Michael Schumacher in 2006. So I'm excited, and I hope he's happy, and I hope we see that, because I think if he's happy and the team give him a good car, which will make him happy, I think he'll deliver if he's comfortable in that team. And he's one of those, isn't he, as well? And I like this in drivers. You never know what to expect. And the team could be having a rotten weekend, but he'll still pull a result out. And that could be a bit in that midfield. That could be massive for Alpine. If he can suddenly grab a fourth place or even a podium out of nowhere, that could make a big difference in the championship, because I do think it's going to be insanely close between 4 or 5 teams in that midfield.
Yeah, absolutely. That midfield battle is incredibly important. And I think this is why we've seen some of the driver shuffles we have. I think that's part of the reason that Aston Martin got Vettel in. I think they know how important it is to have someone of that skill level and experience level to get everything out of that car. And I think Alonso is going to be part of that X factor. And I think you're absolutely right. I think 2006 is the key year for him, because, you know, things are a bit different in 2005 when Ferrari were off the boil, but to be able to take Michael Schumacher on head on in his Ferrari in 2006 and prove that 2005 wasn't just a sort of a lucky fluke of circumstance. And again, he took on, he nearly beat Vettel twice in those Red Bull years. He's come close to championship glory an awful lot of times. I think sometimes it's easy to forget that with certain drivers. Mika Hakkinen, of course, came quite close to winning that third title in 2000. He pushed Schumacher almost right to the end. Funny career, Mika Hakkinen. When you were talking about him, I think people forget how short a career he actually had in Formula One, because he kind of turned up in the mid-90s. He had that accident, of course, which could have had a devastating effect on his career. Only won his first race in 97 in the final race, won the titles 98, 99, nearly won the title 2000, and retired in 2001. It's like, I think there's quite a few drivers on the grid who had longer careers than him now, who we consider to be quite young.
I mean, technically he didn't retire in 2001.
Oh no, he's still on sabbatical.
Still on sabbatical.
He could be back at any moment. Yeah, he's kind of like this sort of like, he came in on the wind, won his titles, and sort of breezed off again. He's a fascinating, fast guy. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see Alonso. I hope he's happy. I think the only risk Alpine have is Alonso trying to take over that team. He seems to want to sort of be a sort of like pseudo manager and sort of running of the team, which I think, you know, with sort of championship experience, you do get some of that. I think Hamilton leads Mercedes in some respects, not to the extent that Toto Wolff does. But we saw how maybe Zach Brown let Alonso take over McLaren a bit too much and sort of contribute to some of its negative spiral. And Alpine, as far as I understand it, don't have a team principal. They sort of split the role up into 3 people, which may give a little wiggle room for Alonso kind of asserting himself amongst that. So we'll see. It depends how well Alpine do. But we've seen in the past that Alonso could sometimes have a negative effect on a team, sort of morale wise, if he gets a bit annoyed.
Yeah, and I mean, what I will say is perhaps speculative, not really tinfoil hat, but just speculative. They've not actually got officially a team principal this year, Alpine. So whether Fernando is going to do a couple of years driving and maybe fancies taking on the team manager role, maybe, I don't know. Actually, on the Alpine, I was listening yesterday to, I think it was Ted, possibly, about what they've done with their really fat airbox. Good news if you're a Cyril Abiteboul fan, it's not Cyril stuffed in there. That's not where they're hiding him. Essentially, they wanted to make the side pod slimmer, and I think somebody said this in chat on Friday that they wanted to make the side pod slimmer. So what they've done is they've moved everything that should be down there into the airbox, into that area, into the engine area. So that's why it looks so fat, which you don't notice. And there's people actually now going, "What's he talking about?" They're now going to look at the Alpine and go, "Oh my god!" And you cannot unsee it. That is it. But it's not Cyril stuffed in there. That is confirmed. Cyril Abiteboul, do you think we said yesterday?
It's a really strange thing to see, that Alpine, because it just goes against the philosophy we've been seeing, like from the other cars, where they sort of everything's slimmed back. But they've decided the side pods are the part that need to be the slimmest, and it's in terms of compromising where you put the weight versus the aero effects of slimming down the side pods, that's more beneficial. And it's weird. I was going to say, I mean, I'm looking at the McLaren now. He may have moved on the live stream. The McLaren is a bit chunkier in the airbox than some other cars, to fit that Mercedes engine in. If you notice on the Mercedes car, and I think the Aston Martin car, it's got little lumps.
Yeah.
On the back, on the air cover. McLaren have sort of had a slightly wider but smoother engine cover to fit the engine in, so they don't have those lumps. But nothing compared to the Alpine. It's just so bizarre. It's like it's in a different series.
Just a few comments on it. As you were talking about yesterday with the McLaren, how different they've gone with their engine, and then how weird it is that Alpine have gone the way they have. They're obviously, that's the way Alpine want to do it, but you do look at it and think, well, what have the other teams missed here? If that's the way to go, why haven't others gone that way as well? But obviously it's something to do with, probably they are the only Renault team on the grid, Renault power team, so maybe it's a power unit thing. If let's say McLaren was still Renault powered, we might have seen that on them this year. It might be the way they have to do it for cooling or something like that, or whatever they've chosen. But it is weird. Just a couple of comments on Alonso. Umbrex says Alonso is the most overrated driver ever. He looked out joining Renault's dominant engine, and then they pulled out Red Bull, took it to 4 times World Drivers' Championships. Then they got owned by a rookie. That's what I mean about people who are just for some. Not just you, Umbrex, I'm not having a pop at you, mate, but just for people in general, Vettel, oh, he only won because of this. Hamilton, oh, he only won because of that. Oh, Schumacher only won because of that. How about they won because they're good enough to win? I just get a bit bored of that argument, but I opinions and all that. It's not just you, Umbrex, that has opinions like that about people, but real mix. I say that Popovich, let's go Gasly. Definitely. Alonso is a top tier driver, says Darren. Alonso is the best, says Manuel. Obviously, Armans, who has a Fernando Alonso helmet as his avatar, clearly an Alonso fan, a podium, a 4th place. He's going to take both titles with eyes closed. Definitely. Good to see you again today, mate. Good to see everybody today, actually. Lots of people that have been here pretty much constantly for as long as I have this weekend. So you're as crackers as I am. You're as crackers as I am. And David the Fish saying, I admire your optimism, Armans. I would also like some of whatever you're drinking. Cheeky. Alonso will win a race this year, says Sam Gammon. There you go. I think we're going to get quite a few podiums again this year, from people. I think McLaren will get one. We'll get at least one, possibly win a race. I think Aston, it's not beyond possible that they'll win a race. I think they'll get podiums. I think Alpine have a shot as well. I think we could see very similar to last year. Lots of different teams grabbing that extra podium spot, because of course with Ferrari not being part of what we'd call the regular top three for this era, the Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, there's a different team there, and because it's so close in the midfield, we're going to see a different, like I said earlier about AlphaTauri and Imola last year, they were arguably the third fastest car, so if they do that again, they could be on for a podium. If somebody trips up in front of them at Imola, and then maybe another race it'll be Ferrari, and another race McLaren, and another race Aston. So I'm really quite excited for this year, but it seems ridiculous saying that because I get excited for every year.
But I do feel you on that. And I was just looking down the list as you were talking about that, and I was like, yeah, there's only two teams, Haas and Williams, that I would be surprised to see on the podium at some point. The rest all definitely up for a shout. And with 23 races, that's more possibility of having weird races like we saw. We had some races last year. And as some teams start to focus on next year rather than this year, we may see some shuffles in the order. And I think the potential's there for, just I was going to say the unexpected, but I think what I mean is the opportunity for good drivers to show themselves.
Yeah.
Perez, for example, won a race last year, but we knew Perez was race-winning material. It's just having the circumstances to allow that to happen were quite rare, just because of the way Formula One is. And I think Gasly's a good race driver as well. And we saw maybe he should have won a race already in his career, and I'm glad he had that opportunity. So I think we should hopefully see more of that this year. I love the blind optimism of pre-season, but I do believe it. I do think, like you say, we're going to see more people on the podium. Who do you think is going to win a race this year?
I think yesterday I said 7 drivers. So all 20 of them in Sean's head for some reason, but I think, again, bold, I know. Hamilton, Bottas, I think they'll win races. I think Verstappen will as well. I'd be surprised if Perez. I think Perez can. It won't be easy. Got some tough competition. He is in the, at worst, second best car. Many think is the fastest at the moment. So he's got, even if he has got a clear fastest car, Red Bull, he's still got to beat Verstappen. So it won't be easy, but I think he can win a race this year. I think McLaren have an opportunity if they're in that mix. I wouldn't be surprised to see Aston. And then I all of a sudden just think, well, hang on a minute. Again, you never know what he could do. If that car's not up to speed, a bit of luck, we could even see Fernando Alonso pick up the win. So I went with 7, which seems a lot and probably over ambitious, and I'll probably feel a fool coming the end of the season when it's been 3. But why not?
That's not a crazy shout. Because I think if we have anything like last year, we'll get the usual suspects, and like we just were talking about, we have the opportunity for the people who are there or thereabouts to take a victory should it present itself to them. It would be quite nice to see Alonso get a win. It's been a long time, and I think it's been very good for him and for us as viewers to see him go off into different racing series and be successful, just to remind us that he's still the Alonso that we remember.
Yeah.
And that he was trapped in a situation where he couldn't show it. And also gaining the experience and being more rounded in his racing. I think he's going to bring a lot of that to Formula One. So yeah, he could easily win a race. I hope Alpine are able to develop from their Renault years, where Renault just they never seemed quite ready to just take the opportunity to win. I think they got fewer podiums than we expected them to get, and I hope they show their potential this year. It's all very exciting, isn't it?
It is. I know you'll probably remember from the other testing streams we've done, I tend to get quite giddy this time of year. Very much looking forward to seeing what we get this season. I think in theory, with this year being, I think they keep calling it 2020B, some commentators, and I quite like that, with it being that. And when you consider how close it was last year, in theory, law of diminishing returns and all that, it should be even closer this year. So even if Mercedes are pulling a leg with this and they go off and dominate the season, I think behind that it's going to be so good. Just a quick update on times and that, because I'm trying to get myself back on the hour and a half hour, but I'm doing it slowly by a few minutes to get us back in there. But Perez currently fastest. I've had a look for updates through teams. There's not anything significant from anybody on social media or anything like that. So Perez in the garage appears not to be an issue. What I would say on Checo, for anyone getting concerned that perhaps there's a problem, he did only do out 39 laps yesterday morning, and come the end of the day, as I just pop it on screen, he'd done 117. So it seems very much as though Red Bull's program is not as much running in the morning and then lots in the afternoon, so we'll probably see lots and lots of laps from Max Verstappen. So I don't think there's any kind of issue there. And like I say, no team has put any major updates out, so I don't think there's problems on track at the moment. Leclerc, Norris, Ocon, Mick Schumacher, Bottas, Russell and Raikkonen. So Perez is still fastest on a 30.3. 37 laps in total, as I say. Charles Leclerc still up there in second place, 130.4, 57 laps. As soon as the tyres come up, like I say, I will update you on that one as well. Lando Norris, 130.6, 39 laps, 55 laps for Pierre Gasly. What's that? A 130.8, 31.3 for Ocon, 50 laps. So already over half a century is Ocon on 50, or he's on half a century. 55 for Gasly and 57 for Leclerc. So, and going through the rest of the order, we're going to see quite a few laps too. Mick Schumacher, 53 laps, 132.0. Valtteri Bottas, 132.4, 66 laps, 56 laps for George Russell. Lance Stroll, 136.1, 65 laps. And Kimi Raikkonen, 68 laps, 136.6. So loads of laps on the board, really. 37 and 39 from Perez and Norris respectively is quite a low number when you consider we've got Kimi out there on nice 69. So yeah, lot, and Kimi's in all afternoon as well, so obviously he's gonna have a busy day, is Raikkonen. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. But good to see Lance Stroll for Aston Martin getting 65 laps in. Sebastian Vettel needs at least that this afternoon as well, really, because he had a rotten time yesterday. But yeah, I'd love to sit here as an optimist and say that the reason Aston Martin haven't got the laps in is because they're confident with the car and they don't need them, but they had reliability problems. And maybe that, Norris 39 this morning, only 195 for the first 2 days for McLaren, the third least of everybody. Maybe that's a sign of their confidence, because as far as we can see and as far as press releases go, there's been no talk of any issues. So maybe there is a genuine feeling from McLaren they have confidence and they don't need the laps, but that's purely speculative. And I would say possibly a bit crazy, because surely they want to be out there, as Bottas again totally misses the apex at turn 13 and runs wide. So still struggling out there with that Mercedes. It's been windy all weekend if you've not been following. I mean, Friday afternoon was Christ. I mean, I've never seen anything. You couldn't see the cars. I've never seen anything like it on Friday.
Mad Max Fury Road.
Yes.
We've been lucky that's not happened during a official session before, to be honest. There's nothing stopping that from happening. But really good to see the cars going out anyway. I mean, they know they've only got these 3 days, so they just went out and dealt with it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Thank God we weren't staring at a blank track for 4 hours.
That's. I think we would. I did speculate. Well, we were talking about possibly seeing a red flag on Friday afternoon because it got so bad. But because there is only the 3 days of testing, I think the FIA and Stuart probably said you're just gonna have to suck it up. I'm afraid, because I did wonder if maybe if the sandstorm had got to the point where they couldn't run the session and had kind of hampered the weekend, whether they could extend to Monday or move it to the middle of next week when the sandstorm has gone and the wind has died down. Because I know. Photographers, because obviously getting my pictures from XPB, I know that they were saying that they are in Bahrain now for 3 weeks. They're there now and they're there for 3 weeks. So I would assume team personnel and the drivers are going to be there for, I don't know about the drivers, they seem to go home a lot, don't they, really? But at least the team personnel are going to be there. So there's no reason in theory why they couldn't, if they had to red flag it, they couldn't have shifted into the middle of next week or something with a couple of days or a day. So I can't think of anything anyway. The track's not public roads or anything, is it? So
Yeah, unless there was any particular work they'd scheduled in
Hmm.
for between testing and the race. Although I can't imagine what would need to be done, considering this is basically set up for the race anyway. Yeah, um, but I'm glad we got the running and we got some spectacular images. Like that, it looked like they were on a wet track. The way they were sort of displacing all the sand underneath the car, it was so bizarre. And I'm amazed. I mean, in a way, I'm not amazed they went out running because obviously they need the track time, and it was. But sand blasting your cars for 4 hours, like sand going in the air intake, sand abrading the side of the car. Who knows what damage it could have done, but apparently they were quite all right with it. But it was yeah, fascinating to watch.
Yeah, and I wonder how many. I wonder how many sort of shots and videos that rival teams were able to use to watch the sand flow over the cars. That might be
Hmm.
something really weird because we can't really spot it on TV because it's just the sand being kicked up. I wonder if really clever people can just look at how things are because you can't see air, obviously. So to see the sand might have given people a few hints, but probably not. You couldn't see anything. You could barely see the cars on track on a long shot. I mean, the McLaren blended in lovely with the sand. It really did at times, and you could barely see them. But thank you to Daniel in chat for your super chat. Said, "Do you make up your mind? Did you make up your mind on who would win between Ricciardo and Leclerc?" And let's hear Stuart's opinion. So I think I came yesterday in equal cars. Who comes out on top, Ricciardo, Leclerc? I think I would probably lean towards Ricciardo at the moment. Um, but I'm not going to say I rate him because that's going to get me in trouble. Because that didn't work for the last F1 driver I rated. Yeah, I'm really struggling with the Ricciardo Leclerc debate. Equal cars, I think just about Ricciardo, but Leclerc is a good, quick, aggressive driver that can get the moves done just as well as Ricciardo. So it's really hard.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I think I'd lean towards Ricardo at the moment. I think there's more on the CV, I guess, just from what we've seen of him. He's definitely more rounded and he's got experience. He's very fast. We've sort of not had the opportunity to see it as much in the last couple of years at Renault. Leclerc clearly very quick and can find a lot of speed. I think a little bit of the shine came off last year, not just because he was in a dodgy Ferrari, but I think I think we saw his racecraft is still a bit rough around the edges. He moves around the track a bit too much. He's a bit bolshy. He's a bit elbows out, and I think he needs to rein that in a bit. So I think Leclerc definitely has a lot of potential in him, and I think we're expecting to see him be one of the drivers that ends up challenging for titles and stuff. Like kind of we expected Ricardo to do, but his career took a sort of different trajectory. So yeah, I think if they're in the same car at the moment, I think Ricardo would edge it out. But given a year or two, I wouldn't be surprised to see Leclerc edge it.
I think there seems to be a lot of recency bias around Daniel Ricciardo. Just kind of building on that topic, in that the talk was all about, oh, he's so good, he's pushing Verstappen in that Red Bull, he's doing such a great job. Then he went to Renault, and the car wasn't great, and there was some struggle there. And all of a sudden, people were like, oh, Ricciardo's massively overrated. He was never any good. Blah blah blah. And he's at McLaren now, and people are still sort of saying the same. And if he has a great season, that might change. I know that's in many ways the internet, and you can't always take what you read on Twitter, for example, as the popular opinion. But it does feel like all of a sudden people sort of feel like he was overrated when he was at Red Bull. But I still think he's one of the quickest out there. And if you gave him a car capable of winning a world championship, I think he'd be right in the fight for it. I absolutely do. So I'm just not somebody that will look at somebody's career and completely write off what they've done previously. I think you've got to remember that he was really pushing Max Verstappen, and I'm hoping, as I'm sure a lot of Red Bull fans are, that Sergio Perez is going to bring that back to the team this year and give them that that Verstappen Ricardo-esque partnership, a driver that we know is very good and can deliver and will push Verstappen and can help them compete for the title. But yeah, I think Ricardo seems to have become a bit underrated by some people out of nowhere, which baffles me a little bit as Perez improves his time at 1:30.1.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think recency bias, good way of putting it. I think that happens a lot in Formula One. I think, I think sometimes we speak about that as well when we're talking about, the driver's value in terms of them being on the market for teams and stuff. Like you're only as good as your last race, you're only as good as your last season, which can be true to some extent because your career goes in a trajectory. But there was a time when Ricardo was one of the most exciting drivers on the grid. I think him coming in to Red Bull and winning 3 races when Vettel won none, just after Vettel won 4 titles in a row, was extraordinary. His racecraft is amazing. His precision on like where to place his car and how to brake into a corner to get position is extraordinary. I know he crashed into Verstappen at Baku that time, but that was sort of a rare occurrence. And with that recency bias, I think we also need to look at Vettel because he's had a dire couple of seasons. I think we've rightly said, he's been disappointing. But fresh team, exciting outfit in Aston Martin. I'm excited to see if the old Vettel is still there or if we were right to start dismissing him.
I think he's still there.
I hope so, yeah.
I think you don't. It's not while Saf now alive, but he's right. You don't just forget how to drive a car, do you? He's not. He just didn't seem to get to grips with that Ferrari at all in the last couple of years, and maybe Leclerc coming in did rattle him a little bit like Ricciardo did at Red Bull. Maybe that did affect him a little bit, but I think that fresh start, like you say, at Aston, it's a very different setup there. There's this huge pressure on every driver in every team on that grid, but the pressure at Ferrari is immense in comparison to what he's going to be getting at Aston. And somebody made a great point the other day in comments to a video saying that the pressure will be big at Aston because he's going into a new team and he's got to take on, he's going up against Lance Stroll, who's established that team. And if he suddenly starts to lose to him, people are really going to question what he can do as a driver. I think essentially is what the idea of the comment was. So there is a lot of pressure on him, of course there is, but I don't think it's anything like he got at Ferrari. So I think he'll be able to go in and focus on his driving and focus on getting himself back to being at his best. I think that there is still that title-winning Sebastian Vettel in there. I'm not sure we'll see it again quite to the same level, but drivers as they get older, they're not going to be at the level they once were, aren't they? I mean, say that as Lewis Hamilton wins Title 7 and probably on with Title 8 this season, but you know what I mean. They're not. I don't think we'll see peak Vettel again. But I still think, possibly controversially, I think Vettel peaked earlier than some drivers because he was very young when he moved to Red Bull and he was still young when winning titles, youngest world champion. So to do 4 titles at that age and then to continue in Formula One, there's going to come a point where you're going to fall away a bit. Maybe that was his peak. Maybe it just was earlier than other drivers. Actually, just super quickly, Stuart, just the fastest tyres for people. Finally back on screen. Perez C4, Leclerc C3, Norris C3, Gasly C4, Ocon C3, Mick Schumacher, that's going to be the problem, C3, Bottas C2, Russell C2, Raikkonen C2, and Stroll C3.
And we seem to be into long runs at the moment. Most drivers are doing, apart from Perez. We'll see what he does now. Perez doing short. He's done a number of just qualifying runs, really, just 3 laps, 3. But other drivers like Stroll are doing 14s, Raikkonen doing like 18 to 20 laps, and so on. So we're probably not going to see big laps from anyone at the moment. On Vettel, yeah, I think you're right with that. I think maybe he did peak early. It's funny, really. Vettel. He was so young as a world champion. Like he seemed like he felt like a boy. He was like bright, full of energy. He came in, he shook up the establishment, and since that he seems to have aged like a president. Not that he looks haggard and old, but he's changed from being this young boy to being this kind of wise man. Like he's very thoughtful and not particularly agitated. He's and actually a very lovely character. I,
Hmm.
I love he talks. I love hearing what he has to say about Formula One. He's a world apart from when he was in Red Bull during his championship years, he'd be very barky, wouldn't he? He'd be like a sort of a yappy dog.
Yeah.
If he was unhappy, you'd see a sort of like petulant side to him. But that's a world apart from what he is now. He's so as with watching Ricardo in McLaren, fascinated to see what this era of Vettel looks like with wise, experienced head and a fresh start and being comfortable. I think we've seen time and time again a driver just needs to be comfortable in the team that they're in, or they won't be able to uh, be at their maximum potential. And I do think, and it was disappointing to see, I think Vettel just switched off last year. I think he just wasn't. I think he'd sort of been like, I don't really care anymore. um, I think that's what we saw from Vettel last year. And I've heard the Ferrari episode of Drive to Survive is very exposing in the deterioration of the relationship between Ferrari and Vettel.
I think that's the episode I'm most looking forward to, is the Ferrari one. And if they're following George Russell for Sakira, I think there'll be two very good episodes. I think this year's Drive to Survive, obviously out next Friday, is going to be an incredible watch, because just so much happened last year. Right from I said about it yesterday, that Friday prior to Australia, where the race was on, off, all the way up until, after Abu Dhabi, of course, with Perez getting confirmed and things like that. So it was a short season, sort of July to December, but it was a long year for Formula One, and I think there's going to be quite a lot of stories in there, and it's going to be really fascinating. I'm really, really looking forward to Drive to Survive this year, and that I can imagine that Ferrari one is really quite revealing. And I sort of agree that Vettel probably thought, well, I'm leaving now, so what's the point? To an extent, I don't think he wasn't trying. I don't think the team were behind him just as much as he maybe wasn't behind the team. But I kept saying this last year. The thing is, if you're Ferrari and you're letting Vettel go, of course you're going to back Leclerc. That's who's going to get your time and your energy. And if you're Vettel and you're leaving Ferrari, of course you're going to focus on you rather than the team. So, I am certain Vettel will do better than he did last year. In fact, I'm going to make a bold prediction. Within 3 races this season, he will have outscored his entire tally from last year.
Great prediction. I like that. I'll try and remember that.
I think he scored about 30 odd points, didn't he, last season?
Do you think? This isn't as bold a prediction as I expected. Do you think he will outscore both Ferrari drivers this year?
I can't remember what my prediction was. So I think prior to testing, so a few weeks back, I think I said Vettel 9th in the standings. So I think I put Sainz 8th and Leclerc 6th, I think. So based on my predictions, no. Based on what we've seen, the little we've seen from Vettel in testing and the little we can take from it, I think he'll get Sainz. I think he will beat Sainz on points. The problem with Leclerc is, looking at what he did last season in what was a pretty trash car, the way he drove it, he was one of the best drivers last season, no doubt in my mind. So if he can do that in that car, what could he do in a better Ferrari? So I think he will outscore Sainz, and he'll be closer to Leclerc than perhaps I thought, but I just can't ignore how good Leclerc was last year in that car. But then people actually make a really fair point that, the Ferrari wasn't good. Everybody knows that Ferrari wasn't good. But how much of the position in the constructors is actually because Vettel wasn't on the pace? So had Vettel had a more normal season, that Ferrari could have been fourth, third in the standings, and it wouldn't have been an atrocious season. Maybe that car wasn't as bad as we all think it was. I think it was a very bad car because of that power unit, but some people do think that actually it wasn't as bad as we think it was, because if you put a driver in there that's going to deliver, which Seb didn't last year, or can get to grips with it, maybe it would have been a very different story. So to finish third, we'd call that an okay season.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. The discrepancy between Vettel and Leclerc's points was vast.
Yeah.
And their position in the championship was vast. And it's, if you had 2 Vettels or 2 Leclercs, that is a huge difference in where the team would have finished overall, and how much blame for that lays at Vettel and how much blame lays at Ferrari in terms of the relationship that produced that results. I guess maybe we'll find out in Drive to Survive, but I think they've really got to get Leclerc and Sainz getting as many points as possible in what looks like it's going to be a very difficult season. And of course, as with teams like Haas and stuff, how early are Ferrari going to jump ship on 2021 and focus on coming back strong in 2022? Because I imagine they're not expecting great things from this year, even if they do expect improvements and hopefully to be up against, that strong midfield that we saw last year. But I wouldn't be surprised if Ferrari sort of gave up on 2021 a third of the way into the year or something.
So Vettel, just very quick maths, it was 65 points, I think, off Leclerc last season. So this is why my argument is that Ferrari was bad, that even if you gave him half of that back, they were 50 points behind Renault in 5th last year. So even if we say that car was better than it was, even half of those back for Vettel, they're still not catching Renault. So that's why I'm adamant the car was bad, and it wasn't so much that that Vettel was just struggling compared to Leclerc. So I completely see when people make that point. I look at it and it gets me thinking, and I think they've got a very fair argument, but I just think that he would have to score the same as Leclerc for them to be in the mix for third, and he was never going to do that. So I think the car was generally very poor last year, and but Ferrari will admit that's not a secret, is it? They're very open about how much they struggled last year. So not struggling today though. I'll go through the times, and then if it's okay, Stuart, I'll have to nip for a wee. Getting old these days. But Sergio Perez 130.1, 40 laps on the board. Charles Leclerc second place 130.4, 70 laps. Norris 130.6, 46 laps. Pierre Gasly did a 130.8, 62 laps in total. 61 for Ocon on a 131.3, 62 for Mick Schumacher on a 132.0. Valtteri Bottas 78 laps so far this morning. So good to see for Bottas. He only got 6 on Friday. So good laps there for Valtteri. 152.4. George Russell 69 laps. So lots of laps for him as well. He needs them today. 132.7. Kimi Raikkonen, morning session, 82 laps. Half an hour to go. He is out on track. Unless his radio might be broken, they might be calling him in, but he's still out there, is Kimi. So he could go through 100 for the morning, which would be incredible. And Lance Stroll, 136.1, 77 laps for him. So good to see Aston getting the laps on the board as well. And just to confirm those tyres again from earlier, Sergio Perez's fastest time was on the C4. It was a soft compound. C3, the mediums for Charles Leclerc. C3 as well for Lando Norris. C4 for Pierre Gasly. C3 for Esteban Ocon. C3 for Mick Schumacher. C2 for Valtteri Bottas. C2 for George Russell. C2 for Kimi Raikkonen. And C3 for Lance Stroll. Nobody fastest on a prototype tyre. Gasly is out there at the moment on a 6-lap stint on the prototype. And just to remind you, because I like reminding people, it's one of the things I've learned this weekend, the prototype tyre is exactly the same as the C3, except it was manufactured in Turkey instead of Romania. There you go. That's information.
Yep.
Fascinating.
Kimi Raikkonen's old age isn't affecting his stamina, then, is it?
No, definitely not. 82 laps. I mean, he could easily get another 80 in the next 26 minutes, couldn't he? So, yeah, if he stays out there, that'd be quite incredible for the morning. He's in all afternoon as well. Well, unless this is it, he's going to do this morning and then just go to bed for the afternoon, maybe. Have a lie down. But yeah, am I right to leave you with chat for a minute, Stuart, and then just I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll keep chat company as I watch Bottas being put back together again.
Put back. Right, I won't be long.
Well, chat. It's just you and me. 6 cars on track. Leclerc, Norris, Gasly, Russell, Raikkonen, and Stroll. Who had the best rookie year in the last 20 years? Oh, that's a hell of... I'll wait for Sean for that one, because Sean's got a better memory than me. Lots of activity in the Alpine garage as they're looking to go out again soon. Did someone say red flag? See, I'm a minute behind everyone else. Yeah, this is me. It's Chamber, Stuart. Predictions video wise, I'm trying to figure this out because I've been moving house frantically and everything's a bit chaotic. So I'm going to try and squeeze it in at some point, but it's all been a bit chaotic at my end. I have eaten a Tim Tam, Yurek. I can't remember how different they are from penguins, but I've eaten penguins more than Tim Tams. Hello, Stuart. What do you think of Red Bull and Perez this year? Well, I'm really excited to see. I don't think Perez is going to be the meek characters that the Red Bull juniors have been in the last couple of years. So I think if he's got issues with anything that's going on, I think he'll be forthright about it and hopefully get the car kind of moved in his direction a little bit. It's so strange to see someone as kind of experienced and old as Perez in that second seat next to Verstappen. I'm just so used to it being a young rookie. So hopefully being sat next to Verstappen for a year doesn't destroy him as a person, as it has for some people. Thanks very much. Do you guys think Seb will get a reputation like Kimi did? What reputation did Kimi get? Fan favorite veteran. Possibly. I can't imagine Vettel sticking around as long as Kimi does. He's definitely one of my favorite characters on the grid. He's very articulate. He's funny. He's thoughtful. I didn't used to like him when he was younger because I thought he was a bit petulant and angry, but he's matured into a lovely man. I couldn't possibly tell you if Vips will be in F1 next year. There are people in F2 who I think should be in F1 this year. It sort of depends on the way things line up, sponsorships and partnerships with teams and what spaces are available. And yes, you're absolutely right. If you enjoy the stream, PayPal donations will keep Sean with the lights on. Do I think Lewis will retire at the end of the year? I think it's a real possibility. I might ask Sean this as well, even though he's probably discussed it to death over the last 2 days. But I think, I've been thinking Lewis will retire at the end of the year, or there's a strong possibility for a few years now. I think he's got one foot thinking about it, but I don't know what the variables are that go into making that decision. And as long as he's successful and enjoying himself, maybe he'll stay on. But I think he's picked a 1-year contract to give him the availability to think about that as the year goes on. I think there was more to organizing this year's contract than Mercedes have said.
Just ignore. I'm back. If you can see the cursor moving on screen, I'm just getting some photos saved so I can put them into the stream. But the way we're doing the timing means that when I move the cursor onto my other monitor, you can see it.
Fair enough.
I'm effectively waving.
Have you discussed to death the idea of Hamilton sticking around or not for another year? It seems to be a for the last 3 years.
Yeah, I don't think to death. We've sort of touched on it, but like you say, it's something that has been hovering around for a while now. I think there's a little bit of me that really thinks he wants to try out next year and see what the situation is, because he's not going to know for sure how quick anybody's going to be. He doesn't know where Mercedes is going to rank in the order. But I say that you'd think that as a driver, the team are going to relay if they're a little bit concerned or if they're very confident for the following year. So maybe you'll wait to see what the team say. But I'm kind of with you. I think there is a very good possibility that he will. I think it's being considered. But I think I said this on, it was yesterday or Friday. I think he's at the stage of his career where it is going to be 1-year deals now until he retires. I don't think he's going to sign anything longer than that. And I don't think, if he does decide he's had enough at Mercedes, I don't think he'll leave Mercedes to go to Ferrari or Aston. I think if he leaves Mercedes, he will leave Formula One. So I'm inclined to say that I think he'll give next year a go, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him decide I've had enough. He's got a lot of, I keep saying it, he's got a lot of interest, hasn't he? A lot of stuff that he wants to really pursue outside of Formula One. He wants to really, equality, diversity. He wants to push that. He's got his music career as well. He's into his fashion. There's loads of stuff he wants to do. So, and I think it was Martin Brundle yesterday in commentary. I sort of had one ear on that, was saying something along the lines of that a lot of the talk with Lewis, it might have been, it could have been Ted actually yesterday in the notebook, talking about how Lewis seems very much to be talking more about the future and how his commission's going to work and all that sort of thing, and his ambassadorial roles potentially, rather than so much about the season. So I wonder if this is going to be one last year. I'm glad he signed for this year, by the way, because I kind of feel like as a 7-time world champion, more wins, more poles than anybody else, potential for number 8. I think it would have been a little bit disappointing if he'd kind of retired in the winter without a final season tour to say his farewells, a last chance to be crowd surfing at Silverstone, if that's a possibility in July. Do you know what I mean? I'm glad that he's gone for another season rather than just disappearing in the winter, because I think that would have been quite maybe not disappointing. Yeah, it would be disappointing for a world champion to just disappear. Be there in the final race but not be there for the first race of the next season would be a shame without announcing it. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that absolutely makes a lot of sense. And that's an interesting thing you alluded to there about crowd surfing at Silverstone, because I think it would be a sad thing if his last season was a season in which the fans weren't particularly present.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of energy from the fans. I think he likes performing, and he puts a lot into entertaining the fans and energizing them, and he always waves at them and throws stuff into, as with, I think, a lot of drivers, I think it would be a shame if he, got his 8th title, as we're sort of expecting him to do, and capped off all his successes, but wasn't able to sort of share it with a crowd and grandstands and stuff. So that might be why he'd want to continue. But I think we're expecting the second half of this year to be very different in terms of crowds than the last year or so. So hopefully, if he does choose to retire, that he'll be able to go out with the full experience. But I think you're also right. I think the Hamilton Commission and the work there, I think, is something that's really energized him, and I think he's got a lot. I think it'd be really great if post F1 career, that was something he spent time focusing on, maybe as part of the FIA. I think he set up something that's very important to him now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, when you're going to make a point and it goes straight out your head. I was literally about to say it. It's gone. It will come back to me. But just on Silverstone, actually, we talked about this yesterday. Stuart Pringle, who has one of the best names, by the way, he he
Stuart.
thinks, yes, Stuart, he reckons full attendance at Silverstone in July. So I think you're absolutely right about a very different look to the second half of the year. I know they're gonna. Somebody said it yesterday. I know they're gonna be looking to get, fill out Wembley for the Euro final, the football, the European Championship final. That's what I'm trying to say. But and that's open air, and I understand that Silverstone's open air as well. But 300,000 people potentially across a race weekend. I think. I was going to say, well, the government. I mean, the government do what the government do. But yeah, whether they're going to allow something of that extent to go ahead weeks after restrictions are potentially penciled in to be lifted would be a surprise. But again, as we said yesterday, if people are vaccinated, infection rates are down, then there's no reason, is there, not to allow that to go ahead. So I think the next few weeks will be fascinating. But I think you're completely right. Second half of this season, probably from sort of midsummer, things are going to look very different, and I hope we get fans in, because I think fans at Silverstone, if it is potentially Lewis Hamilton's last year, I think it'll be incredible there, because they're going to celebrate that 7 world titles. I think the crowds at Zandvoort will be insane. Mexico is going to be incredible if the fans can be there with Perez at Red Bull. Oh, I so hope, because you don't, when they first said race behind closed doors, I thought, as somebody, obviously, as many of us are, who watch it on TV, I thought, well, that's not going to make any difference. It does. It doesn't feel quite right, even on TV.
Yeah, I agree. There was something. I don't think it was as like stark as I think maybe football would have been. The kind of crowd noise is the soundtrack to football. But having empty grandstands and sort of not being able to show the crowds reacting to things, or just hearing the cheers when an overtake happens, it is a difference. And there's an atmosphere that you just don't have. I think, we were quite lucky in that as the sport goes, we probably get away with it more than others.
It's more the podium, isn't it?
Red Bull struggle to get a nose on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the podium too. There's just the post-race celebrations and things I think we're missing. So yeah, I think the second half of this year will be different. I think that full attendance at Silverstone, I was going to say it sounded optimistic, but actually here in the UK, particularly, the vaccine rollout has been so phenomenally prolific that maybe that is a real possibility. And maybe you'll need to have your little vaccine card to show you're all inoculated to get in. But there's no reason to expect you can't have a full attendance of people with that.
Yeah,
quite possibly. I don't go too far down this rabbit hole of topic, but I wasn't expecting to sort of be called up till like maybe August. But actually, now they're doing 40-year-olds. It doesn't seem too far away that people like us will be on the list.
It's one of the few times when I sit there looking at the age brackets and I'm like, I'm glad I'm in that one.
Yeah, right?
30 to 40, I'm like, I'm glad I'm in that one. Screw you, 18-year-olds. That's a joke. Don't really take that seriously. But yeah, that's kind of, I do. But it's the podiums where you notice fans, and I know we know why, and I know the drivers will completely understand. But 2 drivers I really felt for on the in fact, actually 5 that I really felt for on the podium this year were 6 if you include Daniel Ricciardo as well. I'm going to keep thinking of him now. But Stroll, Sainz, and Gasly at Monza. It's the second time Sainz has got a podium and not been able to celebrate with fans. I felt really sorry for Gasly at Monza, because that would have been unbelievable for a first win to have that reception, and that atmosphere and that electricity on the podium would have been phenomenal. And then Sergio Perez and Esteban Ocon at Sakir. I know there were a few fans, I think, at that stage in Bahrain, weren't there? Key workers and things were in the grandstand as special guests, but it wasn't the same. And it's such a shame that they didn't get a proper celebration. I just think, I look at Vettel at Monza in 2008, Leclerc at Monza in 2019. I mean, the scenes there were, just imagine that as well for for Pierre Gasly after that race, Italian team. It would have been so good. So I feel for them, but the drivers will completely understand why it has to be that way. So they're probably not that fussed. A win's a win at the end of the day, isn't it? But yeah, just an interesting stat that Carlos Sainz, twice he's been on the podium, didn't get to stand on it properly in Brazil, so couldn't celebrate that with the fans. And then when he did get on one properly, he couldn't celebrate that with the fans either.
Poor old Carlos Sainz. At least he'll probably be on the TV a bit more with now he's in a Ferrari.
Well, I hope so. I hope so, bless him. But I tell you what, if he can get a podium at Monza in a Ferrari and the crowds are allowed in, that'll make up for last year.
That was the real thing. I think that was the real... I don't know what you want to call it, but the big moment for me was that Monza podium is very, very special. As soon as they rebuilt it, so it over the track, so you have that massive crowd of people, the Tifosi with their big flag and their flares and stuff, and not being able to have that really hit home for me more than I think any other sort of moment in the season. That was the empty moment.
Smoother pit stop for Perez this time. Came in for a set of C4s. They look like a very used set of C4s, to be fair. As Stuart touched on, if you weren't watching the feed, they were struggling to get a front wing on that thing. That needs to be ironed out before the racing, but that's what testing's for. So iron these out. So Perez is out there, 44 laps now, 45 as he goes across the line on the way out the pit. So lots of that. Leclerc up to 80. Raikkonen's got 91. Is he still out there? No, he isn't. Damn. Come on, Kimmy. That'd be awesome. 100 for the morning. Yeah, I thought today was going to be busy. Lots of laps. I mean, Leclerc 80, 71 Gasly, 73 Mick Schumacher, 81 Bottas, 74 for Russell, 91 for Raikkonen, 80 for Stroll. So some of these teams that have struggled are making up for lost time. But yeah, I'm 10 minutes to go. Kimi needs to go out now if he wants to get that over 100, I reckon. But we'll see. We've got Perez out there, Norris out there, Gasly out there, and Schumacher out there. And Russell just pitted. So, yeah, a bit of Flovis on that AlphaTauri as well. Around the barge boards. Yeah.
Just a quick, if anyone's looking at Perez's laps and being like, oh, he's only done 45 laps, whereas some people are doing 70, 80, 90. Perez's longest stint is only 8 laps long. He's been doing 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And right now he's just going in and out of the pit. So he's not on the same program as other people are doing as long runs. So he's not going to build up the lap count as other people. He's doing sort of short sprints, which is partly why he's at the top of the tables, probably. But yeah, just in case anyone was wondering why that Red Bull isn't doing as many laps, they are just doing short stints.
Just a heads up from Crofty there as well that's worth mentioning. In a few minutes' time, you're going to see a red flag on the screen. That is that they are now, for whatever reason, I'm sure there's a very brilliant reason, they're going to red flag the session shortly and then open the pit lane with a virtual safety car test, and everyone will go to well, I assume it's just to get everybody rounded up in the pits nice and quickly so they can do their practice starts rather than waiting for people to come in before they go do their practice starts, and then have their lunch break and then get back out for the afternoon. But it's just quite weird, and it was initially confusing that they threw the red flag out for Leclerc's stops car on Friday morning, then opened the pit lane and then threw the red flag again for what appeared to be no reason, and then ran the virtual safety car after that. So the virtual safety car is a test. The red flag, people keep saying it's a test. I assume it is just to round the cars up, because I don't know why you'd need to test a red flag. The red flag is get your backsides in the pit lane, that's it. I don't know. There's probably a really brilliant reason. But yeah, so just be aware that when the red flag comes out, unless I scream otherwise, there's not somebody stopped on track or there's been any kind of accident or anything like that. They're just testing systems or whatever they're doing. It's bizarre and confusing. But hey, welcome to Formula One.
They've been taking to doing that at the end of of each sort of session, haven't they? Just sort of safety car, virtual safety car, just a practice starts. I guess it makes sense. This seems to be the first time that David Croft is aware of it before it happens. I did hear him complaining about it. Not complaining, but mentioning that the media don't seem to be getting the information that the teams are getting about how the session's going to end.
I I'm not being a bitch with this, but I do like it when the media get cross or appear to get annoyed that they're not getting the same information as the teams. It's like, that's because they're the teams and you're the media. It's like, all right, they're not going to get all the information to you, but yeah, it would be nice if it was relayed as well, just so fans don't get all like, oh my god, who's crashed or who stopped on track. But that's why it is, and at least Crofty's picked up before the last session. Possibly a bit quicker than normal, bless him. But yeah, it's
so I as far as I understand it, the unlike during a normal race weekend, the commentary teams don't have the race control screen on their live timings.
Okay.
So they're not, they don't have that information that the other teams will be getting. So I'm assuming they're sending one of their team round to just either look at someone else's monitor or just get the info from down in the pit lane or wherever they're allowed to stand. I'm confused as to who's allowed to stand where at the moment.
Abhinav says, do you guys think that the F1 graphics need a redesign because it's getting kind of thing? I think you're saying boring. Seeing the same thing, even a small redesign like 2019 would be great in my opinion. I like the graphics we've got. It is nice that they keep adding things, not necessarily AWS qualifying prediction, whatever. Yeah, I do quite like the graphics we've got, but yeah, it's always nice to see a little bit of a tweak, isn't it, to freshen up and maybe differentiate between seasons. But I like the new graphics, and it's a massive improvement on, and I think we've had this discussion before, Stuart, possibly during a testing stream, to a while ago when the TVs used to still have to have the graphics to compensate for the fact that not everyone had a big widescreen TV. So you'd have like the timing, the laps would be in the middle of the screen, but they'd have like the timing and that would be sort of more central to the screen. It just looked ridiculous if you had a widescreen TV. It looks crazy now when you watch it back.
Yeah, I think they're very neat and clear and mostly pretty well thought out. And I think what we tend to be seeing is innovation rather than sort of an overhaul. I have to say, and maybe that style wouldn't work with everything they're doing in terms of all the on-screen information they're doing. I did prefer the style that came just before this, which was more transparent and a little bit slanty. But that's, I think I don't quite like having a big black opaqueness. Oh, red flag now. I prefer it being a bit more transparent so it doesn't block off a huge area of the screen on the left. But small things. It's not a big deal. I like what they're doing, and I like not just the tower, but the information they have at the bottom of the screen. They bring up quite a lot of things that at the relevant time, which is a big improvement on previous years.
Yeah, I'm just red flag out. Just a reminder, just a test for anybody that's joining. Nobody's crashed or anything or pulled over. It's just a test. So I'm sure they'll end the red flag in a minute, open a pit lane, and it's virtual safety car round to the grid to do starts. So we won't see any more lap times. Certainly not meaningful ones anyway. So nothing to worry about. Yeah, so I can run through the times to round off the morning session, I suppose. The laps will change because obviously people are going to go out the pits now, but they aren't relevant laps is probably the way to put it. So Sergio Perez ends the morning fastest, 30.1. He's done, of course, for the weekend now. Next time we see Perez in a race car will be FP1 in, Bahrain. We're going to be so bored of Bahrain by the time that race is over. It's like, can we see another track, please? Charles Leclerc, second place. His weekend is over as well. 80 laps in total, 30.4. Lando Norris is done as well. 130.6, 56 laps. Gasly's done for the day, 74 laps, 130.8. Esteban Ocon also done for the day. You'll see a theme here. 131.3, 61 laps. 77 for Mick Schumacher. Guess what? He's done for the day, 132.0. Valtteri Bottas also done for the day, 132.4 on 84. Russell is not. He's in all day, and he's got 77 laps so far, so he should go through the 100 this afternoon, all being well. Can he beat Latifi and his total from yesterday? We'll see. 132.7. Kimi Raikkonen, 91 this morning, and still the afternoon session to run. He could be looking at nearly 200 laps if he carries on that. Absolutely incredible, really, when you think about it for testing. I mean, that's got to be boring as sin as a driver if you're just collecting data. 135.2 and Lance Stroll 136.1, 80 laps in total. He is done for the weekend as well. So Ricardo, Vettel, Mazepin, Alonso, Tsunoda, Verstappen, Hamilton and Sainz will join Raikkonen and Russell this afternoon on the track. So the track is green for what it's worth, but we are going to have the checkered flag in a minute, so it doesn't mean anything. Cars creeping around now to do practice starts and things like that. So it's nice to say that next time we see Perez and Leclerc and Norris and Gasly and co will be FP1 in Bahrain in 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. Are you excited, Stuart? I can't contain it.
Honestly, I really am. It is weird that we're coming straight back to where we just would have left testing. And it seems like this time it will actually be true. That the next time we'll see him will be in Bahrain testing. I believe if you said that at the end of testing last year, we were mistaken as to where we would see the drivers turn up next.
Yeah, it was we'll see you in 3 weeks for Australia. And it was 5 months, nearly, wasn't it? Probably would have been 5 months.
What a slog that was.
I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday. Thank you, Ferrari and Sebastian Vettel, for giving us something halfway through that long break.
Yeah. Oh, well. Short break now. Very long season. I mean, we've still got the second half of today's testing to go. But yeah, we're going to have I don't want to call it a slog because that sounds negative, but we've got a long haul of a season coming up from March to December.
Just on, because we had this conversation, we've kind of, me and Dan have said what we want to say on it, but obviously testing in Bahrain, for years we've been testing in Barcelona, and it's ultimately, I mean, the track itself doesn't help, but it's ultimately had a detrimental effect on the racing. Are you at all concerned that maybe because they'll have done 3 days worth of testing and a load of running and then practice as well when we get there, that it might have a bit of a detrimental effect to the race? Or perhaps, as I sort of suspect, because it is only the 3 days and it is only a one-off, it's probably not going to be, certainly not to the same extent Barcelona is, because we've been going there for years doing hundreds and hundreds of laps.
I think there's a possibility of that, but yeah, you're right. It's only 3 days. We had a sandstorm on day one, and I think they just got these concentrated programs where they're sort of just throwing things at the car, trying to learn as much as they can. They don't have the luxury of, I think, what you would see if there was a second, I don't know what you call it, like a second week of testing, I guess you call it, where they would start doing race simulations properly and stuff like that. So they've really just got to take all the information they can from there, and they're still developing their cars, and they're going to come up with their proper spec A cars when they turn up here in 2 weeks' time. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's a bit of a risk with Bahrain that you're going to learn information from testing that will make the race more predictable. But actually, Bahrain is a slightly different type of track to Barcelona, and is a bit more exciting. And we're going to be at a different time of day as well. We don't actually get this sort of the track temperatures that we will be running sessions at until right at the end of the day of testing, and even then, it's we're just on the cusp of night by the time testing ends. So I think there's enough variables to be getting on with. And then, of course, we go on to like Imola and stuff. So I think we'll be fine.
I know you're in for the afternoon, Stuart, and I know I'm sitting here all day like a madman, all the way till all the way till 4 o'clock. But I don't know if you want to nip off for a bit and while they're all on lunch.
I'm just going to take a quick break. I was actually going to have a shower and just nibble some food rather than nibble food on stream. Although I guess that's what you're doing. But yeah, I'll put it 15, 20 minutes and then come back in a bit.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll waffle to chat for a bit. They're used to it.
Lovely. Right, I'll see you in a short while.
Yes, I'll talk to you soon. Yes, we will. We'll come to you in chat, and we'll just take lots and lots of questions. A couple of people asking about Aston Martin and why they are not as quick as they were yesterday. Obviously, with all of this, with the usual caveat that it is only testing and we can't read a damn thing into most of those times. Really, it's about the laps. But I've not seen anything on social media. Nobody seems to be reporting anything. So all I can assume is that is their program in terms of tyres. Just get the graphic up that I had before for me to have a read of. He was on the C3, so it's not like he's running a massively hard compound. So I can only assume it is part of the program. Of course, in chat, if you've seen anything that I've missed on Twitter or anywhere, do give me a shout, and I can, of course bring that up for you. So and have a read into that. But I assume it's just the program. But it is, positives for Aston is it is 80 laps, and that's what really matters this morning. When you consider, obviously, Seb yesterday only 10 laps in the afternoon, then that is a really 10 laps in the morning, a really stellar morning there for Lance Stroll. So I'll give a bit of a morning recap before I get to questions though. Sergio Perez, just to confirm, did finish the morning. It was a total of 49 laps. Last couple of laps, of course, are just laps to the grid to do standing starts and practice starts. They don't really count for anything, but that is still the total, 49 at 130.1. Charlotte, no problems for Perez as far as I know. I know some of you in chat have been concerned that perhaps so few laps for Red Bull, maybe there's something going on, but it very much, that 49 very much ties in with what we saw from Perez yesterday. He did 40 laps yesterday morning, so I think that is just the program that Red Bull prefer to run, to do their qualifying simulations, if you like, 3 or 4 laps at a time, and then come in and go again. Whereas in the afternoon, he got to 117 by the end of the day, so he likes to do a lot more running in the afternoon. So I wouldn't worry too much about Checo. Verstappen's in this afternoon, so of course we'll be able to see if that's the long running we see. Charles Leclerc, second place at 130.4, 80 laps in total. As far as I know, no problems for Ferrari. He seems pretty content out there. Lots of laps. Lando Norris, only 56 again for McLaren. Quite interesting to see that they're not pumping the laps in that other teams are. Could be a sign of confidence. We'll see. 130.6 again. Nothing on the team feed to say that there's any concerns. Pierre Gasly, 130.8, 76 laps for him. Again, good day so far for AlphaTauri. Tsunoda's in this afternoon, so see what he does in that one. What have we got? Esteban Ocon, 61 laps, 131.3. Steady morning as well. Again, not as many as other people, but still a good lap count. Mick Schumacher, 32.0, 78 laps. Bottas, 86 laps, 132.4. Few mistakes, a bit of running wide. We saw a few drivers do that. I think Gasly had a moment as well, just running wide, getting up on the dust, and yes, car not looking completely stable, that Mercedes, but a good laps tally again this morning. Hamilton this afternoon. George Russell, his first time in the Williams, of course. The new Williams in testing. Of course, Nissany was in Friday and Latifi all day yesterday. So all day today for Russell. 32.7, 77 laps. So he should have a well over 100 today. Kimi Raikkonen, I just think he fancied a Sunday drive. 91 laps in total. 35.2. For Alfa Romeo, good stuff from him. Again, no problems there. Lance Stroll, 36.1 last in terms of times, 80 laps in total. But again, I can only assume that's their program. I think if there was a big issue, we'd have heard about it. So we'll keep an eye on it. But we'll see this afternoon. I think I'm hopeful, and I think we probably will. We saw this last year, and we've seen it in previous years, that your last half hour or so in testing, a few teams like to strap on the C5s. We saw it yesterday afternoon, actually, didn't we? Like to strap on the C5s and go for a headline time that means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. But they like to top testing because it gets them some media coverage over the next few days. But of course, I keep saying, and I know, I can't remember who it was. It keeps annoying somebody in chat that I keep saying we can't read anything into the times. So apologies for that one. But we've only got to wait to see what this running order really is for a couple of weeks. So 1995 Canadian Grand Prix, if you're watching Sky Sports F1, is being broadcast now. Murray Walker there, straight on screen presenting the show. We'll talk about Murray this afternoon, so if you are with us all day, get your Murrayisms written down, definitely. If you are disappearing, by the way, for lunch, then please do drop a like before you disappear. Massively appreciated, as always. You can support the stream as well if you fancy it. Links in the description to PayPal and all of that business down there. So, yes, day 3 of testing. Also, subscribe if you're new. I forgot to say that one as well, my YouTuber line. But yeah, day 3 of testing. Halfway through, only 4 hours to go, which is quite incredible, really. I can't believe how quickly it's gone. It's been lovely to just sit here waffling for 3 days. The voice is holding out for anybody that's interested. There you go. The voice is holding out. We'll see how we get on this afternoon. Lots of water, I think, will be needed, but it's just nice to sit here and talk Formula One. As I always say, I would have sat here watching the TV and watching timing anyway, so I might as well be live and keep you guys company, and you can keep me company too. So that's what we're going to do. Let's see what we've got in chat then. Take some of your questions. I've got my Murrayisms ready for later, don't worry. We'll definitely read some of those. White Panther 99, how are Mercedes looking this morning? Like I say, Bottas missing the apex 2 or 3 times at turn 13 and a bit wide, but from what we saw, a little bit better than yesterday they seem to be in terms of the handling of that car, because it was all over the place yesterday, but it does look a little bit better. It's not on rails by any stretch, but it does seem to be better. And 86 laps, I think they can be really happy with that. So hopefully, I mean, Lewis Hamilton needs the laps this afternoon. Definitely had a rough old time yesterday with his spin into the gravel and needs to get to grips with the car. So we'll see. But I think whatever issues are going on there, I think they'll have resolved them by the time the race weekend comes. It's generally what happens. When is the afternoon session going to start? Says Sanjay. 51 minutes from now, so midday UK time, so about 50 minutes. So a little bit of a wait while I sit here taking your questions for a bit. Will Russell get Merc drive? Says He will. I mean, he will eventually. I'm very sure of that. I know a lot of you, or certainly from watching chat, having the conversation before, are confident he'll be in there next year. I think if Bottas comes out and has a really good year and takes a bit more of a fight to Lewis Hamilton and helps the team to the constructors, assuming they're still the team to beat, he might get himself another season. It's between Bottas and Russell for that seat, and that's so obvious. But he could be in next year. He could be in, but I guess it depends what Lewis Hamilton does. I mean, if Lewis Hamilton retires, are Mercedes going to change both drivers? So it could be Bottas and Russell next year, which could be interesting, or it could be Hamilton and Russell. I just don't see them getting rid of Bottas if he has a really good season. So we'll see what happens on that. I'm going to say he's got a chance. I think he'll definitely be in for 23, 100%. But we'll see for next year. It's, tough one, actually. It is a tough one with George Russell. He impressed at Sakir. I know it wasn't exactly the best circuit to judge a driver on, because it was like 4 corners and a load of flat out straights. So it's not really the best one to judge drivers on, but he had a really good weekend there, so he did impress. So we'll see. Rumours of Brundle saying there's a lot of discontent in the Mercedes. Gary says fill in the blanks. That's what that's the consensus I got last night from a conversation I had, and also from what was being said on Ted's notebook. There's definitely something going on. We're not going to know what, possibly ever, but certainly not for a while. But there's definitely, it's not the same as, say, last year, for example, or another year where Mercedes are clearly just playing games. There is gamesmanship going on, but it's not just gamesmanship as we watch Mika Hakkinen and Johnny Herbert having a moment at the effort at Canada 95. I forgot about that. Johnny Herbert trying to drive over the front of Mika Hakkinen's car after they've come into contact on the first lap. Quite amusing to watch. But yeah, anyway, just a classic race. That's all on Sky if you're watching. So there's something going on. Fill in the blanks. But I guess like we said this morning, with they're usually such a well-oiled machine that you'd like to assume or like to think that somebody will find the problem and they'll be able to address it. It's just how quickly they can fix that problem. So I came into this season expecting Mercedes domination. I still think they're probably going to come out on top, but a bit more confident now for Red Bull and McLaren that we are going to see a bit of a title fight, a bit more than I was expecting. So there you go. McLaren will be very fast this year, says Queen Esther. They're looking good and they're looking confident. That's what I like. It's nice to see some confidence from McLaren. Good stuff. Few people asking for marbles. I'm not doing marbles on an F1 word live stream. I think people get annoyed enough when we're talking about pot noodles and football and things like that, and snooker. They get annoyed when we do that. So I'm not going to start streaming games during the lunch break. Maybe next year. If we do the testing streams again next year, I'll put it to people, and if they're up for it, then maybe we'll play some games or something in the lunch hour next year, but not this season. We're not going to do that. Got enough going on as well. It's a good chance as well, this 45, 50 minutes, just sit and chat with you guys. Because I know me and my guests like to sit and have a waffle and involve you where we can, but sometimes I miss things in chat, so it's good to have a good waffle on the subject of things that are nothing to do with F1. Rico, are you looking forward to Eurovision this year? Absolutely. One of the cheesiest and possibly most fun nights of the year just for random nonsense. I can't help but love Eurovision. It's a chance for a bit of escapism, some daft moments. There is good music, sometimes in Eurovision there is good music. Let's be fair, but I watch it for the cheese and the fun that comes with it, so I am looking forward to it. I think it's going ahead whatever is what they have said, the people that are running it. I think they've said that it'll either go ahead with fans, without fans, or remotely. So we're definitely getting one this year, so that could be good. That answers that one for you, mate. I think so to McLaren and Red Bull. Can feel some confidence from this. Absolutely agree. Ted said Merck found out how to stabilise the rear, says Honey Badger. So that's some good news. That's very much a change in what was being said yesterday, isn't it? They were talking about how the flat rake that Mercedes run has actually ended up being detrimental because of the fact they've cut away part of the floor. So interesting to see if that will make a difference, if they have managed to find something in there. I don't know what they'd find, but that's good news. That is good news. Do you think Hamilton will win again? I'm not sure, says Jose. I still think he's favourite for this year. I still do. But like I say, it's definitely closer, or it's looking like it's going to be closer than I was expecting it to be. So looking forward to it. I really, really am this season. I was hyped anyway, because that midfield's going to be mad. And it's great as well that we can all start to look forward to 22. I know that sounds mad saying that in March, but I think a lot of people were very excited for the new regulations. So although I think most people completely agree and completely understand that we couldn't just go rebuilding a whole car when teams didn't even know if they were going to survive last year, I think everyone, or most people, generally agree it was right to push them back. But it was still disappointing, wasn't it? We had all this hype for 21, and then all of a sudden it was a case of, no, sorry, you're going to have to wait another year, even though the circumstances were what they were. But yeah, I think this year will be good. Next year, we'll see what happens. I'm hoping for nothing against Red Bull, nothing against Mercedes, or anybody at the front of the grid. I'm hoping for a big reshuffle like we saw in 2009. Not sure it'll be to quite that extent, but it would be good to see, I don't know, an Alfa Romeo pull a Toyota or a Brawn or a Red Bull or something like that and make a big jump up the grid. It'd be good to see. Or a Williams, for example, that'd be good to see them back towards a sharp end. Granny Annie, good afternoon, Annette, or good evening where you are, possibly middle of the night, I'm guessing. This week, test week. Next week, Drive to Survive. The week after, race week. Yeah. Drive to Survive is going to be juicy. I'm ready for that one. Let me know in chat which episode, which team you're most looking forward to watching in Drive to Survive. As I said to Stuart a bit ago, for me it's Ferrari. I think that's going to be a really good watch. Just to get a bit of behind the scenes stuff about what was happening with Sebastian Vettel and everybody there. So I think the Ferrari episode is the one for me. Although I think, like I said, George Russell, that's if they get that one for the Sakir episode, that'll be, I think they did, because I think there was a lot made, wasn't there, about he had a rotten bit of luck, a couple of bits of luck in Sakir and Drive to Survive following. So that's going to be a really good episode. Trying to think, Norris's podium could be quite a good episode if they focus on that a little bit. But yeah, I think definitely Ferrari for me. We're going to learn quite a bit. Gasly's win, of course. Abhinav, that'll be a good one as well. Hulkenberg. There were so many stories last year. You guys are going to come in now and remind me of so much. But yeah, there was so much going on with Nico Hulkenberg coming in, Silverstone. Everyone excited. Is he finally going to get a shot at the podium? And the poor guy didn't even get to race in that first one, despite qualifying was he third at the second Silverstone race? Yeah. I think the Hulkenberg episode will be good, but it's the Ferrari one for me that's going to give us that's going to give us plenty to talk about in live streams in the future and in videos and over the course of the year, definitely. So that'll be good. There's no Hulkenberg apparently, or George Russell. There's no George Russell. Wow. Well, that's rubbish. That seems odd to me that they were following it secure. It's not really George Russell unless it was. According to WTF1, they left out a lot of incidents. Says first name, last name. So that's disappointing. But I mean, we can always remember, can't we? We can always look forward to, or always remember them ourselves. Those crazy weekends. I think for many years we'll be talking about 2020 as just for what it was as a year, full stop. But as Formula One fans, as the season, Sergei is on an F1 Word channel watching an F1 stream, giving F1 the thumbs down, each to their own. Alonso Monaco win, says Peter Dickens. That'd be a story. Did he get the Triple Crown, Fernando? I don't think he did he? That was something he was quite after. I know he's already got the Monaco win. Did he get? No, he didn't. I'm sure he didn't. You're all going to come and go, yeah, duh. Do you read? Random fact, I dyed my hair blue yesterday and I fell asleep on my hand and now it's the same blue as the Williams, says Danny and Doorman. Oh dear. He's got the double, just the double. So he needs the Indy 500 then. I didn't think he'd done it. I was just double checking before I went and said something. Something dumb. Yeah. Mercedes will take all titles, says Trash. Probably. I think it'll be closer though, mate. I think we will definitely see a closer season. So I'm looking forward to Red Bull. Verstappen versus Hamilton would be good. See what Perez and Bottas can do up against each other. Maybe even Perez versus Bottas for the title. Who knows? It is only testing. For you guys, which team have the best livery? Says Loire. See, it's Aston for me. You're all going to say I'm boring because it's just green with a stripe of pink, but I love that shade of green. As Jonty would say, can we class it as a livery because it's just a colour? It's a fair point from Jonty. But in terms of car, I think the Aston for me, but I'm also a massive fan of that Alpine. It's really nice. Really, really nice. Alpine for Sam. Aston Martin best livery for Brian. Trash says Alfa Romeo and Alfa Tauri. The Alfa Tauri is much nicer on track than it looked in its pictures as well. I mean, it doesn't look bad. There you go. Will Vettel get any running in? Hopefully, Anthony. Hopefully. He didn't get much yesterday, bless him, did he, with gearbox issues? He needs it. He got some okay running on Friday, to be fair. Friday afternoon. Or Friday morning. Possibly Friday morning. Yeah, if he can get somewhere near the 80 that Lance Stroll's got in, I think they'll be pretty happy, Aston Martin. Who do you think will come out on top in the McLaren versus Alpine battle? That's from Porsche 9X1. McLaren. I was just having to think about Alpine for a minute there. I'm confident that'll be McLaren. Of course, only testing. Anything could change, but I think McLaren come out on top. Yeah. Underperforming team this season, Idris. Would Haas be underperforming? Not really, are they? Not really. That's tough. Possibly Alfa Romeo, but then if they end up 8th, that's where they were last year. So I think most teams, with the exception of Haas, will improve. Not necessarily championship position or even points, but I do think underperforming is a tough one. Like I said, I think everyone will improve, but You've got me thinking now. Thanks for that. I don't do thinking uh, when I can avoid it. Yeah, I'll say Ferrari will underperform based on my expectations. To try and give you a decent answer rather than just saying I don't know, because I predicted them fourth, so and I still think they'll do well, but I'll say they'll underperform based on my predictions and expectations. Is what I'm going to say. Ferrari will take the next few years due to their money and staff. Thoughts? That's from Gianni. And do you think Aston will now go faster laps after 5 sessions of slow pace? Says Kisley. I think we'll see more from Aston this afternoon. Definitely. I think we'll see more from all the teams. Like I say, towards the end of the session, we might see some quicker laps on some softer tyres. But just to answer Gianni there, I mean, it's becoming almost a constant line that I use. You know, Ferrari have massive resources compared to other teams. They have a lot of personnel. They've got the money behind them as well. So in theory, there's no reason, or on paper, there's no reason why they shouldn't be bouncing back and being the team to beat in the future if they can get 2022 right. But there just seems to be something with Ferrari, and it's frustrating that despite all the resources they've got, they don't seem to be able to get it right. So maybe they're not just being efficient in the way they're spending their money and using the staff they've got, if that makes sense. So I hope that they'll be able to have a reshuffle and sort that one out, because I want to see Ferrari up there. I want Ferrari fighting Mercedes and Red Bull year in, year out, and McLaren up there as well. So yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't return to winning races at some point. But I know there was a comment. I think a comment the other day along the lines of Ferrari never winning a championship again because they can't get, like I've just said, the people in the right place, and they just don't seem to be working well as a team. So I don't know what people think of that one. I think they've got the stuff behind them, haven't they? They've got the stuff behind them to be back to winning titles, but it does feel like they're a long way off that. And I wonder if we're going to see a similar story, nearly 2 decades between Drivers' World Championships, when Michael Schumacher won it in 2000. So maybe we're going to see a while, because the last one was 2007 for the drivers and 2008 for the constructors. So long way off. I hope they'll be back. The divisive Ferrari, which is odd. Hello, Stuart.
Oh.
I'm just wittering about Ferrari not using their resources properly.
Same old then. So I'm just sorting my mic out. It's pointing in the wrong direction.
Okay.
flopping down. There we go. That's better.
Just can't believe Alpine are behind AlphaTauri, although I think AlphaTauri will feature more in the midfield, says Roski, F1 1996 or F1 996. Can't believe Alpine are behind AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri, yeah, I think AlphaTauri will be further up than I expected this season. Ted Kravitz thinks they might be 4th fastest. I'm sure he said AlphaTauri last night as one of the Alphas, which would be interesting. But I think Alpine can be quietly confident with the running they've done, actually. Again, I know cliche at this point, but the times don't mean much, if anything at all, so it is the laps. But in terms of lappage, they do seem to be doing a good job, so I think they can be happy with what they've done in testing. But I just think it's going to be... I think if you put AlphaTauri in that mix now, you've got McLaren, Ferrari, Aston, Alpine, AlphaTauri, and possibly Alfa Romeo as well, maybe in the mix. That's 6 teams battling over potentially 3rd place. So I think 3rd place for AlphaTauri or Alfa Romeo might be a bit of a stretch, but you've at least got 4 teams fighting for 3rd and all targeting 3rd. That's what I found most baffling, Stuart, about this last couple of weeks and launches is McLaren saying 3rd minimum, Aston Martin 3rd minimum, Alpine 3rd minimum, Ferrari 3rd minimum. It's like, guys, only one of you could be 3rd.
The other ones could be 2nd and 1st, obviously.
True.
I think that's the thing with it. Well, this started about Alpine and AlphaTauri, but if it continues the way it has the last few years, which it looks like it will, that what essentially is a battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, um, maybe seventh, you can all be roughly as good as each other, and just maybe not develop your car in slightly the right way, or have some strategy, or just or maybe your drivers just aren't quite as good, and that could be the difference between third and seventh, or third and fifth, or whatever. Like, it's Alpine could end up being the third best team, if they get themselves, uh, you know, sorted and have a good run at things, or they could end up being the sixth
Yeah.
team in the standings. I really think everything's up for grabs right now. So, and I think those teams are going to be the trickiest to kind of differentiate in testing, because they're going to be so close by the time we get to the racing. So, so yeah, and I don't, and honest, and I don't think we can even read what comes out of the Bahrain Grand Prix, because we're going to go through lots of different types of circuits, and some will favour Alpine, some will favour McLaren, and we're going to have to wait for a few races to go past for everything to sort of uh, level out.
I It's interesting you said that, because I was pondering this morning in the shower. So, normally when we do these testing streams, we'll talk about how, Australia is a season opener. We can read nothing into that. And it's not until we get to Bahrain that we can start to really read the running order, because the tracks become a little bit more similar for a while. So you get Bahrain and China, and then we might have had Russia, for example. So that's when we can start to read into it. It's really weird this year that we can't read anything into Bahrain, because after Bahrain we go to Imola, which is totally different, then on to Portimao, which is totally different, and then on to Spain, which is similar to Portimao, but Portimao have done it right, but it is ultimately completely different. And then you think, oh well, maybe from there, no, Monaco, Baku, and Canada. So it's going to be a while before we really get a definitive running order, because we've not got a line of tilkodromes, if you like.
Yeah, and that's going to be really exciting, because we're going to just see. Well, they're going to be tested in all manner of ways, aren't they?
Yeah.
Um, that run of Monaco to Canada is going to be quite interesting, isn't it? People are going to be missing runoff by the time they get to France, and then they'll get as much as they want. There was something, I have to say, there was something rather exciting about starting the season in Austria last year. It really worked, didn't it? Bringing Austria back was one of the best decisions F1 made. But yeah, I think the opening stint this year is going to be very cool and exciting. I know Imola and Spain aren't necessarily the most exciting races in terms of overtaking, but they are still a challenge. Particularly Imola, I think. I know it's going to be hard in the race, but the qualifying is a very tricky challenge. And then I'm very glad we're back to Portimao, which has more undulation and pointy corners than Spain, and sort of, I don't think we'll have that bizarre opening laps that we did last year, when it sort of very lightly rained and everyone got all in the wrong order for about 8 laps. But it's going to be exciting, isn't it? We saw lots of side-by-sides through that race.
Yeah, I think I enjoyed Portugal last year, but I think we'll get a more representative idea of what kind of racing we could get there, because I think the temperatures will be a bit more normal, because don't forget we're racing in Europe in the autumn, late autumn last year. And I think it'll be similar for Imola as well. And it's lovely to see Imola again from a totally nostalgic point of view, back in its April spring slot, where it was for so many years. So it's quite nice to see that as well. But I think we'll get a better race at Portimao. Not that last year's were bad, but I know a lot of people were hyped for it, and it didn't. For some people, it didn't deliver. I thought it was really good, but I think we'll get a more representative run there. But it could be. I'm just trying to think of tracks that might be similar in terms of. I mean, after France, we go to Austria. Well, they're both quick, but they're both very different, aren't they? And then you've got Silverstone and Hungary. Well, they're not similar. It's Belgium, Zandvoort, Monza. It's probably not going to be until we get to sort of Cota, Mexico, where we've got similar tracks sort of the Tilkedrome tracks, if that makes sense. Well, I guess what I'm saying is they're nicely divided up this year. We've not got a run of them as such. We've got Bahrain now, and then it's. Well, I say that. I'm pretty sure Hermann Tilke redesigned the Austrian Grand Prix track to make it when it became the A1 ring, unless I'm completely wrong on that. And I think did he have a hand in it? Paul Ricard? I'm probably way off with that one.
I know about Paul Ricard. He's had a little hand here and there. I feel like he also tweaked Hungary, gave it that pointier first. Wasn't involved at all in the redesign of Silverstone, the 2011 or whatever it was redesign.
They just reversed it, really, didn't they? And they took a few more corners in.
Yeah. Obviously, very looking forward to the Netherlands. I hope that delivers. It's going to be exciting, whatever it is, having those cars on the banking. On this point, so I'm looking at the calendar on the F1 website.
I'll pop it up on screen now for people as well, because I've got it saved here just in case.
on the F1 website, it's not a list. It's like a grid, and it's got pictures of all the tracks and so on, and all the flags and stuff. And then you get to Russia, and there's no flag. It's just a white square, which is I guess
it's one way around it.
Well, it just made me think, because they were talking about competitors and stuff. Are they not allowed to call it the Russian Grand Prix? But they are. It is the Russian Grand Prix, so I don't get it. Anyway, but what I was going to say before I noticed that was, isn't it weird that we still don't have a track for Saudi Arabia?
Yes, we've touched on this yesterday. It's so odd. There's not even like a drawing, is there? I mean, there's impressions of what it could be, and I think they have put some stuff out. But when you look at the stuff on the website, there's nothing at all.
I've never seen such a thing where they don't have they normally at least have the layout planned. In fact, you would imagine they would have a layout planned before they ticked it off. Like, yes, we can race at Saudi Arabia. This is a good layout. We want to go here. So I don't get it. I don't get what's going on.
It's going to be a street race, isn't it? Night street race to start with, but I think they are trying to build, or they want to build a purpose-built racetrack, I think is the plan. Some weird impressions of that scene, possibly longer than Spa is one thing as well that they're working on for that. But it is weird that we've not seen that, and it's just, I just think it's a bit of a weird calendar when you look at it. But at the same time, there's quite a lot on there that I'm looking forward to, and races that I'm genuinely thrilled to see coming back. Canada, for example, everyone knows I absolutely adore Canada. It's going to be great to see Suzuka back, and Kota as well if everything's going well. So, and Interlagos, of course. So there's a lot to look forward to this season in the calendar. But yeah, I just think in general we're in for a great year. But I'm going to do a little segue here, which will be shockingly bad. I wonder what Murray Walker would have thought of this calendar. Murray Walker, bless him. Let's talk about Murray Walker as we wait for the afternoon session to start, which is about 24 minutes away. That order on screen now is your order from this morning. We've done I've done the tribute and remembering him and talking about how sad it is that we've lost him. But I think we should do a bit of talking about memories and Murrayisms and all of that business, and I'm going to be the one to kick it off with Murrayisms, so get yours in chat and I will read a few out, but I've got to pick the one that I think is going to crop up more than any of them, and that is, there's nothing wrong with the car except it's on fire. I mean, he's just magnificent stuff he used to come out with.
Where was the lie, though?
I mean, yeah, just such a... I love what they were saying on the TV about it. He was like family for a lot of F1 fans, wasn't he? Because he was, before they used to broadcast qualifying properly, he was the voice of your Sunday afternoon, and then he became the voice of your Saturday afternoon, and race weekend it was all Murray Walker. So he was like having family. So he's going to be massively missed. But like I said this morning, Stuart, he's not really gone, is he? If I turn the volume up now on the TV where they're showing 95 Canadian Grand Prix, guess who we're going to hear? It's going to be Murray Walker. So he's gone, but he's not gone. If you know what I'm getting at there.
it's very much sewn into the fabric of F1. You can't, you know, like Ferrari, he's just part of the sport. And I think it's telling in the way that he was acknowledged across teams, across countries, across drivers. Everyone knew who he was. And most people have probably heard him at some point in their lives, even if they've come to Formula One a bit later on, which is very probable, actually, considering he hasn't commentated for 20 years or 19, 20 years. I think he's still very much who you think of when you think of the sound of Formula One.
100%. 100%. You know, like I said earlier as well, like he's, for us growing up and watching it, he was the voice, and even newer fans now, he wasn't. The voice may have been Crofty. It could have been, I'm so sorry, it could have been Jonathan Ledyard. But for people growing up, they've had different commentators, but everybody will have heard Murray Walker at some point somewhere. So yeah, it's sad, but let's see what we've got in chat. Ye old gamer Steve says the lead car is absolutely unique, except for the one behind, which is identical. That's a good one. I like that one. Yes, Snow Leopard Productions. It's not a Murrayism, but it is one. Every time it haunts me to this day for obvious reasons. Is Belgium '98. Oh God, Michael Schumacher has hit David Coulthard and is out of the race. I think that's followed with something along the lines of maybe should have been a bit more circumspect or something like that. Yeah, that's
a real. That was a real jump out of your seat moment, because he really went, "Oh God!" Like absolutely shocked by the moment.
That's the thing. That was always the thing with Murray, wasn't it? It was a genuine reaction. There was nothing pre-planned there. And just on that incident, actually, I'll tell you some other people that might be jumping out of their seat. Grandstands. Good Lord, that wheel did fly. I'm so glad we don't see that anymore in Formula One. Really, that's a terrifying. If you watch it, go find a clip. You can barely see it because of the spray, but if you just look, it shoots off. I'm sure somebody knows, but I have no idea where that ended up. It's probably still in the air somewhere.
Yeah. I used to enjoy, I think he did this several times, including in commentary of touring car races. If there was some gestures between driver, he used to, just to cover for the children watching. He's saying, "I'm in first and you're in second."
Yes. Oh, that was brilliant. It's a great clip. I definitely recommend going and finding like the best of Murray Walker compilation on YouTube or something. Freezo14, that's tickled me. And Michael Schumacher is actually in a very good position. He is in last place. Not often that happened, of course. Michael Schumacher. The young Ralph Schumacher has been upstaged by teenager Jenson Button, who is 20. It's a very Murray line. I like that one. Yes, I saw it this morning, Will Bennett. He's counting down the laps at Silverstone. He went 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. I think it followed by pause and go, 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 go. I missed that at the start. I know that they like their little line now. It's lights out and away we go. But there was nothing beats Murray Walker, a passionate F1 fan, just go, 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 as we all were on a Sunday morning when them lights went out. Yeah, a Sunday morning. Depends when we're watching. Sunday afternoon, of course, mostly in the UK. I can't remember what the quote was for, but there was one where he said about something about the Schumacher brothers, like, and now the boot is on the other Schumacher, or something along that line. Which
yes, he did say that.
It's quite. I can't remember what the context is behind that one. To be honest,
Kravitz was talking a lot about Murray Walker in the Sky program before the testing started today, and he was the go 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 at the beginning of the race thing. He said was a very deliberate thing that Murray constructed to give a bit of breathing room for the time it took the cars to accelerate before you could tell where everyone was or what was going on. Which is the kind of thing that's been emulated by other people, whether it's lights out and away you go or whatever they say. There's just that couple of seconds when the cars are moving quite slowly and you haven't quite figured out who's got a good start and who hasn't got a good start. And that was like a deliberate construction by Murray, which I think is
Yeah.
really interesting.
I am. Sorry, Stuart.
No, I was done.
Oh, sorry. I thought you. I'm hearing things. It's been a long 3 days. Fun 3 days, but a long one. I was just going to say, when I used to do my watch-alongs, I just used to go, it's lights out and off we pop. Nowhere near as passionate as Murray. What's that? That's Dan I just saying Andrea Cesaris, the man who has won more Grand Prix than anyone else without actually winning one. I mean that's Murray through and through. Not.
And that speaks to the passion, doesn't it? Like he's just the excitement of the moment.
Samuel says not a Murrayism, but what I think of is Owen colossally. That's Mansell. Yeah, that's the tire explosion in Adelaide, isn't it? That was not made famous by, but it was something that really drummed that line into my head. Was what did it used to be called? It was a panel show. They think it's all over on BBC One with oh my god, what was his name?
Hancock.
Nick Hancock. Yeah, had Lee Hurst and somebody else as well. And in the title sequence at the start, they did the whole that and look at that with the title. I think that kind of ingrained that in my mind when I was growing up, and that is I think that is one of my favourite Murrayisms. Abnav, when talking about the Benetton breaking down in Australia and talking about the reaction of the team, and he's going, he is absolutely furious. It's one of my favourite ones. Such a great man. So many great, such great lines, and not even just the Murrayisms, is it? It is the things he commentated over. Prost and Senna always sticks out when I look back at old clips. Japan, Senna going through on the inside out, and it was always with Murray. It was always this is fantastic, wasn't it? And you never quite know how to take that now. Are you enjoying this, Murray? But I think he just did, and this is what we feared would happen. Japan 91 at turn one. Like I said, the things he's witnessed, and obviously the highs and the great memorable moments, but also the lows and the tragedy. He's been the voice for pretty much all of it, hasn't he? Certainly for me.
The thing is, you watch any kind of classic moment in Formula One, and he is the soundtrack to that moment. He is the one guiding you through it, and he's what you hear. Obviously, the last 20 years, we've had some other ones, but I don't think you necessarily think of, David Croft shouting over your clips as much as you do the Murray ones. He had a special je ne sais quoi and a quality that is just part of what F1 is.
Did I again just say Murray? There's a fiery glow coming from the back of the Ferrari. James Hunt replies, "No, Murray, that's the rear safety light." And I saw Alex said the British man Eddie Irvine is on the podium. The Irishman Eddie Irvine has crashed.
Superb.
The handling of any tragedy he commentated over, he always handled brilliantly. I mean, as a commentator, that must be. As a fan, it's hard. Antoine Hubert in Belgium, it was so hard to watch that unfolding live, and Jules Bianchi, and I can still remember much of Senna, but for Murray Walker to be live to millions of people around the world, to have to handle that in what it's off the cuff, isn't it? There can't be anything pre-planned for that, really. To deal with that the way he always has, with class and calm, and frankly sounding like he gives a damn, which I think helps a lot of people. It's remarkable. I'm not sure how I'd have been able to handle it. I don't think I would be able to handle that and keep us calm.
It's made me realise, because obviously he was commentating, I think, since the 50s. I know back when he started, he was doing it over like highlights, but as opposed to live. But if you think about the number of tragedies and incidents that have happened over those decades that he's had to be present for and deal with, because you have to be on the air and part of the media and part of the team that brings the bad information to everyone. That's that must be a significant part of his career doing that. That's quite a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's when you think as well, he was so loved in the paddock, wasn't he? And everyone knew him, so he was losing friends and colleagues during that time, and you'd think it's incredible. I mean, I say friends. I'm not sure what Nigel Mansell thought of him after he poked him in the head on that lump that he got. Just seen what I think it's the point I was sort of talking about earlier. Let me see if I find that comment again. Yeah, from Chris says, a lot of people here are really debating whether Ricardo Rosset is Formula One material. That's the one when Martin Brundle responds with, I'm not sure it's much of a debate, Murray, or I don't think it's much of a debate, Murray. And it's Murray Walker's reaction after that where he's laughing, trying to hold it together, and continue with commentary. So, anyway, yes, and just laughing his head off. I adore that moment. I really, really do. Just such a great man. He really, really was. Murray Walker and Martin Brundle was my favourite commentary team, says Daniel Philpott. I've seen somebody else somewhere say about Murray and James Hunt being hilarious. That's Aswin. For me, it was Murray and Martin, because I was watching, 1992 I was watching, and we had various people alongside him in the commentary box, but I've always said this. I don't know why, but 1997 is the first season. I remember bits of 92, 93. I remember a good chunk of 94, 5 and 6. But 97 is the first season I could probably sit here and tell you what happened from lights out in Australia all the way to Jerez. It's the first season I really intensely remember. And of course, that was the first year of Martin Brundle and Murray Walker. So that was the commentary team for me that I remember the most and most fondly, even if it was only for 3, 4, 5 years or something like that. So that's the one I so vividly remember. I know a lot of people, my family members, will remember James Hunt and Murray Walker and thought they were the best. And I'm trying to think Mark Blundell, I think, has been alongside him a few times, hasn't he? Thinking of co-commentators for Murray Walker now. They were always very much yeah, I can't think.
I'm the Murray Walker Martin Brundle combination is the one for me. That's when I started watching, and it is astonishing that it was like only 4 years, but it feels so much longer. I think maybe because that was my formative years of Formula One. And you're right there, because Martin Brundle didn't used to do Hungary. They did used to get someone else in, like alongside. So you did used to get a sort of people like Mark Blundell, who was very boring.
Yeah, Canada as well. He used to sit out a bit, didn't he, Martin Brundle, at times? I think
Possibly, yeah.
I agree on Mark Blundell. Nice guy, but...
And there's nothing like highlighting how good a commentary team is than seeing the alternative, Jonathan Ledyard.
I just actually on extra commentators, Max Clader makes a great point. Oh, poor Jonathan Ledyard. I gave him so much grief, but he was bad. But Max says, I always feel for James Allen. He had the task of succeeding him. He was the one to take on Murray Walker's role. So, and I always liked James Allen. I thought he did a really good job in commentary. I'm sort of surprised that the BBC didn't take him and went with Ledyard, unless James Allen decided he didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know what the ins and outs were for that one. I don't know if you know anything, Stuart, or...
I don't know the details at all. I just know that there was it's trickier to get a handle on because there wasn't like social media then. Like I think having social media, you get the feel for the mood of something or how people are reacting to stuff. But there were, I remember reading something. Some people just really didn't like James Allen and like were really put off by him, and were kind of, when the BBC bought the rights from ITV, were hoping that he'd be replaced. But I'm like you. I liked him. I thought he was enthusiastic, well informed. It wasn't Murray Walker, but he was punchy and interesting. I think the only time he went a bit overboard was when he went, "Get in there." That was a bit raucous for my liking when Jenson Button won the Hungarian Grand Prix. But yeah, no, I really liked him, and just the energy levels dropping between James Allen and Jonathan Ledger was a real shock to the system.
Just
But I think also we saw Martin Brundle step into the lead commentator role for 1 year, and how difficult that was, because I don't think he was suited to that at all.
he hated it, didn't he? He said he much preferred being the co-commentator. He didn't like it, and it kind of, for me, Martin Brundle and David Coulthard in F1 commentary was a podcast before podcasts were a thing. That's how it felt to me.
Oh, good shout.
It just felt, which in many ways actually is quite nice. I mean, like we're doing for the testing streams, just two, there were two XF1 drivers and fans. We're two F1 fans just sat talking. Obviously, they were talking about the racing. We're talking about what's going on when we see things on track, but mostly about just Formula One in general. It was kind of nice to have that, not necessarily a lead commentator. But I just it never suited Martin Brundle at all. That, and even his line, at the start, 5 lights come on, look but don't stare. You're like, you can hear he doesn't want to do it. At least he tried, though. I mean, I'm not criticising. He gave it a go.
Interesting. It was an interesting choice to put him into that position rather than get an experienced commentator in to take it if they were going to get rid of Jonathan Ledgard. I remember one time, I think, what's his name? Jake Humphrey couldn't. I think he was doing. I don't know what he was doing. Something else for the BBC. So Martin Brundle was drafted in one race to lead the presentation, and he wasn't suited to that either. And it's just, I don't know. It was a really strange. Maybe they just thought because he was such a big personality in Formula One media that he could just handle anything. But actually, he's very suited to the role that he's got. And maybe you underestimate how difficult it is to present, be it the program or the lead commentary.
I tell you what, I would like to see.
It's you and me, actually. When you go off and leave me, I'm much less suited to just talking than leading the chat than you are.
I'm sure people absolutely love listening to you chat to them. I think on this channel, when we all get together, I think we've got a really great mix between the four of us. When we come for your videos for predictions and things like that, I think we've got a great mix of, I think I've got a good recollection of the history I remember of Formula One, and you've got great knowledge and you deliver it brilliantly, and John T's not afraid to say what he thinks, and he's got great knowledge as well, and Dan just sits there laughing like an idiot. I think we've got a fantastic team. Sorry, Dan, I don't know if you listen. There'll be a message in a minute that'll be like telling me to F off, but yeah, sorry, Dan, I'm just joking. But yeah, I think we've got a good mix and people enjoy it. But I was just going to say one thing I would love to see, Stuart, because we get a little taste of it when we get practice. I'd love to see Crofty and Ted Kravitz in that commentary box together. If Martin Brundle doesn't come to a race for a weekend like Russia or something like that, like he sometimes doesn't, I would love to see Ted in there, because there are moments where I actually think Ted could quite easily slap Crofty. Just give him a slap around the back of his head.
Yeah. I mean, I quite like Crofty, although I do get frustrated with him quite a lot, but I think it's fun. I think I guess the inverse of the Martin Brundle David Coulthard pairing, I think you definitely need a presenter and an experienced driver person as your pair. And if you don't have both of those things, I think you're definitely missing something. There was in the Formula 2 races, you know how they mix up who the second person is, because often the second person who's a driver is doing something else. Some of the races they're doing WEC or whatever. And a couple of races they had Alex Jakes and Matt Gallagher, who's very good at what he does, but it was just missing that kind of expertise of someone who was a driver who'd had that, or Peter Windsor. Actually, they had Peter Windsor as well, and both in all those cases there wasn't the someone giving you that insight of what it's like to be there, what's probably happening in the cockpit, what the teams are thinking. It just, that was what was the sort of the missing element. And so while Brundle as a lead presenter is missing that kind of dynamic narrative skill that doesn't come naturally, the second seat has to be someone who can inform that person deeper into what's going on.
Yeah, I think on the F2, I think Matt Gallagher did a good job, and I think it was nice to have a fan alongside a commentator to get sort of a different perspective. Peter Windsor, I have mad respect for. I really, really do, and I'm sure he's a wonderful guy, and his experiences of Formula One must be phenomenal. And I enjoyed him in the commentary box, but sometimes it would have been nice if the story he was telling synced up to something that was going on track. Like, I don't know, Tsunoda pulls an overtake, and Alex Jason going, that was an incredible overtake, and then Peter Windsor goes, I remember Nigel Mansell in 1984 had breakfast once with me, and we were debating what type of egg to have, and you're just like, cool. I think on a podcast, because I think he'd be brilliant with a podcast.
I think he's more of a vodcast guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got his YouTube channel.
Got some great stories to tell. And I'd love to hear them, but I just think in commentary didn't quite work. I've tried not to criticize him because, again, I've got nothing but respect for him, but Alex Brundle and Alex Jakes, for me, perfect pairing for Formula 2, absolutely, and maybe Formula 1 in the future, even though I sometimes have to give my ears a little rub because I could swear to God it's Martin Brundle in that commentary box with Alex Jakes some days.
It's very similar, isn't it? I'm sure he's been coached very thoroughly by his dad. He's really good at it. He's a natural at what he's done. And I'm sure very early on, Martin was like, if you want to broaden and extend your career beyond racing, then, get in with the media, get media savvy, because that's been incredibly lucrative for Martin.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I think a media career in commentary has a lot more longevity than a Formula One career would have, or a racing career for some people. So Martin Brundle, I mean, he must give his son advice. There's no doubt, because it can't be by accident they come out with some very similar lines at times. We'll call them Martinisms in the future. Martin Brundle bingo.
He's been what? This will be his 24th year, I think.
Started 97, so.
Oh no! This will be his 25th year. He's done 24 years, so yeah, quite. It's pretty prolific. He invented the grid walk.
He did. And I tell you, that's something I missed last year, as silly as it sounds. The grid walk.
Yeah, he can't run into celebrities he doesn't really know who they are, and they don't really know why they're there.
Some cringe moments, weren't there? Just to let you know, session is underway, by the way. 4 hours this afternoon. Car straight out on the track with Daniel Ricciardo. Seb Vettel, yeah, Seb's going out. Good stuff. Straight out on track. We've got an Alpha coming out as well. A couple of super chats to do. Thank you to AC. Who do you think in the current grid would like to end up as a commentator? I'd quite like Seb as a commentator. I think he'd just say, Kimmy be terrible because he'd just tell them, I don't care. I think, Lando Norris in the future could be. We're going way into the future, but I think he could do a job in commentary.
Yeah, the new batch are so on it media-wise, and probably because they've been online their whole lives, and they're Twitch streaming and they're social mediaing, and they're just, much more attuned to it, naturally. I think it's really good for Williams, but I'm a little bit sad that Jenson Button is sort of working with Williams, because I think he's really good at that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to see him doing more media stuff. But, good for him. Good for him at Williams.
Thank you to Ibsters as well for your contribution. Says, do you think Mazepin will get a chance from people? I know it's not good what he did, but people can change. By the way, has the opening been shown yet? To answer the second part of the question, I'm not. What do you mean by the opening?
I think they mean the title sequence.
Yeah, I've not seen it yet.
No, the title sequence for the testing is as a testing one where they're just showing a montage of testing. So I don't think. I think when they do reveal the title sequence, they do it online.
Yeah.
They'll put it on Twitter or something.
And I think on the Mazepin question, I'm not dodging it. I just think that the best way to sum up my answer is some people will and some people won't. That's the way it's going to be. I would not want to be Haas's social at all this season. They're always going to be inundated with. I don't think there's anything wrong with dropping the hashtag in there, whichever hashtag you're using. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But they are going to face abuse, which I think is, not, you shouldn't be abusing anybody. Certainly not social media staff who have got nothing to do with the hiring and firing of drivers. So I think it's going to be one of those things that we're going to see all year when it comes to social. You're going to have the hashtags in there, and some people will look at it and say it's time to move on. Others would say we absolutely shouldn't be moving on. And that's how it's going to be for Mazepin this year. And whatever your opinion is of what happened and what's happened since, at the end of the day, he did what he did, and he's going to have to take what he gets. But I don't like that Haas social getting abuse is really unfair. I mean, poor people sat there behind their desk posting pictures from testing of the car for Haas fans to be told that they're effing this and effing that. I'm not going to swear because people might be watching it a bit younger, or people have got the kids watching or anything. But yeah, effing this and effing that at Haas social, who are literally sat there doing the job they're paid to do and have literally no say over the hiring and firing of drivers. So I think that needs to. It'll fall on. I think most of you guys in chat, and probably many of you listening, will totally agree. And there'll be some people that this falls totally on deaf ears on. But we need to stop this hurling abuse at everybody on social media when we don't like other people's opinions. Not just on just not on the Mazepin thing, just in general. I think you just got to stop. It's so stupid. It's never going to stop. It's just going to get worse as social media continues to get bigger and everyone starts to have a voice. It's just going to get worse. But I find myself spending less time on social media now anyway, because it's just not worth the the breakdown every other day.
Yeah, it's me too. I've sort of stepped back a bit. It's not pleasant a lot of the time. I think we do well to just have a pause and remember there's a human being normally at the other end of whatever you're tweeting at, and if you wouldn't talk to them like that in person, just maybe be a little bit more humane. I do think Haas have kind of thrown their social media person under the bus a little bit by not dealing with everything in a way that I don't know, has a bit of closure. It's all a bit, we probably don't want to get too bogged down in all this anyway, but there's no really understanding of what Mazepin learned, what punishment or training or whatever he's been through. There's no way of having any resolution on that, and so the tension remains in the air, and so that hashtag's going to keep going, and every time Haas publish something on social media, you're going to get all of that underneath it, which should be civil and should be respectful, I think, to the people who are posting it. But it's they just put their social media person in the line of fire, I think, by not dealing with it properly.
Yeah, well, I know some people will not get into it too much because it's just, frankly, we're wrong whatever we say, is what I'm just going to say at that point. But I know people don't like this line, but Haas needed to be seen to be doing something, and they were seen to be doing very little, which is what's frustrating. But I mean, we'll see. We might find out some more stuff. They might feel they need to share it. But I completely agree. I think social media have just been absolutely done over with that, haven't they? Because they can't do anything. And I realise my hypocrisy when I get angry and tell Hazel, who's dealing with the F1 Twitter one year, to F off. I was terrified when she DM'd me. I was like, oh my God, I'm in trouble now. You do just have to remember sometimes there are people behind social media and they have no say. They have no say. So same with creators, just generally. No point abusing us because Max Verstappen had a bad weekend. We can't do anything about it. That's the point I want to make. But a little side-by-side on screen, actually, there of the airbox of the Alpine and Haas. If you're watching on the live feed, the TV feed, you'll you'll get a side by side of the Haas versus the Alpine. It's so bulgy. It really,
yeah,
really is.
I'm a bit behind, obviously, watching the Alpine. The flow viz is on the diffuser at the moment, so they're clearly working on that.
Just a recap, by the way, for anybody who's tuning in. We are underway, 3 hours 52 to go. So your morning times, Perez was fastest. That was on the C4 tyre. Leclerc was second on the C3, 130.1, 134, 130.6 for Norris on the C3. Gasly was C4, Ocon was C3. Schumacher was C3 as well. Bottas C2, Russell C2, Raikkonen C2, and Stroll C3. I'm having a moment with my voice. 49 laps for Perez, 80 for Leclerc. Most laps in the morning, not comfortably, but solidly, was Kimi Raikkonen on 91, followed by Bottas on 86. So they're just your tyre compounds for this morning. And this afternoon, I'll have to put the timing because I've forgotten already. I think it's just Russell and Raikkonen are the only two that are staying in all day. So debuting for the afternoon, or for the day, I suppose we could put it. We've got Nikita Mazepin on the topic, Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel, Daniel Ricciardo, Yuki Tsunoda, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, and Carlos Sainz. So, some new faces, if you like, for the afternoon. But just a reminder there. And just also, usual caveat, no live footage because of copyright reasons and all of that. I've not said it as much this year because you get to a point after 3 days, 8 hours of testing where you just can't be bothered to keep saying copyright reasons.
No footage.
It's on the thumbnail. It's in the description. It's on the bottom of the screen. It can't be much clearer. So
I did that thing where I was about to say something and I can't remember what the hell it was going to be. I'm sure it was fascinating though.
Wow, that's amazing. Oh, great stuff. No, I can't remember what I was saying either. That's the funny thing. Oh dear, I can't remember what I was saying that might have triggered that for you then. But yeah, copyright, I think it was something like that. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Fernando out this afternoon. Ricciardo as well. And I think really, if I'm picking a one to watch for the afternoon, it's Vettel for me. We need to see laps from Sebastian Vettel and hopefully some lap times from Aston Martin. A lot of people have been asking about, are there any issues with Aston? As far as I can see, I'll have another check now, but the checks I've been doing on social media, they've not said anything about concerns. So I can only assume that was just their program. Like Perez this morning, fewer laps because they were doing doing qualifying simulations rather than race pace. So we might see some longer runs for Verstappen this afternoon, but I can only assume it was just part of the plan.
I'll try and keep my eyes on what kind of stints they're doing at the moment, and see who's doing short, who's doing long runs. But I'm guessing Vettel could use some long runs, really, considering how he was curtailed previously. I do love that Alpine.
It is lovely,
it looks
isn't
like
it?
It looks like a racing car, doesn't it? I mean, it's apart from the shape, but the liveries. I can't get over it. Every time I get the front view of it, it's just this beast, absolute beast.
Lee Jones, thank you very much on Twitter, says, hi, you were chatting about presenters, and I think that the pairing of Jack Nicholls and Dario Franchitti in Formula E is great and works really well. I agree, actually. Yeah, I think that is a nice pairing. But Alex Jakes, and his name has completely gone now. Oh, what's his name?
Do you mean the Italian guy?
Yeah, goes mad at everything. Why could I not remember that?
Hang on, chat's surely going to tell you.
That's what I'm staring at. Chat won't tell me. I'm not going to tell him.
It's funny because I was thinking of it earlier when we were talking about the F2 commentary, but
I can't remember his name. Valsecchi.
Since you said Dario Franchitti, it just pushed that name out of my head. Like I could only hold one Italian name in my head at one time.
Yeah, Davide Valsecchi. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because I got confused at one point last year and thought he'd taken over running the Alpine team.
Just to add confusion.
It was a different Davide.
1,200 watching, by the way. Thank you, guys. I know some might have disappeared. because somewhere else is streaming. But please do drop a like. Massively appreciate it as always. Let's even get over 1,000 this afternoon. Then we'll have done it 3 days on the bounce. So always appreciate that support. And of course, you can support the stream with the usual PayPal and all that business. Links in the description. Yeah. Not much to say on that one. I keep wanting to say thank you to Charles Edward Cheese actually for his $500 on Friday afternoon. It still catches me out when that happens. It's quite amazing that people show that level of support. And obviously, and it's not just financial, of course. Just any support from everybody is wonderful. But sometimes that always shocks me a little bit. As Max Verstappen practice start at the end of the pit lane, out he goes. Alonso, Raikkonen, Vettel, and Verstappen out on track at the moment. So yeah. What tech is Chainbear? Is Checkbear? Is Chainbear looking forward to seeing, says Steve-O. I'm going to have a guess. The front wishbone on the McLaren.
Oh, that really was a guess, wasn't it? So something I've been sort of noticing is because they've cut away that cheese wedge at the edge of the floor. Everyone seems to be doing funny things upstream on the floor. There's lots of little winglets and wibbly wobbly bits as they try and just force the air to follow that path between the rear wheels and the gearbox. And what's really interesting is everyone seems to come up with a different solution, including Mercedes, which if you look at Mercedes's floor, like, it's kind of side on. It's all kind of wibbly wobbly, I guess you'd call it. It looks like sort of unpressed pasta. I don't know how to describe it, but it's not. It's like crimped
Lasagna.
Yeah, it looks like lasagna. But yeah, there's a lot of sort of activity of like little funny little wibbly wobbly sticky outy bits along the floor. Probably for just this year, because everything changes again next year. I've also noticed creeping back in from the 2007, 2008 area, we've got Dumbo ears at the front. We've got the Ferrari's got sort of bull horns on the airbox, albeit little ones. So stuff that were sort of long banished in 2009 and now sort of just creeping back onto the cars a little bit.
Yeah, I like that though. I know it's not great for racing and cars following, but I like seeing these bits cropping up on the cars, and just seeing there is still scope for development in there and a bit of interpretation. But Dan, I don't know if you feel the same, Stuart, and I'm probably about to ruin the Ferrari for you, but whenever we're on board with the Ferrari on the footage, Dan's always pointing out how it looks like a mustache, those winglets on the end of the nose.
I'll keep an eye out for that from the onboard.
So,
I don't mind. I think that was one of the most interesting. I mean, it had negative effects on the actual racing, but the aero innovations are always fascinating, and watching them sort of appear all over the cars, culminating in 2008 was interesting. I mean, the Red Bulls even got the Dumbos on the front now. You know what I miss, and I think I'm in a minority of this. The sort of well, I guess they are the mustache front wings that sort of appeared a lot towards the end of the 2008 kind of era, where like one plane of the wings would go over the nose and everything else would go underneath it. I don't know how you feel about that, but I always quite like those.
Yeah, but you just said mustache front wing. It might have been the Alfa Romeo, but there was a car that, with the front wing being a mustache, looked like a mustache. All I could see was Chase Carey, and I can't remember who it was. Which car it was. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? But I think the other day, I think it was last year, we had somebody point out how one of the cars looked like Nigel Thornberry from the front.
What a reference.
I think that was Jack. So yeah, that's kind of, I just spotted, you said that there, mustache. But yeah, I liked the 2007, 2008 cars. I know there were bits hanging off them and people didn't like that because it hampered the racing. But I mean, going back at innovations, I mean, you call them bull horns there, but I think the more Viking horns that the McLaren used to have, they look fantastic from the front. Yeah, that's my worry for next year. I think I briefly touched on it this morning, that because the regulations are just getting tighter and tighter, and Ross Brawn and F1 are employing people to look for these loopholes that the teams might find, that we might lose some of this innovation. But I get the feeling that, and we've definitely talked about this before, when you look at probably last winter, because we thought the regulations were coming in this year, but when you look at the really lovely renders of the 2021 car, you just know the teams are going to produce a car that doesn't look anything like that, and you probably end up with terrible noses. I was going to say something else then. The noses from 2014, for example.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I see. That's kind of what I was about to say. I'm very curious to how the various teams interpret what the rules are, and obviously Formula One are presenting, I guess, an idealized aesthetic version of the rules. This is what we want the cars. This is what we want the cars to look like. This is what these rules are designed to kind of make, give us. But obviously, it's not a template. It's not a spec car like sort of IndyCar or Formula E, or in terms of like the chassis shape. So teams are going to figure out what the best interpretation of the rules are for them. And I'm hoping we see some variation in that. Maybe some will be more ugly than others, but I think it could be interesting. I don't know how constrictive the rules are in how teams can approach it, but I hope to see some variation and some clever thinking. And I think we're going to get a lot of interesting tech talk once we see what teams have done. And of course, I mean, they might still do this. Like, some teams, they launch their cars, put the liveries on the old car and launch that, and then only bring out their new cars for testing. But I think they won't be able to do that this year or next year.
No.
Just the cars could be a different shape. How do you feel after what's been a long time now, but finally losing the elevated nose and having the wings come straight off the side like an Indy car?
I like it if it looks like that. Because the noses that we have now, they're a hangover from 2014, aren't they? With the what can we call them? Phallic noses. They're a hangover from that, because they worked out because they wanted they had the big raised noses, and that obviously allowed them to run really nice airflow under the car. And through to the back. So we've ended up now with, instead of having something that looks ridiculous, we've ended up with what is basically just a hole in the bottom of the nose and Darth Vader noses and that. So I'm looking forward to seeing the noses attached to the front wing and it just looking, I'll tell you, actually, no, this is going to sound ridiculous, looking like a complete car. Looking like it's all been designed as one. As ridiculous as that might sound.
No, I understand what you're saying, because that's like we are used to them now. The fact that the front wing is sort of hanging off the bottom of the nose, and for a while we went through quite an era where the noses could be really high up, but kind of level with the middle of the wheels, and the front wings still low to the ground. We got used to it as a thing, but it's actually a very strange construction, just having this kind of wing hanging off the bottom of the nose, just sort of bolted on as a kind of extra accessory as opposed to a part of the car. I think they're sort of trying to do the same kind of aesthetic at the back, where the rear wing looks like a sort of part of the car rather than a sort of, a thing that's sort of raised up on scaffolding at the back, just kind of bolted on to the main part of the car, which I think will be nice. The rear wing, actually, very interesting that it's sort of this meant to be this one continuous curved structure as opposed to two uprights and a wing between them. And I need to read the rules really to understand what the constraints are and what the shape of that wing is going to be, if that makes sense. I feel like it's harder to define the shape of the 2022 rear wing than it is this current rear wing. Like, it has to be this tall and this wide, and the wing has to be between them. Like, I'm curious and see what kind of nefarious interpretations we get.
Yeah, I would be kind of going on what you're saying now, I would be very, very surprised if the rear wing that we see in those renders looks anything like that in the flesh, if you like, because the rear wing end plates are just so vital, aren't they, for airflow and downforce towards the back of the car. So I'd be very surprised if we see if it looks anything like that. I'm hoping the front will be similar. And it's going to be, it's going to be fascinating to see how we get on with, or how they get on with ground effects again. I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm just not convinced, because we saw it. I remember when they released first look at the sort of 2014 regulations and the renders that we saw from people there, the interpretations, and they didn't look much like what we got in the end on track, did they? So, in fact, I recall possibly a Ted Kravitz or a Karun Chandok saying on Sky at the time that teams may be able to find other ways around this, but less attractive ways around this, but we hope not. And then, of course, the 2014 cars were revealed, and less attractive was an understatement.
Yeah. On the plus side, if we do get a load of Argos, at least it will immediately expose the problem, and hopefully they'll make some little corrective adjustments to the regulations, even if it's just aesthetic ones to cover over that. Because that's kind of what we got in response to the 2014, 2015. There were two phases, weren't there? It was 2012 and 2014. There was a step nose, and then there was the sort of like long Pinocchio nose. And they sort of covered those up by just saying, look, can you please put some fairings over the top to make it look like it's smooth, even if it's not smooth underneath.
It's like a vanity panel, wasn't it, effectively?
Yeah. And actually, and that's kind of what we got right now. Like, the actual nose structure is a bit different and to what it looks like it's on top. Part of me is gets really frustrated they have to do that, because the front of the car kind of looks very, very similar now because they've had to constrain them so much. But they've had to constrain them so much because the teams come up with solutions that are just so ridiculous looking. And maybe hopefully the rewriting of the rules for next year and beyond, as they keep, they'll allow them to open up a little bit if they have a little understanding of where the teams will take it. I don't know. I'd like to see, if we're going to be Formula One, I do like to see them giving a bit more scope for interpretation.
I know we've seen some dodgy and dangerous stuff in the past. I always talk about the X-Wings that cropped up out of nowhere, and they... I actually think they look quite cool. They weren't safe, and I completely understand why they had to be banned. Maybe not to the extent where they had... I think an Arrows had that front wing thing on the nose. They had the kind of like the X-Wing. I'll see if I find one in a minute on XPB, so if I had a picture, but there's sort of the X-Wings were on the side pods, and then Arrows went and put one on the nose. Things like that were ridiculous, but I quite like the X-Wings. But it was nice to be, because there's a bit of a, you could call it a meme if you want, that people say that if you painted all the cars white, a casual F1 fan wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Whereas I think that's always been the case to a point with Formula One, because they're always going to follow a set of regulations, but we don't see the big technical innovations that we used to see. We don't see the double. We might see next year, but we don't see at the minute the double diffuser that Braun came with. We don't see those stupid things like the X-Wings and the fan cars and the six-wheeler. We don't see anything like that, and it's kind of a shame, because even if it's ridiculous and they get banned 3 weeks later, it's nice to see the team trying something. We talked about it yesterday afternoon, and Jonty made the point, and I completely agree with him, that nowadays in Formula One, the FIA are just too quick to look at something and ban it, rather than looking at it and going, yeah, that's fine. If everybody wants to do that, then my Ron Dennis line from yesterday afternoon, they've got to rise to the technical challenge. I'd much rather the FIA did that rather than just constantly, like DAS, they ban it, but I think they banned it from a sporting regulations point of view. We were discussing yesterday, but why not leave it? And then Red Bull and that have got to do their own. I know they worry about costs and that, but it doesn't. We don't just need an instant ban on everything that's remotely looks anything like innovation. I just want to see. I want to see bits hanging off the car. I want to see something interesting that isn't just cars looking so similar, or in, I don't know, Alpha Tauri's case or Aston Martin's case, a copy and paste of another person's car. I like the X-Wings. I'm gonna go find a bit of arrows for anybody that's relatively new and doesn't know what that is, and I can't remember which arrows it was, but I will find it definitely.
The Tyrrell as well had those, didn't they?
Yeah.
And also, do you a couple of teams, I think Arrows, and I think Jordan would occasionally rock up to Monaco with like a middle wing that would immediately get banned because it was just right in front of the driver's face. It was like it came off the nose to add some downforce. Yeah, good luck finding a picture of that. But I sometimes I'm sad that we haven't got to experience the bizarre era that was like the 60s and 70s, where actually the cars looked very different. It was like playing F-Zero, where every car was sort of a different shape and every car brought like different innovations, and they were living through an era where of discovery, really, of like figuring out most of the concepts that we either see on the cars today or have been banned from the cars today. But it was a world where you didn't have terabytes of data, but more of a handful of clever people who would build something, stick it on the car, and see if it worked as they imagined it would, and see the cars evolve from that point of view. Whereas, not only are we kind of through that area and we have a kind of very thorough understanding of what makes a car go fast and how to design a car and what are the optimal shapes and layouts and stuff, but also we do have this vast amount of data that will allow you to sort of hone in your ideas before you even get to the track. So, it's a different area, but it would still be nice to see teams be able to explore that. And I kind of agree with you, like things like DAS or whatever, mass, I can't remember what it's called, like movable mass suspension, and just the random stuff that people come bring up, double DRS. If it's not dangerous, I don't know if it will contribute to runaway costs. I mean, especially with the cost cap now. I think with the cost cap now, maybe we should be allowing more innovations rather than just being like, no, let's ban that so everyone doesn't have to build one. If everyone has to build one, then they just have to spend less money on something else. They have to make the decision. Do they want to make a double diffuser, or do they want to make a whatever advanced suspension system? Or, I think there's I'm excited about this cost cap because I think it will force people to make interesting compromises in how they approach their car development.
Completely, yeah. And this is the thing with Formula One; it is about making decisions, isn't it? So you want to run it, you're gonna have to compromise somewhere else. So I totally agree with you. But I can't find a picture of the arrows. But if you search, if you're googling arrows A22 front wing, you'll see what I mean. I think I've got a picture of the Ferrari if it's going to work in the stream for me. So they're the winglets, the X-wings, if you like. I think the Tyrrells are a bit more dramatic for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about. But they eventually, because they got banned, but then they eventually kind of, as the years went on, that kind of concept came back, and they kind of formed part of the rear wing, didn't they? So you had the rear wing, and then you had like two little winglets similar to that either side of the rear wing. Unless I'm totally imagining that. Or was that? No, that might have been older. That I'm thinking much older there, aren't I? I'm going back a few years. It was before the X-Wings, as we call them. I think of a Renault that used to have one. But there's obviously something there that teams have found in the past and then tried to bring back in. So I like seeing stuff like that. Like I said, the Tyrrell was a bit more dramatic than the Ferrari. I couldn't find the arrows, but let's
actually had like cross braces, didn't it? So it did look like an X.
Also, while it's up there, Stuart, that Ferrari, another great advert for a glossy red Ferrari. I'm not letting it go until they drop the matte paint.
It's just the way it should be. You don't have to go matte. It's very strange.
I think Jonty was talking about yesterday, kind of said, in theory, there is an aero benefit and a weight benefit to having the matte paint, but in practice, apparently it doesn't make the difference that teams either believe it does or want to believe it does. But that's a glossy red Ferrari, and we should. I'm sorry if you're following this channel for the next few years, if it's still around for the next few years. When I do my launch reaction for Ferrari, you're going to have to get used to me complaining about the non-glossy Ferrari until they ditch it. I don't think they will. I think we're stuck with a matte paint, I'm afraid, which is a shame. And let's just share a picture of it in the chat. So there's a link there if you want to give that a follow and have a look at the arrows. Yeah. Ash says, I missed the Vodafone Chrome. A lot of people miss the Vodafone Chrome. And Jack Webb says, Eddie Irvine, legend. Absolutely. Let's have a run through these times. We've just gone past the half-hour mark. Sorry for the cursor on screen there again. 3 hours and 26 minutes to go. Sergio Perez remains fastest, as he was this morning. Not on track this afternoon. Charles Leclerc in second place. 30.1 for Perez. 30.4 for Leclerc. Norris 30.6 in third place. Gasly 30.8 in fourth. Fifth place for Esteban Ocon, 131.3. So your top 5 laps were Perez 49, or laps for the top 5, I suppose. Leclerc 80, 56 for Norris, 76 for Gasly, and Ocon 61. Mick Schumacher, 78 laps, 132.0. I'll get there. Nikita Mazepin, 132.2 already, 9 laps, so just behind his teammate on time there. Couple of tenths. Valtteri Bottas, 32.4, 86 laps. George Russell, 32.7, 77 laps. Fernando Alonso, 12 laps so far, 132.9. 102 laps for Kimi. I'll tell you what I should have got for this stream, some kind of fanfare or something for every time a driver goes over 100 laps. So that's the century for Kimi. Daniel Ricciardo, 9 already, 33.3. 15 now for Seb Vettel, so he's already done more than he did yesterday morning. 135.1. Lance Stroll did 80 this morning, so Aston should go through the 100 very soon. 36.1. Yuki Tsunoda, 37.7. 9 laps. Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, yet to set time. 7 laps for Verstappen, 3 for Sainz. Lewis Hamilton, 0 laps and no time. Let's go see what Mercedes are saying. That's going to be... we're only 35 minutes into the afternoon session, maybe just not going out for a little while, I would guess. We don't often see them straight out, or don't always see them straight out, Mercedes. So that might be why they're waiting. I'll have a quick scroll through the old Twitter sphere. If the team aren't saying anything, I probably assume that others aren't going to know either. Hamilton quoted as saying apparently the Red Bull will be a different animal in 2021. Title number 8 confirmed. Seems to be the way it goes. Nothing that I can see from there at the moment, so I assume it's just part of their program at Mercedes, but no laps for Hamilton so far.
Yeah, I'm not having not had as close an eye on it in the last couple of days. I can't quite recall what their running was like. The other team seems to be fine with it, but obviously it's a little bit more complicated if you haven't got the same driver in the car across the whole day. I thought Max was talking to a ghost for a minute, so he's just talking to an empty helmet. You got to change the car settings all over and change the pedals and make it set up for your other driver and so on, and change the steering wheel and blah blah blah. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem across the lunch break, and everybody else seems to manage it. So maybe they are doing some major setup changes to prepare for whatever the afternoon's running is going to look like. I do feel for Bottas, who got the essentially lost an entire session to that gearbox problem, where Hamilton did not.
Yeah, Hamilton did have his spin though. They've both definitely have those struggles, haven't they? It's not a smooth start for Mercedes at all. Ashish, I'm sorry, butchered it, I'm sure. Loving the show. Thank you for your contribution. So watched all 3 days. Stuart, absolutely love your channel. Question, do you think they'll show their true speed today? I'll give that in a minute, but somebody just said... I can't find it now. Apparently, I will have streamed 24 hours over the 3 days. Whoever that was, thank you for tossing that up. I didn't even think to add up what it would be, but it is 24 hours. It will be 8, 16, 24. Yeah. So thank you for all your support, guys. It's been great to have you along. But I think we'll see. More speed this afternoon than we've seen so far. Again, back to that headline times thing, but we're not, even if someone sticks on the C5s and does a 27.5 or something, even though it'd be right up there with qualifying pole last year for the race, I don't think we're going to see that. Wouldn't mean anything either, because this is what we were saying. Like, people say, oh, why can't we read into the times? Why don't teams go faster? The problem is if a team goes out, sticks in no fuel, puts on a C5 tyre, and then goes and bangs a lap in that's 5 seconds quicker than anybody else, aside from learning that they can do that on low fuel, what else have they really learned? Even the qualifying simulations that Perez has done are 3 seconds slower than pole time from last year. So they're not really qualifying simulations, if that makes sense. It's all about data gathering, and if they can keep a consistent pace, that consistency is going to produce better data, and if they've got better data, they'll understand the car better, and then they rock up to Bahrain in a couple of weeks and absolutely smash it, I'm sure. But yeah, I think we will see. I'm sure we did last year, the last half an hour, a few C5 runs for some of the quicker guys, and maybe I'll find the times. I've got notes and everything this year, Stuart. I'm just so stupidly. I've been so looking forward to this. I don't know why. I just have. But the pole time last year from Hamilton was a 1:27.2. The fastest race lap was a 1:32.0, and the fastest practice lap was a 1:28.3. So we're nowhere near that, and that's what I mean by the qualifying sims. Perez, we said about them doing that, and 3 laps and then in, 3 laps and in. He's still 3 seconds off the quali time, so it just means nothing, does it? And in terms of testing laps, by the way, just worth a note, last year across 6 days was 7,744. 2019, 8,775. That was 8 days. And 8 days in 2018 was 7,992. So we'll see what we get by the end of today. I predicted 4,400, I think. Something along there. We're not going to get to that.
It doesn't look like it, does it? I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what, wherever they're keeping the tally of that. I think Perez's time from this morning is the fastest so far across the 3 days, isn't it? 30.1. But again, are they running a bit heavier? Are they running just in a different power mode to just disguise their full potential? Will we see anything as... If we saw a low 21, I see. I'm trying to work. If you were saying like the pole times were 1:27s, I think they were saying they're expecting to lose a second just from the 2021 regulations alone. So I don't know. If we get something into the 29s, 28s.
Yeah. Do you think the talk yesterday seemed to be that many of the teams, or a good number of the teams, had found that time back already, or at least found the downforce levels back already? So I don't know. This is the problem when you have that little tweak to regulation that makes a big change. You're never quite sure when it comes to testing who's got the time and the downforce back and who hasn't. So I think we're going to come away from this thinking we've got an idea what the running order is going to be, and get to Bahrain and it'll be completely wrong. And that's fine. I don't want to be... When I do my predictions for previews and pre-season and all of that, I don't want to know what happens. That's why my predictions are always terrible. I don't want to know. I want it to be unpredictable. So that's fine. But it will be interesting how quickly people get that time back. But I think you're probably right. 29s, 28s is probably a more representative time than the 30s we're seeing now.
And I agree with you. I think maybe we'll see towards the end of the session some people pushing it a bit more, because it's beneficial to have an idea of what your car's going to be like when you push it, and not wait till Saturday, the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend, to see what that's like. But again, we might see it in that sneaky format where they don't do a complete lap of pushing. They'll do a couple of sectors and then back away so that it doesn't appear on the timing sheets. So there's a little bit of disguising there. Not that I think it really matters, because I think the teams have all the timing data anyway, so they'll be able to spot stuff happening. But I think we might see a little bit of that. So, keep your eyes out for purple sectors and such, just to see if anyone's doing anything particularly interesting.
I think something else worth mentioning as well, keep an eye out for purple sectors. Keep an eye out for drivers like Max Verstappen. I'm sure it was last year he did it, the swine. Purple first, purple second, but a yellow final sector. We often see it, certainly in Barcelona, cars just lifting off as they come out of a final corner and go across the line, so they don't give away too much. So I think it is. I think sectors are a good point there to bring up. They're probably more important to watch in the latter stages when people start to go for some laps, because we might see a super quick first, super quick second, and then suddenly they're 3 seconds slower in the final sector out of nowhere. You can generally tell when a team's confident at that point, can't you? Or they've got something to hide in terms of pace. So Alonso up to 7th on a 1:31.5. How does that compare to Ocon? 31.3 from Ocon, so a couple of tenths off there. 15 laps already. Seb's still out there, 20 laps at the moment, so that's good stuff. Kimi, I mean, he stopped for lunch, but he doesn't feel like he's been off that track. 1:07 so far for laps, so that's good for him. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say regarding pace this afternoon. Again, usual caveats and all that. It means nothing really in the grand scheme of things. I am looking forward to the auto sport and the race and people like that really picking apart testing and coming up with conclusions, and then drawing up their list of the running order, and then being just as wrong as I am with my list. It's always quite fun to watch that. Reading way too much into nothing. I think it's one of the things I love about being an F1 fan, is just that we do, like I said earlier, the numbers on the cars doesn't matter, but we will analyse that number on the car. I love that about Formula One. Every single thing gets analysed.
Pre-season in Formula One is a lot like when there's a new Marvel movie or something on the future, and you start analyzing all the trailers and start picking apart random things that actors have said in interviews, like, oh, what does this mean? And oh, that means this is going to happen. And it's the same with testing. It's like, oh, they've done a 1:31.2. Oh, is this game over for Ferrari? And we're just seeing things that aren't necessarily there, and trying our very best to piece together the information we got. But simultaneously, the teams are doing their very best to hide it from us. It's a little game we play with each other, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all part of the fun, and like, we've got to have something to talk about before the racing, haven't we? Because it's quite a way between the end of the season and the start of the season, so we have to talk about something. And I personally think, as a fan, if I didn't have the channel and I was tuning in to somebody else doing this on their channel, I'd much rather listen to somebody speculating on the testing times and laps, and listen to somebody talking about how that Aston's a lovely shade of green and the Alpine's a beautiful livery. I like to talk about liveries, but I'd much rather hear some sort of speculation or an interpretation of testing times from people, because it's something to debate and something to get excited about. So absolutely on it. I can't find anything on Mercedes, by the way. There's nothing on the feed. There's nothing from the team about why Lewis Hamilton is still in the pits. I feel like if there was a problem, something would have been said. So I can only
cameras
assume
aren't focusing on the so
yeah.
So it doesn't look like anything dramatic. If they were frantically gathered around his car, we'd probably have seen that by now.
Screens are up. They've just cut to the world. Well, 2 screens are up. They're just pulling the screens out now, and obviously the screens are only allowed to be there if you've got the engine cover off. Oh no, it's the floor off, isn't it? Or is it the floor?
I don't know the exact rule, but it's definitely proper exposed part of the car. So okay, well, spoke too soon, didn't I?
Alex James
maybe there are some
floor in commentary. Sorry, Stuart. Just confirming it is the floor. That you would need to, if you want the screens up, you have to have the floor off. Otherwise, tough. So obviously, floor. The floor was off the car for some reason.
There we go. Well, hopefully nothing too dramatic for Mercedes. And I say hopefully, but actually anything that puts a little spanner in their works and makes it a bit more difficult for them is fine by me. Let's give them a challenge.
Yeah. Owen said you literally made 10 videos about livery, Sean. Exactly, that's what I mean. I like talking about them, but there comes a point where you get a bit bored talking about a paint job and you want to talk about something a bit more speculative. There wasn't much to cover over the winter, as this channel has become a bit reactionary and newsy. Shrugs, which it has. Then when there's nothing to talk about, it's difficult to come up with stuff. I've got some good ideas for this year, though, or I think they are, so hopefully they'll be getting away from that a little bit. But yeah, so covering liveries was always going to have to happen. And the problem with those sorts of things as well, I was talking to Dan about this, when I started doing and he was the same, when I started doing the end of season little hindsight 2020 videos I did, just a little 5-6 minute video on each team, just talk about them. Once you've started them, you have to finish them. So when you get to liveries, you might get halfway through and be like, oh, I'm bored of talking about paint jobs, but you can't just cover 5 teams. You've got to do them all. if nothing else, just for your OCD.
Hoisted by your own petard.
So yeah, I just like having stuff to speculate on. Fastest tyres, by the way, if that stays up long enough. Perez C4, Leclerc C3, C3 for Norris, C4 for Gasly, C3 for Ricciardo, C3 for Ocon, C2 for Alonso so far. Prototype tyre for Kimi Raikkonen is his fastest time, which is basically the C3. Schumacher, I'm just going to say Schumacher so I can get it right. C3, Mazepin C3, Bottas C2, Russell C2, Vettel C2, Stroll C3, and Tsunoda C3. Still no time from Verstappen, Sainz, or Hamilton, although as I say that, Verstappen crosses the line to start what is possibly a time lap here, his first one on the C2 tyre. So yes, no confirmation either what's happening at Mercedes, just the screens are up, so the floor must have been off the car, is all we know at the moment.
Verstappen's been doing 2-lap runs at the on the mediums, but he's now on the hards, so maybe he's going to do a proper run. But again, those 2-lap runs, he could do sneaky fast sectors in the middle of that, and then just come straight back to the pits. So, but they're probably just installation runs, to be honest. Sainz as well, just been doing 1 in, 1 out for a little while. Vettel about to do 24 laps, so he's just getting on with it, isn't he? Which is what we need.
Yeah, it's definitely what he needs as well, isn't it? Getting out there and doing some laps. Max Verstappen on board through turn 10 there. Slipping as back end stepping out. Good correction there. I was going to say how that Red Bull this weekend, what we've seen this weekend so far has looked nailed, goes wide through turn 12 as I say that as well. Through turn 11, sorry. So the previous corner was turn 10, of course. So not quite as on rails as Perez was looking yesterday. A little bit twitchy as well through turn 13. So pushing as much as he's ever going to push in testing. But yeah, scruffy from Max, but just pushing the limits, I'm sure. I don't know if did I ask you this morning, Stuart? It might have been John T yesterday, but we'll talk about why they don't sort of have 2 drivers in the car. Sort of having 2 cars was obviously costs and there were rules and things like that. But how much of the setup do you think is dictated by the driver, and how much do you think is kind of the team setting the car up for best data and then saying to Max, for example, get in there and drive it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think some of that depends on the what would you call it? The experience of the driver, and also the experience of the driver within that team to be able to sort of dictate what they want from the car, because each driver has their own kind of style and kind of how they prefer the car to be sitting, whether they want it to be a bit pokey at the front end or more planted at the rear, and the teams can kind of move towards and away from that. And obviously as a world-class driver, you have to be able to drive around whatever car you've been given and get the most speed out of it. But there is a way you need to move the car. But I think, the majority of it is going to be the car setup for the track, and then you just start to dial it in to the driver's feel. But yeah, most of the setup is going to be car and track based, and then it just from there fine adjustments. as I watched that horrendous green logo on the Ferrari go past.
Do you think it looks better on track though?
It definitely looks better like on track than it does in the stills. I think the sun catching it just sort of makes it pop a bit more, but it just shouldn't be there. Someone on Twitter was telling me I was wrong because green is a complementary color to red, but that's not necessarily good.
No.
there are ways and means of making that work, and that's not it. I mean, are you also of the opinion that we're basically not going to see that logo 90% of the season, and it's just got us all talking about Mission Winnow?
Yeah, that's how I look at it, and I think they kind of, when they explain why they went with the green, they kind of touched on that it's about brand exposure, and by making that green at the last minute, we've spent the last 5 days talking about it constantly, and that gives Mission Winnow a ton of exposure, which they're not going to get for the rest of the season. So I suppose that kind of makes up for it, if that makes sense. But I think it's interesting they're running it in Bahrain because they didn't run it last year, but somebody pointed out on Twitter that there was a bit of a hoo-ha last year about the Mission Winnow branding, and Ferrari actually decided to pull it. So I think we will see it more this year than we saw it last year. But I mean, when we get to European races, then no, it won't be on the car there. But I'm trying to think where it might be. It's obviously allowed in Bahrain because, as I said yesterday, the laws in testing, the country's laws in testing, are the same as they are in the race. So if they're running it now, they should be all right to run it in a couple of weeks' time. I think Abu Dhabi should be okay. I know the European race will be a definite no-no, and maybe some others as well. I know Australia as well. Yeah, definitely a no-no there.
It's part of me just amazed that Ferrari allowed it. Sure, Enzo will be rolling in his grave over what they've done to that car aesthetically, let alone performance-wise. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of used to it. It's just gross, isn't it? And it's kind of highlighted to me just how Ferrari just don't seem that bothered about where they stick stickers on their car. There's no like integration. It's just red, and here are the sponsors. Off we go. And they can't even do that right.
I mean, I'm not the best with these things, but I am looking forward to seeing as we get a very shot of the wobbly back end of Max Verstappen's car in slow-mo. Really, wow, that rear wing's having a good moment. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what people come up with when that car's on track and they use it as a green screen. We see some stuff behind it. Could be quite fun.
The wibbly wobbly Mazepin thing reminded me. I made a note earlier, then I forgot to talk about it at all. Earlier on, early in the morning, last session, we saw Bottas sort of going past Russell on the track, but in doing so, he ran right off the track to turn 13 or something. And it just reminded me. Mazepin was saying, I think after day one, but he was saying the wake behind the cars is the disturbance in the air is so much more profound than he found in Formula 2. Because normally when he's done tests of Formula 1, he's kind of done them on his own. He hasn't really been in lots of cars. And he was saying behind the Williams is much more powerful than any other car. Like the air is much more disturbed behind that car, which just reminded me of that because we saw Bottas sort of just trying to breeze past the Williams and actually just shooting straight off onto the outside of the track instead of like going past nicely. So that's interesting. I don't know what that really speaks to in the Williams era, and maybe it's not particularly clean.
Was it the same? Was it Mazepin that said that following the Williams was just generally really hard? I think harder than following Mercedes.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was him. I think part of the same conversation. Yeah.
So that's interesting, given that Haas are going to be racing Williams this year, or they're hoping to race somebody, and if they are, it will probably be Williams. So that's interesting to know going into races where we're not going to see a lot of overtaking, or where DRS isn't as powerful. That they might, if you see a Haas end up behind a Williams or anybody end up behind a Williams that's got a car that's roughly the same in terms of pace, they might not be able to breeze past as they may have done in the past. But we'll see. You got to get close enough, haven't you, to use DRS? It's I'll tell you what we're going to talk about. It's exactly what I wanted to do. In fact, yeah, we'll start it now. We can carry on after the hour. Sprint races. Smiles, grins at you, grins at your avatar.
sprint qualifying, I believe they're calling it, because they don't want to call it a race.
Have you seen what race fans of their sources have told them about the plan?
Yes.
I guess discuss. I guess is what was it? 3 points for a win, 2 for second, and 1 for third.
So, okay, so I'll say how I understand the plan, and you tell me if I'm wrong. So we got FP1 Friday, but a long version, like a 90-minute version instead of 60 minutes.
Yeah.
And then qualifying as we normally have it, but on a Friday in the afternoon. Yep. We then go to Saturday and we do sprint qualifying, which is a shortened, I don't know what it is, 150k or something like that version, kind of a race, but with the grid from qualifying.
Yep.
And then top 3 get points. Race fans are the only ones who said 3, 2, and 1 points, but a lot of places have said that only the top 3 will get points. And then that race will set the grid for the feature race, the normal race on the Sunday.
Yeah, that's how I understand it as well. Yeah,
that's how I understand it. Now, while for a long time I've been in favor of, let's try these things, let's make it work. I feel like the way they've this whatever final 2 draft 4 version has sort of taken away all of the things that they were trying to do. Like, there's no element of shaking up the grid. So essentially you're having a race in which you're going to have the qualifying, in which you'd expect Mercedes and Red Bull to be at the front, and then have a little race where you expect Mercedes and Red Bull to win and get the points. And then you're going straight into another race where you're going to give Mercedes and Red Bull the majority of the points. Like, I don't understand what it's trying to solve now. I don't understand what they're trying to do. The only reason I thought they were going to try and put sprint races in is if they could use it as a mechanism to reverse at least one of the grids.
I can understand them introducing sprint races to try and mix the weekend up and give us more on track, give us more racing action. But I don't see how it's going to make... I said it yesterday, you're basically getting a shortened version of what we're likely to see on a Sunday. So Barcelona is the prime example, or Abu Dhabi. What you see on a Saturday is probably what you'll see on a Sunday. And I know that's sometimes the case with qualifying. Mercedes front row lockout, they bog off and win it comfortably, 1-2. But you're definitely getting that with a race. And then they talk about incentivizing teams. And of course, your drivers that finish 4th to 20th, that's going to define their grid position. But if you're only giving points 3, 2, and 1 to the top 3, if that is indeed what it's going to be, I don't see how that's an incentive for anybody, because the driver in second place isn't going to throw a lunge up the inside of somebody into turn 1 to take the win, to risk damage and maybe affect their car for the race proper on Sunday for the sake of 1 point. They're not going to do that. That's not going to incentivize anybody, really, in my view, in a short sprint race, which apparently could be around half an hour long. It just doesn't incentivize anybody. But also, I love the attitude from people that sort of say, when you're watching on TV, maybe it doesn't feel like that, but when you go to a racetrack, having qualifying on a Friday, a sprint race qualifying or whatever they're calling it on the Saturday, and a race Sunday is great value for money. And it is. And from a TV point of view, probably not. But if we're only getting an hour and a half of FP1 and then qualifying on the Friday afternoon, and then the sprint qualifying on Saturday and the race Sunday, we're losing 2 practice sessions. So we're actually getting less track time. So all I can think is that, sort of looking at it from an F1 costing point of view, we're losing those 2 practice sessions to make up for the fact that teams are going to have to spend more to run a sprint qualifying on Saturday. And it all feels, and I'm kind of hoping that what they were saying yesterday on Sky is possibly true, that they're trying it to stop the argument so we don't keep having this debate every 3 weeks, rather than nailing it down. But I'm a little bit. I'm not. I'm on the fence in the sense that I don't think they're doing it the right way, but I think absolutely let's give it a go. I'm open to seeing what it's like, and I'll go with an open mind. If it's crap, I'll say. If it's brilliant, I will say. But I still think we've had the conversation before. I know if you're doing it, to kind of come to your point, Stuart, it has to be reverse grid for me. And I know before chat starts, I know a lot of you hate the idea of reverse grids, but if you're going to have a sprint qualifying race, then qualify on a Friday afternoon, reverse that for the race on Saturday, but your qualifying on Friday also makes up the grid for Sunday. So you can't see any clever games on a Saturday where people deliberately retire so they can start from the front. You qualify for Friday as you qualify for the race on Sunday, but it's reversed for a Saturday sprint race, and then maybe something along the lines of half points for the sprint race, or even back to the old format. Top 6 get points, 10, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, or something like that. I just, if you're doing that, it needs to be reverse grid. Whether people hate it, like it, whatever, that's fine. But I just, a shorter, pretty identical race, it doesn't appeal to me. I'd much rather just have qualifying as normal on a Saturday. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it's adding. And I know Ross Brawn have been like, we're trying to fill out the weekend and make it more interesting, but
got 23 races a season now, at least. Do they need filling
no.
out?
I think it's doing two things that they've said out loud that they don't want to do. And one of them is devaluing the Sunday race by adding on another race that potentially gives you too much information about what the Sunday race will be like. And two, and this is one I've never really had a problem with, but a lot of people do, it gives you the potential for a championship to be won on the Saturday, instead of the Sunday. Which is an argument that's been made about giving points for qualifying, and I've never really had much of a problem with that, because I think there's something interesting in giving points for qualifying, or at least for the pole position. And I think the risk of winning a championship on a Saturday isn't that big a deal, I don't think. But I mean, that's what you're doing with this race, with this sprint qualifying, in which there is no reason to give points if the whole point of sprint qualifying is to set the grid for another race, because that should be reward enough, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Like I said there, I get the idea, but I just think they're going about it the wrong way. I'm totally on board with everything you're saying. I think we're in agreement there. And like you say, the championship we won on the Saturday, possibly a point I've said before, but when you get to Abu Dhabi at the end of the season, this amazing, let's say we get a title decider, and we've got a sprint qualifying on a Saturday, and there's just a few points in it, or whatever, and I don't know, let's say Lewis Hamilton is 23 points clear of Max Verstappen. It's still a title decider, but it's looking good for Lewis, and then he goes and wins the sprint race on the Saturday, and that's your target. Why are you watching the race on Sunday? Do you get what I mean? I just don't.
Yeah.
You're not incentivizing people to watch the event that you're saying is the main event, and you don't want to detract from. You're detracting from it, which I know is what you've just said, but that's how I see it. And I think if you're doing it reverse grid, or even something even crazier, again, an idea we've floated before, put your reserve drivers in, or your young drivers in, 10 car race on a Saturday, one car from each team with a reserve driver in, or a young driver. If you want a race on the Saturday, do something different with it, rather than just essentially shortening what we're going to see on Sunday. It doesn't work for me. And somebody just said in chat, I'll see if I can spot it, says something along the lines of, if you implement it badly, it's just going to continue the debate. So get it right, and then this is it, because it feels a bit rushed. I know it's been discussed for years, but it feels a bit rushed because they're talking about it over the weekend, and apparently there could be a vote by the end of this weekend, but certainly in the coming days
Mm-hmm.
on it. It just seems rushed. And it's, I don't know. I'm all for trying it, but I don't want Saturdays in Formula One to become let's try it and see what happens days, because I hate that idea. It'll just make the sport look stupid.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know why they're not, if they're going to do it on 3 weekends, why don't they just try three slightly different things? Why don't they do one of them that does have the reverse grid, or one of them, I don't know. I'm sure they can come up with more than two ideas. But the weird thing is about it seems like the whole conversation seems to have changed behind closed doors. Like these plans that have come to light as reported in various outlets don't seem to be about the same thing that we were talking about all of last year. I think the idea of a sprint race or a sprint qualifying, you know, this has come from a long way back. This has come from things like the Japanese Grand Prix 2005, I want to say, where we had a storm or something on the during qualifying, and the grid was topsy turvy, and we had all the best drivers at the back fighting their way through the field during race day, and it was amazing. And ever since then, and every time we have like a topsy turvy qualifying, we kind of reach for that dream of how do we get the good drivers at the back so that race day is exciting, because we have to watch them fight through. And that thinking has constantly led the sort of people who run Formula One to keep trying to change qualifying rather than focus on the main problem, which is how do we make the racing more exciting? How do we make people more able to race? How do we get, I don't know, how do we make more mixed strategies work, and so on and so forth? Whereas I think we're both in agreement that qualifying is as good as it's ever been, and Saturday is an exciting part of the weekend. And they're trying to fix the wrong part of the weekend to sort of artificially put the best drivers further down the grid, which I also think will take the magic away from that as well, because I think there's something special about the odd weekend where you have Hamilton starting in the middle of the pack, or Max Verstappen having to overtake his way through. I think that's a special thing that we shouldn't just have as the norm.
Lewis Hamilton out on track, by the way, just to let you know, on the C3 tyres, just a bit of a moment through the first couple of corners, but he is out there for Mercedes. I'll pick that up in a minute, Stuart. I'm just going to run through the times super quickly. Sergio Perez still has the fastest time for this morning, 1:30.1, 49 laps. Charles Leclerc, 1:30.4, 80 laps for him. Norris, 1:30.6, 56 laps. Pierre Gasly, 76 laps, 1:30.8, 1:30.9 for Ricciardo, 16 laps for him. Alonso, 31.2, 22 laps. Ocon, 61 laps, 1:31.3. Kimi Raikkonen, 31.5, 113 laps. Bless him, not stopping. Max Verstappen, 1:31.7, 20 laps. Mazepin, 1:31.9, 14 laps. Mick Schumacher, 1:32.0, 78 laps. Valtteri Bottas, 86 laps, 32.4, 32.7 for Russell, 89 laps. Vettel, 35.1, 29 laps. Stroll, 80 laps, 36.1. Tsunoda, 36.8. Hamilton just posted 34.4 to go 14th, by the way. Tsunoda, 36.8, 31 laps, 90 laps for Sainz, 1:36.8. 18 drivers on track throughout today. All have got a time now. Raikkonen and Russell in all day. Perez, Leclerc, Norris, Gasly, Ocon, Schumacher, Bottas, Stroll, and Tsunoda. No, Stroll. Sorry, not Tsunoda. He's in this afternoon. We're all in this morning. Lewis Hamilton into turn one. Watching it now. Yeah, just a wiggle through turn one under braking. So yeah, we've had swap outs for lunch. In terms of talking points, a few people concerned Aston are slow. It's testing, guys. Don't read anything into the times. It's the laps that matter. Vettel's got a good 28 on the board so far, and Stroll has got 80, so they're good in that regard. They're through the 100, so that's good for them. Perez set his on the C4, I believe. The soft C4 this morning is the fastest time. I will just have a double check of that one. I'm sure he did. He did indeed. So that is the fastest tire at the moment in terms of lap times. But it's been quite a quiet day. No red flags for incidents, just when they were testing them towards the end of the first session. But lots of laps, lots of lap times. Not that we can really get too excited about that, but as suspected, it is a busy day because it is the last day of testing. And then I'll do my usual YouTube a bit and all my housekeeping. No live footage for obvious copyright reasons. You can subscribe if you're new. Welcome, great to have you with us. Lots of stuff going on over this season, absolutely. So subscribe if you don't want to miss out on any of that. Was that Sonoda jumping up the time sheets? No, it wasn't. I mean, going to ignore that. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Please do like the stream as well if you fancy it. What have we got? 1,700 watching and just over 800 likes. So if we can get that over 1,000 again, that'd be incredible today. And if you would like to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chat, through Streamlabs, and through PayPal. But just your usual thing. PayPal 100% comes to me. Streamlabs is about the same, and the Super Chat on YouTube is 30% to Google, but I don't know why. I assume just because they're hosting the platform, but they already take a fee from your ad revenue for hosting, so I don't know why they do it, other than they just like to make money. That's all I can think of. But yeah, thank you for all your support as well. Everyone that's contributed, everyone that's commented, all your likes as well. It's been great over the last 3 days. So we'll just enjoy these last 2 hours and 3/4 together. And I'm sure we'll get some quicker laps on the board, but it's good to see drivers out there. I mean, at the moment, we've got Raikkonen, Alonso, Russell, Hamilton, Vettel, Tsunoda, and Carlos Sainz all on track. What are you guys saying about the sprint races super quickly? I've seen people saying stop going with gimmicks. FE qualifying is awesome. Wouldn't work with F1 though. Says fill in the blanks. I don't like it because it punishes drivers for being successful. Says Findlay. I think that's the reverse ones there. I said it yesterday. The teams have to use each compound of tyre. They have to use a different one each session, and they have to lock the compound before the session starts. That's from John Jones. I think Jonty loved that idea yesterday, didn't he? So definitely a good shout there. Reverse drivers race on Saturday to set the qualifying for the main race. Or reserve driver race, sorry, to set the qualifying for the driver. I see what you're saying there. That would be good. That would be so good. It would cause a few problems, but it would be a good one, definitely. And a suggestion over on Twitter from Tobias says, how about this idea? Reverse championship order sprint race. The result of that race will do a reversed one-shot quali lap. Blow my neck. P20 sprint race will be first to do a lap, track evolution, etc. for the main race on Sunday. So a reverse championship order sprint race. That race will be reversed, so you do a one-shot qualifying with that result. With the P20 for, yeah, I get that one. Yeah, so for the main race on Sunday. I'm not sure on that one, to be honest. I mean, the idea of one-shot quali I've always loved anyway. Jeopardy, double jeopardy of qualifying, but having to get it all right on one lap. It really threw up some good stuff in the past. If you want to mix up your grids, one-shot quali for me is the way to go. But a race that determines what order you go out in qualifying, it's actually not a bad idea. So you'd qualify on a Friday, reverse that, and then whatever order that ends in, you qualify again for the Sunday.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. How do you determine the grid for the first race?
Reverse
championship, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm behind you. I just saw the Alpine overtaking Hamilton and sparking all over the place as it hit the ground. It looks like Hamilton's going to take him back again. I love commentating on the past.
That's all right. I missed it. It's what happens when you put similar people in your airbox. That's the trouble.
What's your opinion? I don't think this is a particularly new idea, but what's your opinion on, qualifying as it is, except for some tracks where we think better things will work? For example, I think one-shot qualifying would work better at Monaco and Monza and probably a couple of other places, maybe Singapore or something. Might go on too long, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, sort of play with the session depending on the track.
Because it's fair if everyone does it at the same track. So, yeah, I'm just thinking one shot Monaco might be quite fun, and maybe mix things up because of the risk factor that you mentioned.
Yeah, that could. I mean, that could work. So I think, yeah, there's some tracks that the current format works at really well. But traffic is always an issue at Monaco, isn't it? So one shot around there would be a really good shout. And I always think they should make more of a fuss of the Monaco Grand Prix weekend anyway. I just think that, I mean, they make a lot, but for all the heritage and the history that is effectively keeping it on the calendar and the money that comes with it from sponsors and all of that business, it would be nice. I mean, I always talk about the Monaco 100. Have that in there instead of just what we have now. So mixing it up with one shot qualifying on a Saturday as well would be, I think that would work really, really well. It'd be a way to spice up the weekends without at all affecting the DNA of the sport. I mean, this sprint race qualifying, I mean, I hate the phrase DNA of F1 anyway, because, you know, God, things evolve, things change. But, that's Yuki Tsunoda has had a spin by the look of it on his way down to turn 8. We saw Sainz and Latifi do that yesterday. Is he stopping, or is he just... He's really... I mean, he's destroyed his tyres, which you'd expect. Now he's got going again, so I'll see if there's a replay of that before I kind of carry on what I was saying.
I'll catch it in a second, I think. He's just coming up to turn 1 for me.
Yeah, so I'll carry on what I was saying, and the replay crops up, I'll interrupt myself. Excuse me whilst I interrupt myself, as Murray would say. Yeah, I think... Listen to his team radio there. I think that the sprint race is risks taking something away from the... Sorry, Stuart, you'll be a minute behind me. That was the best replay I've ever seen. The camera, one of the Sky cameras with Martin Brundle, and picked up, was sort of stood behind him over his shoulder, and it showed the replay of Yuki Tsunoda just losing it, a bit of a big slide as that's turn 8. Martin Brundle jumped out of his bloody skin. You'll enjoy that when it crops up.
I'll look for that one.
But yeah,
I was keeping my eye on the lap track. It looked like he was trying to overtake who's in the Ferrari right now? Sainz.
I'll wait to see if there's another replay. I'm trying to get to my point they're making, but yeah, what was... This is trouble with testing, so it always throws me off. But yeah, essentially, the sprint race is risk, or the sprint qualifying risks taking something either small or big away from the Sunday race, whereas mixing up your qualifying formats in terms of maybe one shot somewhere, the current format we have, even, dare I say, properly implementing the knockout format, which could have been quite good if they'd actually bothered to do it properly instead of confusing everyone with it. You know, mix that up, and I don't think you're risking sort of messing with the Sunday race too much. So I quite like that idea, to be honest, Stuart. I do. People keep asking me about why Seb is so slow. It's testing. Honestly, nothing. If there was anything to report, Aston would have said there were concerns. It's just testing. We don't know what programs they're running. We don't know what fuel loads they're running. And do you know what? Everyone that's asking, you can come and have a go at me after Bahrain if Aston Martin lock out the back row and are 6 seconds slower. I promise you. But that's nothing to worry about. It's that, look at, the laps. 33 for Seb, 80 for Stroll. So they're doing all right. Plus, the other thing with Aston as well is they might be a bit out of sync today because they have got to make up for the time they lost with the gearbox problem. So whilst Perez is up there on a 130.1 and Vettel's down there on a 35.1 and Stroll on a 36.1, it could be that they're running their whatever they were going to run yesterday morning with Vettel, whereas everyone else is doing something completely different. So don't panic. It's fine, Seb fans. Don't worry. Like I say, we'll see.
It does very much like Vettel's doing the same program that Stroll did. He did an 8-lap first stint and then a 14-lap, and now he looks like probably on another 14-lap. Stroll did just a bunch of 14s. 14 laps, 14 laps, 14 laps. So I think Vettel's going to do the same.
He caught the Martin Brundle replay.
I did. It was hilarious.
Just a little jump, bless him.
It's because they're so loud now when they lock the tires.
Let's have a look at the... Is that for testing? So I realise I'm asking you a question as I look at my PC and you can't see it. So is that? I assume that's so on the speed and weather tab for the site. I assume it's sectors, isn't it? So sector speed. Is that must be speed trap? So Daniel Ricciardo. I've just found it. How have I not found this before? I never look at it. I normally usually look at tyre history and leaderboard, and that's about all. So Danny Rick, 243 kilometres an hour, topping that one. Lando Norris, 273, could be average speed through Sector 2. And then 292 kilometres an hour for Norris in Sector 3.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's speed trap or whether it's average speed through that sector. But yeah, there you go. Some information for you. I found it. I can keep reading that now all afternoon. Why not?
I've always wondered about that because there's on the track map they always label one speed trap, but they give you one for each sector on the live timing. So I don't really know how that works.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Mercedes looking good as an engine.
True. Absolutely. It's just the rest of their car that seems to be giving them grief, doesn't it? But we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Where are we up to on sprint races?
You were talking about them detracting from the main event, which I agree with, especially if they're not going to add anything else in terms of reversing the grid or doing something.
Yeah, that's why I think your idea of if you're going to mix something, if you want to spice up the weekends, mix up qualifying formats. But I still think that they're talking about filling out the weekend. There wasn't an awful lot wrong with the 2-day weekend for Imola. I know that if you're paying a lot of money to go to a race, then you want all the track time you can get in 3 days is what you want to see, and it'd be a shame to see it cut to 2. But I think from a cost perspective and giving the teams a bit less time to collect data, I think the 2-day event, I think that could be a way to go for the future, especially if we get 25 race calendar, which I think is where we're going to end up. And I think that's a worry as well with the sprint qualifying on a Saturday. You've got the potential then for 50 races a season. I know people say, "Oh, Sean, stop moaning. More races is a good thing," but it is, but not at the same track. I mean, 50 Grand Prix over a season at different tracks and different variations and things like that, or if you're going to have your sprint qualifying race, why not, instead of having it as a qualifying race, have it as reverse grid around Sakir in Bahrain, the Sakir layout, instead of the full Grand Prix layout? Or I know it was no good for qualifying because it wouldn't mean anything, but just, yeah, there are ways to mix it up at some tracks, but I'm just not. We'll see. We could be sat here after Silverstone or whenever the first one is trialled, and we could be completely wrong, Stuart. It could be the best thing they've ever done, but I'm just not sold on the way they're doing it.
Yeah, quite. I'm fully open to being delighted and surprised and thinking good on them for trying it. I think where we are is we are a bit confused as to what the point of this is. And in terms of filling out the weekend, I still stand by, I think it's right that they're reducing free practice, but it's only by an hour. I mean, I'd rather them get rid of at least one of the sessions on the Friday, but I think they should continue their good work in promoting the F2 and F3. It's a great show. It's a great compliment to the main event of F1, and there are some great drivers in there, and I think it benefits F1 as well to have a better idea of who these junior drivers are. And I think they've been pushing F2 particularly, and to give it a bit more focus during the weekend, I think would benefit them. As I understand it, I think MotoGP give a lot of prominence to Moto2 and Moto3 as part of the whole weekend. It's not my area of expertise, but I feel like that is part of the whole entertainment for the weekend. Are those three series together?
Zachary says, I don't get why everyone is so worried about Saturdays being a try-it day, as long as it finds a better solution than what we have now and doesn't affect the championship while it's being tested. For me, it's that if you start trying everything on a Saturday, you risk making the sport look silly. But also, this idea they're coming up with is going to affect the championship, which is what my big concern is with it. If you I agree with you. If you're trialing something, it shouldn't affect the championship. But the thing is, on the so long as it's better than we have now, I still maintain, you said it, Stuart, and I think many of us are in agreement. I think this is the best qualifying format we've ever had. It gives you action pretty much from start to finish. It does throw up variables because you can't get that car out in the first session because you've got to change the rear wing. Then your car's out in Q1 and you're starting from the back of the grid, whether that's a Mercedes or a Williams. And I think that does give us the odd mix up, and it just there's that drama towards the end of every session, and you get that 3 times over an hour. And I think it's a brilliant qualifying session, and it doesn't need to change. So I think in order to find something better, it would have to be incredible. And then there's also the argument that if you're to kind of take your point on trying things, as long as it doesn't affect the championship, it doesn't what was the phrase you used? Where are we? Finds a better solution. The problem is that if you do find a better solution, we're going to get through 30 absolutely dreadful ideas, which makes the sport look absolutely horrific, and a bit Mickey Mouse. And I think that's not good for FOM. It's not good for the teams. It's not good for the fans. So I just think it's a fair point, but I just think that qualifying is fine. Let that be what sets the grid for Sunday. And if you want to do something different, then do a reverse grid of it on a Saturday afternoon. Do qualifying a bit earlier on a Saturday, or if you have to on a Friday, have your reverse grid on Saturday, but keep the qualifying result for Sunday. That's just my take on that. I'm not against trying things. I'm absolutely not. I know some people are and say that it's fine as it is. Let's not go changing it, but give it a go. Again, if it's absolutely dreadful, bin it off. If it's incredible, get it sorted. Finesse it, make it perfect, and then get it in the calendar or in the schedule full time. But I just worry that it feels, I'll tell you what it feels like, just to kind of round up on this, Stuart, it feels like change for change's sake.
Yes, agree. And I think they're doing it at a really funny time as well, because next year, we're bringing in the sweeping new technical regulations, which are, designed to be the first step in the road to kind of making the racing more exciting anyway. And I feel like we should see that, directly contrast, give it, basically see that in the same weekend as the 2021 weekend. I think we should see how it compares, and if we're going to be throwing in this kind of weird format as well. I mean, I don't know how this is all going to work out. Like if we do 3 of these sprint qualifying weekends and F1 are like, that's good enough for me, are they going to change the whole format of the weekend for 2022, or what are they looking to do? And I guess I would rather just do the one big change for 2022 and then see where we are and see if we actually need to keep meddling with it or not.
And I guess that's the point as well, isn't it? A reverse qualifying or a qualifying sprint race qualifying race thing, it doesn't solve the problem. It's a band-aid. To me, the problem is the cars, and that's what we're hoping for, as you've just said there, Stuart. That's what we're hoping is going to be the difference next year. So it's a good year to try things this year, but I hope that they trial it, go away, look at it, and don't change it next year, and we see what the cars do first. If they work, don't need it. If it's like DRS, actually, isn't it? Because they've kind of said that DRS will stay. I think the idea is essentially as a backup if the regulations don't work. I think it's kind of the idea, but it's not off the table that could disappear in the future. So that it's the cars that are the problem, and they need to be sorted. And having a sprint qualifying on Saturday doesn't fix that. So there you go. But the problem is that without getting too into it, again, Mercedes, if they're at the front, they're always going to build a car that's hard to follow. They'll keep it within the regulations, but they'll always make sure it's hard to follow, and every team's going to do the same. So 2022 could be epic, could be incredible. Cars could be nose to tail, start to finish. By about 2025, the field spread will be insane again, because all of a sudden these cars will get harder to follow because the teams will find loopholes and work around the regulations. So I'm looking forward to next year, though.
Yeah, very much. It's I think the preseason's going to be madder than ever, because I mean, not only are we going to be launch season is going to be actually seeing all the new cars, and it's going to
Actual
be
hype.
amazing. Like, what are what do these new cars actually look like? But in theory, we have potential for mixed up, performances. And yeah, there are certain things about 2022 that I haven't that that I sort of they talked about a while back, and I haven't really heard of. For example, weren't they going to have like weird LEDs on the wheels that displayed numbers and stuff? I haven't heard much about that.
I don't
I
think
don't
that'll
know.
happen. You never know.
Maybe we'll see something else.
100 laps for George Russell, and Eric's just put the stats in the chat actually. We've gone past 1,000 laps today, so that's 3,271 at last count for the weekend in total. Sergio Perez is still quickest from this morning. He's not in the car, neither Charles Leclerc, neither is Lando Norris or Pierre Gasly. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. 6 tenths between them. Daniel Ricciardo in 5th place. He is in for the afternoon. Fourth. Sixth is Kimi Raikkonen. 7th is Fernando Alonso. 8th Esteban Ocon. 9th Max Verstappen. 10th Nikita Mazepin. 11th is Mick Schumacher. 12th is Valtteri Bottas. Yeah, 102 for Russell in 13th. 14th is Lewis Hamilton, just the 9 laps at the moment. I'll have another check of the Mercedes feed in a minute, but I say they'd tell us. I don't think they'd say a word, would they? But Vettel 38 laps, Tsunoda 44, Stroll 17th, and Sainz 18th with 80 and 33 laps respectively. But most laps at the minute is still Kimi Raikkonen, who's on a rather satisfying 1, 2, 3. I'll admit that I quite like that. So
That is nice.
Lots of laps going on today, as you'd expect for the final day, and hopefully we'll see some times. I'll just double check Mercedes to make sure, but it is curious that Lewis Hamilton's only done the 9 laps so far.
Yeah, after 90 minutes, it's not a great deal, is it? And I know it's testing, blah 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 blah. This interesting. Vettel, despite being on what looks like the same program as Stroll, is a second up on his best time. Could be nothing. Could just be a difference in weight, or the way they've set up the car or something. It's just interesting.
Nothing from Mercedes that I can see on Twitter. One thing that is doing the rounds though is 12 months ago today, 1 year ago today, should have been the Australian Grand Prix.
Yep.
I said this yesterday, Stan. Doesn't it? It's such a weird 12 months. Like, I can't believe it's been a year since all of that, but it still also feels like really 3 years ago. Do you know what I mean? It feels like it's dragged, but it also hasn't. It's been such a weird 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, the time makes absolutely no sense at all. I mean, I think as far as I understand it, I think today was supposed to be the Australian Grand Prix in the very first provisional calendar before Australia was like, yeah, we can't do it yet. Because I think Australia called it pretty early on, didn't they?
Yeah.
That they won't be able to do it. But in the very first kind of drafting of it, Australia, I think, was sitting on this weekend.
Were they? Yeah, they would have been. Oh no,
because then we would have gone to Bahrain in 2 weeks' time, I think.
No, I think they're back. I think it's next week. I think Bahrain and Australia are back to back on the original calendar.
That might
double check that for you, but I think. Who knows?
Yeah, we're going to go. We're going to go 2.5 years between Australian Grand Prix. It's mad. But of course, we are going to get that lovely banked Albert Park circuit.
Improving qualifying by improving overtaking opportunities by removing an overtaking opportunity. Lewis Hamilton going back out, by the way, seems weird to me. It really does. We want to improve overtaking opportunities. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to remove this overtaking opportunity and create an overtaking opportunity at a corner that wasn't really ever an overtaking opportunity. Thanks, F1.
I'm intrigued, though. I think it could be interesting.
I can't see anything on there about when Australia was. Oh, there you go. The Australian Grand Prix had originally been due to take place on the 21st of March. Yeah, so that's next week, isn't it? So it was back to back. Yeah, but yeah, it's still it just feels like a long way between Australian Grand Prix, doesn't it? And it's even though we've had Bahrain as a season opener before, it does seem quite weird that we're going to be starting in Bahrain in a couple of weeks rather than Albert Park, which is a great place for a race apparently. So yeah, kind of a
I like
shame.
it. I like it. I mean, starting in Bahrain is not as weird as starting in Austria.
That's true. Remember last year, Sean? Think about that one. I mean, I see. I like Albert Park. I know it's not great for overtaking, and it's purely tradition as to why I quite like the fact that we go there every year. There's just something about the Australian Grand Prix track and sort of the paddock and yeah, there's just something I like about it. But I think from a racing perspective, Bahrain is definitely a better start option because we should see. That's me knocking on wood. We should see some much better racing next in 2 weeks' time than we would have seen at Albert Park. In theory,
I like to think so. I'm ever the optimist. I know I just ragged on sprint qualifying for about half an hour, but I have actually like to be quite optimistic about these things.
have we?
God.
You could go. I've. What I was going to say is gone again.
Oh no, I wasn't going to say anything particularly. I was sighing at the thought of starting in Austria last year and how weird that was.
Nice though.
It was really good. Like I know we had a long wait of nothingness, but we actually pulled out quite a spectacular season that was full of some good races, some good stories, and some weirdness.
There it is. I've remembered what I was going to ask. I've been trying to keep an eye on the feed, obviously, whilst doing everything else. With the stream, I'll find some photos again in a minute for you. But I know that they've said there have been changes at the barrier where Grosjean had that horrendous crash last year. But I don't know if you know what those changes are. I've not found anything specific on it. I assume it's just not sticking out.
No, I haven't about it either. I'll see if I could do a very quick bit of research. Although I can't imagine I'd be any better than you just did. But no, I haven't heard that particularly. I'll have a little quick check.
Yeah, I think that if you've left the barrier as it is, which I don't think they have, but if they had, I think a bit of Tech Pro in front of it would be something. But I'm just wondering if maybe they've just not got it sticking out. Although the barriers down there between 10 and 11 are still doing that, but then it's very slow speed out that corner, so probably not a concern. But yeah, I'll keep an eye out if we can stick with Lewis Hamilton when he goes past it. See if I can't find anything in the photos either, which is annoying. But I'm sure. I mean, still
Yeah, so keep an eye on the feed. Yeah.
Yeah, keep an eye on it, and I'll see if I can spot anything. But poor Roman. Dan was saying yesterday he likes how that meme of Roman and his wife has become a thing on Twitter over the last few weeks from Drive to Survive.
I think it may just be a sort of just an extension of what they did for the Sakir Grand Prix with tyre belts and such that are extended along the. But I'll keep an eye out for that part of the track.
Yeah, just as Lewis was about to go past, it cut to Toto Wolff.
Like there's a secret.
Sat and watched half the lap for nothing there. Never mind. If anybody in chat knows, please do feel free to let us know, and I'll give it a read. Definitely. Just looking at some pictures of the lovely, beautiful, stunning Aston Martin safety car. Oh, it's a good-looking car. I'm absolutely fine with that. So I just try to get some pictures in as well, Stuart. So
it's a good-looking grid all round, really. I know we're sort of a bit more blue than we used to, but that tends to that is the thing that tends to happen. Like blue is often the way cars will sort of drift in their color schemes. I tell you what, I do miss. I do miss the old Petronas Sauber colors. That was a nice, smart livery.
Especially when they got the was it the Credit Suisse sponsor at the front and had the white nose? I know people like the Red Bull. That was a nice looking car. That was a really nice looking car. I'm just trying to think. I was always a fan of the what we're going to call the Rothmans Williams livery as well. The blue, the white, and the gold was always nice, and obviously the Bitten Heroes and the Buzzing Hornets that the Jordan did. They had a snake, didn't they, on the front of it, and then I think we had a shark.
Yeah. The Hornets was the best one.
Yeah, definitely.
The Hornets. There was something. You know what? Like, not only for whatever reason are cigarette packets the best liveries for Formula One cars, but they did have a lot of fun covering them up for Europe.
Yeah.
Or covering up in the races where they weren't allowed to like explicitly advertise them, with the Buzzing Hornets or the Be On Edge, or writing the names of the drivers on the side of the car. There was always something interesting.
Yeah, I like McLaren's way around it, like you say, with the drivers' names on the car, like Mika and David. I like that. It was better than bless them, the barcode that they slap on the Ferrari, or the question marks they put on the Williams.
The question races. Mark
was always good fun. That's Bottas out there. It's not. It's Hamilton, isn't it? Out on track. Is that Carlos Sainz? It is indeed. Coming up to the final corner. Out there on the C2 tyre, I think, at the moment. So, yeah. Good to see Carlos in that car. Proper. I know we've seen his footage when he did the test in the older Ferrari. But it's good to see him in Ferrari red. Very excited to see what Carlos can do.
I'm very much still in that period between seasons where my brain hasn't quite got used to certain people being in certain cars. And Carlos in the Ferrari and Perez in the Red Bull are two that are still like blowing my mind a little bit.
Yeah.
I've got used to like Ricciardo in the McLaren, but yeah, those two are like just strange.
Who are you looking forward to seeing more this year in their car? Is it Perez or Sainz?
I think it's Perez, because I think it's been due for a while, and I'm excited to see what he can bring from that car. Sainz is more of a curiosity for me. I don't think we've necessarily seen the most of Sainz, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like he's had good races, and he's clearly a fast driver. But we haven't had moments similar to ones that Perez have had, like giant killing moments where we, like, at least in my opinion, or you might remember some that I'm not remembering, but I feel like Perez is the more exciting driver at the moment. And hopefully we do get to see some interesting things from Sainz, and he's not just pummeled into the ground by Leclerc.
Yeah, I don't think he will be. I think he'll give him a good run for his money. I know obviously the car should be better, but I think Sainz will be closer to Leclerc this season than Seb was last year. Absolutely. I think another one that will get through that Seb point tally pretty quickly this year. With all due respect to Carlos Sainz and to Sebastian Vettel, doing better than Vettel did last year in that Ferrari is hardly a benchmark, is it, really? But yeah, I think it is Perez for me as well. I'm back and forth on it, but there's just something about, because people always say, and I've said it as well a lot, that we want to see Perez in a consistent, or a car that's got the potential to consistently win races. I've been saying the same about Carlos Sainz for a while as well, so I'm quite excited. I know that Ferrari might not be there yet, but I'm quite excited to see what he can do up against Leclerc and in a car that could challenge for podiums. And that's another one that's going to give us an answer to a question, I think. Maybe not this year, maybe next year, but I think, yeah, like you're probably leaning more towards Perez, but I am very excited about Sainz as well. There's a couple of drivers, actually, I'm really excited about this year. I mean, Yuki Tsunoda, I can't wait to see what he can do in Formula One. I hope he has a debut Formula One year like he did for Formula 2 and absolutely shocks us all. I think that'll be great. And I'm actually really fascinated, I don't know why, with the dynamic between Vettel and Stroll at Aston Martin. I still can't put my finger on why it fascinates me so much, but it just does. I think you've got Lance Stroll, who people, still talk down quite a bit. So he's got himself a new benchmark as a teammate, and he's settled in that team. So it's an opportunity for him to potentially try and, I guess, grab the team by the scruff of the neck and try to lead it and try and fight off this 4-time world champion that's coming in to try and make it his team potentially. We've got Sebastian Vettel trying to bounce back from last year. It's just absolutely, like I say, fascinates me. I mean, the whole Aston Martin project, but certainly the driver dynamic this year.
Do you think it's a bit win-win for Stroll? Because obviously, if he beats Vettel and takes control of that team, that's good for him, obviously. But if he loses, he's losing to a 4 times world champion, and it's easy for him to say, that was inevitable. I mean, obviously, drivers don't think like that. If they lose to anybody, they're disappointed. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe that gives them a little bit more of a cushion within that team than it would for maybe Perez.
Yeah, like you said, maybe not from Stroll's perspective, because losing to your teammate is never a good thing, but the media might cut him more slack either way, which might take a bit of pressure off him. But it just, I actually do think it'll be a lot closer, because Seb, I still think Seb's got the speed in there to be one of the best out there if he wants to be, and if the car's underneath him and he can get to grips with it. But he is going into a new team, and he's got to adapt to that. Stroll's been there a couple of years now. So you don't, for example, Sainz going to Ferrari, Leclerc was already there, so you'd say Leclerc is number one. I would, for example, say that at McLaren, I would consider right now Norris number one in that team, because Daniel Ricciardo is the one coming in. So Stroll is, in my head, because he was the established driver, is the number one. Obviously, contracts may say very different, and driver achievements in their career and performances will say different. But right now, if a driver moves to another team, then if there's an existing driver there, to me, they're the number one. So I like the idea of Stroll getting in there and going, no, I'm not giving this up. I want to lead this team. I want to fight with you, Seb, for podiums and wins, and I'm gonna grab it by the scruff of the neck and go for it, because I still think, and I know we're very much on the same page with this, Stuart, Lance Stroll gets way too much stick. He really does. He's not a bad driver at all. He's a good driver. He showed that through his junior career. He's been on the podium 3 times. Nico Hülkenberg, who everyone raves about, hasn't done it once. Lance Stroll's done it 3 times. He's driven last year. First half of the season was absolutely, I think, surprised everybody. Even his biggest critics probably thought, oh, okay, he's doing all right, fair enough. That crash at Mugello seemed to shake him up, and then obviously COVID around the Nürburgring as well. I think that gave him a bit of a hit, but he's much better than he's given credit for. Is he on the level of a Hamilton or a Verstappen? Absolutely not. But he's a solid driver. He does a good job in that midfield, and don't forget, yes, he's been in F1 for a few years, but he's still young. There's plenty of time for him to grow, and you could argue this with other drivers as well. He ain't going anywhere. He's here to stay. So just let him develop and let's see how he gets on. I think that's how I feel about Stroll. And I think if you compare him now to what he was a couple of years ago, even a year ago, you can see the progression, and that's good. I don't think he's going to be a world beater. I think obviously if you give him a dominant car and a teammate that's struggling in the future, then he could win a world championship. Of course he could, but in terms of talent, I don't think he's on the level of your Hamiltons, your Verstappens, your Leclercs and co, but he's in that mix in the midfield. So I just don't get the stick that he gets, other than, oh, he's a pay driver. It's, well, fair enough, but who isn't? Really, if you dig deep enough.
Most drivers these days have to bring with them backing and sponsorship and money from somewhere. I think some people, I don't know, misinterpret the term pay driver and think that the drivers are literally pulling money out of their wallet to pay for the seat, as opposed to making professional connections that will bring sponsorships to the team. That's what a pay driver is now. It's like Perez. Perez comes with Carlos Slim's, whatever he is, banking Mexicala. I can't remember what Carlos Slim's brand is. Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, he comes with a big Mexican billionaire, who is keen to see Perez do well. Um, and so on and so forth. Mazepin comes with Eurokai, even though I know that is owned by his dad or part owned by, as are a lot of drivers on the grid. And that's just the way it goes because it costs millions and millions and millions of dollars to go racing. And I agree with you. I think there's plenty of speed in Stroll. He's made mistakes like other people. I think he's under higher scrutiny because of the sort of positioning of his father in his career and in his team. And I think perhaps in a couple of years we could be in a position where there are two drivers who are driving for their father's teams, and then we need to ask ourselves, what is this something we need to be concerned about in Formula One? Probably not, but you don't want Formula One to become a place of nepotism rather than at least some hope of meritocracy down the line. Yeah.
I think the pay driver argument, I suppose, how far do you want to take it? Because is Leclerc a pay driver because Ferrari paid for his career through their junior program? Is I don't know what their histories are like, but is Mick Schumacher a pay driver because his dad bought him a go-kart when he was a kid? Because Mick Schumacher didn't buy that go-kart, and that ultimately is what set him up. I know that sounds ridiculous, but every single driver has had to pay a lot of money to get to where they are. And every single driver, even because I still think, and it is just my opinion, but looking at his junior career, and you go back and read stuff around him at the time, I think Lance Stroll will have made it to Formula One, or had the potential to make it to Formula One on his own merit eventually. The reason he came through so quickly was because of his dad's money. So he had the pace in junior formula to potentially pique the interest of a team like a Williams, for example, so might have landed the seat anyway. But he came in at the age he did because his dad was able to afford that seat. So, but every single driver on that grid has worked hard to get to where they are. Mazepin, yes, his dad's money has moved him along, but he still had to work his way through. You don't. It's the old thing I used to always say about Lance Stroll. It's a point I always make. I couldn't walk into Williams tomorrow with 50 million quid and say, I'll have your seat for the season, please. I've got to have a super license. I've got to have participated in junior formula. I've got to have some kind of pedigree behind me. Every single driver has worked to get to where they are, but it's so expensive. I can't remember what the figures are for Formula 3, but it's over $1 million for a Formula 3 season.
It's absurd, yeah. And also, I guess parents are one thing, but also, if you're coming along with big sponsor backers or national backing, it's because you've been scouted. It's because those people are like, this is a driver we want to back because he'll take our brand, or she will take our brand, far. They're not just plucking randos out and throwing cash at them, for the most part. And they get you absolutely right. There are drivers who are well funded by their parents, by their family, and have been given opportunities that many of us wouldn't be able to have, even if we have some kind of innate natural talent that could have led us to Formula One one day. This is the kind of sport it is. It's a rich person's sport.
And Carmen Fellers makes exactly a great point in chat. Says his dad's money is only the catalyst, but Stroll himself still needs to prove himself. That's the same for, absolutely agree. Every driver, doesn't matter if they're paid driver or not, once they get to Formula One. I remember having a conversation with Aldas about this actually, probably a couple of years ago now, that a junior career can be absolutely glittering, but when you get to Formula One, it matters. Your junior career matters to get you to Formula One, but once you're there, you can forget all that. You've got to deliver on the track in Formula One. So I absolutely agree with that the money is one thing, the driver's still got to perform. But I think Stroll is. I mean, again, is he setting the world alight? Not generally, but it was very hard to criticise him at the start of last year. And people say, well, Perez had COVID, that's why he was doing so well. Yeah, Stroll also missed races for that. Stroll had a lot of bad luck in the second half of that season. The failure in Mugello with that big accident, for example, springs to mind. So he was much better last year, Stroll, and I think we'll see even more from him this year, and he's growing, and I'm excited for his future. And who knows? You never know what's going to happen in Formula One. He might end up in a car that can compete for consistent wins and maybe a championship in the future, but If you're asking me if he's on speed and talent world championship material, probably not right now. May never be, but at the same time, and I'm sorry, and I have no issue with him before I say it, before anybody brings it up, Nico Rosberg. I never for 1 second believed he was world championship winning material. Never. He's a world champion. That sounds really harsh on Nico, but when he was at Williams, I never looked at him and thought, world champion in the making, that.
Yeah, he had that really good debut race, actually right here in Bahrain. I think it was oh, here we go, 2006, I want to say. He came sixth.
Yeah.
In his first race in Williams, and that was pretty impressive. But yeah, he just sort of, he seemed like a good solid driver, but you never thought, he didn't arrive with the big bang that some people do, like Verstappen did, like Alonso did, where you stood up and you went, wow, who's this person? But yeah, some people have a slow burn at the beginning of their career, and then you move them up into better cars, and they'll show you they'll show you who they are. I mean, look at Perez. Actually, he's had he's been in F1 quite a long time, and he's been in a myriad of teams. He had that excellent year with Sauber, and I want to say 2011 or 2012 before he was moved up to 2012, and then he was moved up to McLaren to replace Hamilton. And it was the wrong time for him, and then he sort of swanned around in the midfield for the next 7 years. And we didn't see as much spectacular Perez as maybe we would have if he'd had a slightly different career trajectory. We can't say what all these drivers are going to do, and I think sometimes there is pressure on them to like deliver straight out of the box and do what Verstappen did. I think Verstappen, and some people like him, often raise the bar to levels that are not particularly relevant or achievable, or are good at identifying who will be the world champions. I love seeing Carlos Sainz's eyes, by the way, in this shot.
Yeah. I was just enjoying the Alpine on track. Sorry, I was taking a drink of water.
No, that's fine.
Fernando Alonso just there, and I just somebody said earlier, and I need to see it for sure. Somebody said it's the Alpine livery is the French flag from the side, but from the top it's the UK flag. I don't know how true that is. Have I got one on top? Thank you to Amani Correa Dietrich for becoming a new member of the channel. Welcome aboard, massively appreciated. There's going to be members now that go, oh, here he goes. He said this last year. I will look at membership. But I don't really, I need to start some emotes and things like that for live streams and bits and bobs. So I'll try cut with some stuff for members. I said it last testing, and I probably said it before summer break last year, but once we get to this stage, it's difficult to find a day to start putting stuff like that together because it all gets a bit quick. But yeah, thank you very much for joining the channel, and I will get round to it. And if not, I will make sure that one of the mods, when lockdown's lifted, comes here and slaps me and pins me to the computer until I do it. Annette's going, I'll do it. Sort him out. Thank you for that one. Yeah, we've got 2 hours left of the session. Sergio Perez remains quickest from this morning, 1:30.1 with that 49 laps. Charles Leclerc second, 1:30.4. Ricciardo fastest of the afternoon so far, 1:30.5, 23 laps. I'm going to pause for 1 second while I take a photo of the tyres that are on screen on my phone, so I've got it for reference in a minute. It's all high tech here. It's all high tech. Lando Norris, 1:30.6, 56 laps. Gasly, 1:30.8. Alonso this afternoon, second quickest, 1:30.9 in sixth place, 35 laps. Kimi Raikkonen still on that very satisfying 1-2-3. That's it, Kimi. You can go home and leave it at that. That's fine. Esteban Ocon at 1:31.3. Max Verstappen at 1:31.4, 32 laps. 25 laps so far for Nikita Mazepin, 1:31.5. Mick Schumacher, 1:32. 0.5378 laps. Bottas 86 laps this morning, 1:32.4. George Russell 119. He's just coming to the pits as I say that. Lewis Hamilton 32.8, 21 laps, and then we've got Carlos Sainz 33.50, 50 laps already this afternoon. Sebastian Vettel 35.1, 52 laps, 59 laps for Yuki Tsunoda, and 80 laps this morning for Lance Stroll. 35.2 for Yuki, 36.1 for Lance. And on track at the moment, it's quiet. Fernando Alonso and Carlos Sainz. And in terms of tyres, for their fastest times, so we already know Perez from this morning was a C4, Leclerc the C3. Ricciardo's done his fastest time on the C4 tyre. Of course, if you're new to Formula One, hardest compound is C1, the softest compound is C5. C3 for Lando Norris, C4 for Gasly, C3 for Raikkonen. Alonso's fastest is on the C2 and is a little bit quicker than his teammate who did his on the C3. Verstappen on the C2 as well. Mazepin C4, Mick Schumacher C3. Again, I know you can't read much into testing, but that's an interesting one between the Haas drivers. Generally speaking, I think the idea between compounds is sort of 0.2 to half a second, generally speaking, between each one seems to be the range we're working. So Mazepin, half a second quicker on a compound softer will probably be about right. That's a battle actually I'm quite looking forward to this season. Valtteri Bottas, C2 tyre, Russell C2, Hamilton was on the C3, Sainz on the C2 as well, Russell back out on track, Sebastian Vettel C2, Yuki Tsunoda C2, and Lance Stroll on the C3. Thank you very much to Curious for your contribution. If you would like to contribute to the channel, probably for anybody that's wondering, probably going to go on some more PC upgrades and possibly new internet as well. Oh, don't get me started on that. Fingers crossed it seems to be running okay at the minute. This is where it crashes. But you can contribute via Super Chat on YouTube. You can also do so through Streamlabs. And of course, if you would prefer to make sure that 100% comes to me and the channel, you can do so through PayPal. All the information you need for that is in the description down below, as well as links to Stuart's channel, Dylan's channel, John T's Twitter, Dan's channel as well. So you can go give them a follow and a subscribe too. So yes, George Russell, Fernando Alonso, and Carlos Sainz all out on track at the moment. Annette's like, pick me. I think she just wants to come and hit me with a stick all afternoon. I think she'd love that. That sounded creepier than it needed to, actually. I meant more in a stop me procrastinating than anything, but never mind.
As predicted, Vettel is in the pits now after doing another 14-lap stint. He's just doing 14 after 14. Some drivers doing some very long stints at the moment. Russell is doing handfuls of 20 and 21s. Sainz, 16, 19, and now on another long stint. Yeah, we'll see what they do. Alonso favouring the sort of shorter, medium stints at the moment. So everyone doing something slightly different.
Yeah, it's some interesting stuff going out. Actually, but we saw Perez, didn't we? The qualifying laps, the three, and it's this is why I'm not worrying. I don't think anyone else should about Aston Martin's lap times because, like you've just said, Stuart, they're basically doing the same as they were this morning. So I think part of that is probably to make up for the lost time yesterday or the day before they had. In fact, they lost time both days, didn't they? But Fowler, thank you very much for your contribution. Says donating this to make sure YouTube gets 30%. Because Google don't make enough money, you see. You've got to make sure that they're supported, definitely. Thank you very much, mate, for that one. Appreciate it. And Oster says, why did F1 stream the first 16 minutes of the afternoon test on YouTube? I noticed that yesterday, and somebody mentioned it in chat a bit ago, and I had a look. Read the description. They are only streaming about 15 minutes, I think. And I suppose the point there is that, first of all, it gives fans who maybe can't or don't have F1 TV or Sky the chance to watch cars on track for 15 minutes. But also, you know, the pessimist and the skeptic in me, it's also a chance for them to advertise and say, if you'd like to see the rest of this session, you can buy F1 TV now. Or it's basically a little advert, isn't it? Really? Is that just me being really skeptical, Stuart?
Well, I think that's probably the reason. I think of all the things they could entice you in with, testing isn't necessarily the most riveting. I mean, we're having a good time, but I think you want to suck someone in. You want to give them a little taster of a quali or maybe even an FP session, and maybe they will. No, they probably won't because they've got deals with Sky Sports, haven't they? So
I wonder how that's gonna change in the future because there's some talk at the moment. I think it was Domenicali that was discussing this about them doing or discussing possibly getting the F1 TV app, if you like, onto Amazon Prime. But I know that in the F1 Fan Voice survey that came out last year, they were also asking the question of fans, how would you feel about the F1 TV app on Sky Q? So I wonder if there's a bit of a bidding war somewhere going on behind the scenes between Sky and Amazon for the F1 TV app, and how that might translate into the future live streaming of races. Will Amazon outbid Sky to the point where everybody will get F1 TV, but through Amazon Prime?
I mean, possibly. And see, this is the thing. I'm no big fan of Amazon, and I'm not going to go into that because that's not the point of this. But that is a bigger audience. I think there are more people, much more people with Amazon Prime than with Sky subscriptions. I would imagine, partly because almost everybody accidentally signs up to Amazon Prime, because eventually you accidentally click OK on their trial message, and then that's it. You're stuck with it forever. So, I mean, I'm in favor of having as many people have access to Formula One as possible, and I've not enjoyed having it behind the Sky paywall. I would rather have it on an F1 TV paywall where you're not kind of locked into like an entire Sky package, which is the problem. And again, we're speaking about the UK here. Every country has its own sort of system, but I that's what I'm concerned about. Now, I know F1 TV has its problems, and everyone has complained about the streams going down at crucial times during the races. And I hear they've upgraded it this year, and it's going to be a lot better. But yeah, anything that increases the accessibility for a potential audience is good by me, because I think that's what F1 needs. F1 needs as many eyeballs on it as it can get.
Keep an eye on Max Verstappen here. He's purple first sector, green middle sector on the prototype tyre. Just a reminder, the prototype tyre is exactly the same as the C3, but it's manufactured in Turkey instead of Romania. Yes, I know. I mean, come on. Max Verstappen does go fastest, 29.9, first into the 29.9s or 29s, just generally this week. So we're starting to see a little bit of speed, a couple of tenths quicker than his teammate. His teammate interesting on the C4, which again shows you just how much you can read into these. But the Amazon Prime thing is an interesting one, because it's whether FOM wants Formula One to disappear from what I guess I'd call traditional TV. I know Sky is behind a paywall, but it's a TV, isn't it? It's a TV channel. So it's whether or not they want to let that go and go streaming exclusively, which I think would be a mistake. I think if they could get enough money from Amazon Prime, I think they could probably, or somebody like Amazon Prime, who knows, and Netflix, if they ever properly enter into live streaming or anything, would be maybe see if they can get it back on some guy. I tell you what I think it'll be. Long term, it'll be F1 TV, either through Amazon Prime, having the app over there and then being hosted over there, or as it is right now, and Sky Sports F1. I think that's what we're going to have in the UK going forward. But to be honest, if that's what we get, yes, it'll still be on Sky Sports. Yes, some people will pay for that. It'll just be nice to have the option to give the money directly to Formula One, effectively through F1 TV. But I kind of think that if they did that, and this is why I think the Sky Q thing comes in. If they did do that kind of deal where Sky keep the rights and they show it on the F1 TV in the UK, I think that's when we're likely to see the F1 TV app on Sky Q, so that we in the UK could keep our Sky subscription and have access to all the extra stuff that comes with F1 TV, so like the extra onboards and things like that. And I just saw somebody in chat, and I can't. Afternoon, John T. Good to see you, mate. De Oster, yes. You are my new favourite person for making this point. An F1 TV smart TV app would be neat, so I don't have to look at my laptop if I want to watch it on the TV. It's such a little thing, but I know you could do like Chromecast and things like that, but it does frustrate me that there isn't a working Xbox app for F1 TV so that I could just watch it on my TV without using my mobile or laptop. I just want to lay on the sofa and watch classic F1 races via an app. I don't care if that's getting a bit old school these days.
Yeah, I mean, can't expect F1 to be that far ahead of the ball, can we? But no, you're right. And maybe that's something they'll think about. Depending on the territories that they've expanding F1 TV into, it does seem weird, doesn't it? Because everybody's got most serious streaming services have apps for TVs, consoles, whatever. F1 less so much. I mean, I need to check my TV. I've just got a TV with a sort of Android system behind it, so that might have possibilities on it. I haven't checked. I haven't tested it yet, but you're absolutely right with like F1 TV being on a TV somehow, and if you can't get it on a TV simply, you are potentially losing audiences that way. Not everyone has smart TVs. Not everyone has the means or the know-how to project things onto their TV, either by casting or by hooking their laptop up to it, which is what I used to do.
Yeah.
Just plug my laptop into the TV. Yeah, it's a tricky line, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think I've got to say, and I know obviously money, when it comes to money and what's affordable and you know justifiable for people, it's all different. It's all relative, isn't it? But I actually think, given that you've got such a huge archive of races in, you know, the UK's F1 TV with access to all your live timing and everything from the website and the F1 TV archive, so all the classic races and highlights, it's £2.29 a month. I actually think that's a bloody steal, to be honest. So if they can carry that on and get it on a TV, brilliant.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting decisions ahead for F1's relationship with broadcasters, especially now they're sort of expanding their sort of digital platform and how they want to be in control of that. Yeah, I wonder if we might end up moving into a kind of Formula E style. Well, actually, the way they do Formula 2 and Formula 3 as well, where there is just a host broadcast. It's not a channel broadcast, but they've got their own set of presenters, and they just broadcast that blanket to the world.
Yeah.
Work for non-English speaking countries, I guess, but you know that's when you have your home presenters dealing with that. Bearing in mind what they've been doing in Formula 2 and Formula 3, I wouldn't be surprised if that was something they move towards. I mean, they do it in Formula 1, obviously. We just don't see that.
Stephen Wood says, I mean, it is called F1 TV, not F1 streaming app.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. While we were talking there, Daniel Ricciardo moved up into third place with a 1:30.3. Max Verstappen purple in the first sector again. Slower in the middle sector, still on that prototype tyre, so we'll see if he goes any quicker. Might see some time start to, I say tumble, but come down a little bit. Kimi Raikkonen up to fifth place on a 1:30.6. Max Verstappen over the line stays at 1:29.9 with a slower final sector. Lewis Hamilton personal best. Oh, just for a minute now, it feels like a slightly slower qualifying. Lewis Hamilton is out there. Personal best first sector. 29.4. We'll see what he does for the rest of the lap. Who's on track overall? So we've got Verstappen, Raikkonen, Russell, Hamilton, and Sainz. So, yeah, I assume Vettel's in for a bit more fuel and getting ready to go for another 14 laps is what we're looking at there. We'll see with Seb. Check Streamlabs, make sure I've not missed any contributions or anything like that. Yes, I have. Ferdinand... thank you very much for your I haven't read that one. I have a Ferdinand, so thank you very much for your contribution, mate. It says, do you think Seb will win a race this season? I think he can. And I think Aston have a shot at podiums and maybe nicking a win as Hamilton goes 13th with a 32.5. I'm going to say yeah.
Russell.
I'll say yeah. Why not? I think yeah.
I see no reason to expect Aston Martin are in a particularly different position than they were last year. So they were in shot of a win twice last year, and they won one of them. There was Turkey and Sakir. So there are 6 more races this year than there were last year, if you can imagine that. There's more opportunity for them to just steal a win should it present themselves. So I don't see why it wouldn't be Vettel that does that. We
Yeah.
could be eating our worst 4 races in when it turns out either the car or Vettel is nowhere.
Yeah, no guarantees, of course, in Formula One, but again, it's only testing. But it seems at the moment as though we might have a more open season than we thought we were going to have. A nice person says, which just made me chuckle, because it would be just his luck. Watch this be the year Bottas finally beats Hamilton, but ends up losing the championship to Verstappen. It would be just his luck, wouldn't it, for Bottas?
Poor guy. He's a bit of a David Coulthard, isn't he? Now he's very much of the big talk preseason guy. He's been giving it all again. I'm not trying to make fun of him at all, but he is. You have to talk yourself up as an athlete, as a sports person. You can't go into a season thinking you're going to get beaten by Hamilton. Sounds like he's working with a sports psychologist or something equivalent. He wouldn't explicitly sort of confirm that, but that's what it seems like. Which I'm definitely in favor of. Just generally, I think it's a really useful thing to have as a sports person, because it's managing the psychology of competing at the highest level is a real skill, a real benefit. Keeping your head together, not being out psyched by your competitors off track, and not getting yourself in a bad headspace when you're in the middle of a race, which we see some drivers do sometimes, and they bottle it, or they lose the will, or they don't. Some drivers are always there, always fighting, and some drivers are struggle with that. So Bottas seems to get himself into strange headspaces sometimes, I think, which is why we sort of see brilliant Bottas sometimes and we see mediocre Bottas other times, and anything that can keep him consistent will be of great benefit to the championship and to Bottas. Because I think if we got Bottas on a good day for 23 races of the year, then that is a championship challenge. It's just we just don't see that enough.
Yeah, nice person just adding that Rosberg credits a huge amount of his 2016 win to his extra work on the mental health side of things. I mean, Ted was talking to Bottas last night, and apparently Rosberg even went as far as to sleeping in a different bed to I think she was his wife at the time.
Yeah, I heard
don't know
that.
if they were just partners or wife, but yeah, Bottas sort of like, I'm not going to go that far, not go to those extremes. But I think he was saying he's been through some pretty extreme training, hasn't he, over in Finland? So. I don't want to keep saying it because it's almost all the time I feel I have to justify that I have no issue with Valtteri Bottas, and I want him to do a bloody good job and give us a fight up there, and maybe this year he will, but I just, sorry to sound like a bit of a dick about it, but I just feel like this is the third year we've heard similar stuff from him, and he hasn't done it the other 2 years, so maybe this will be the year he does it. But the talking has to stop at some point, and he's got to deliver. And as a second driver, he's helping that team towards titles, taking points away from people. I think he could do more. Of course he could, but he's doing what he needs to, and he's not there really, I don't think, to beat Hamilton. But do you think this is his last chance to win a title with Mercedes? Do you think we're looking at Russell in that car next year?
Well, there's a lot of question marks at the moment. At least 3 major ones. So next year, it looks they've said it's not a sure thing and stuff like that. But there's a high chance Russell will be moving into that car next year. But we still have big question marks over whether Hamilton will still be in that team next year. If Hamilton retires and Russell moves up, maybe they'll want to keep Bottas on for consistency and an experienced head with the team who can so they can have two strong drivers leading that team forward. The third question mark is, of course, we're not sure where Mercedes will end up in the pecking order after every team has come up with their new cars. They are likely to be strong, but we don't know necessarily if they'll be able to carry on their dominance if another team gets the jump on them. So, I think if Bottas wants to win a championship, he probably should give it everything this year, while he still knows he is in that team and that team is still strong. But he could still be there next year alongside Russell, and that team might be in a position to give him another chance. But none of those things are guaranteed.
Yeah, I think I said during the lunch break that it could be, because obviously, like we said, they were hanging on Hamilton a little bit as well. Are Merc going to be willing to change both drivers, or could it be a case that we're looking at, assuming he continues the progression he's made and the growth he's shown, is it a case that we're looking at either Hamilton Russell next year or Bottas Russell next year? But I think if I were Mercedes, look, I can't say this any other way. If I was Mercedes and in their position as Ricciardo goes purple in the first sector, if Hamilton turned around tomorrow and said, guys, we'll keep it quiet for now, but I'm retiring at the end of this year, I would need to see more from Bottas to keep him on alongside Russell. If not, I would be, and I know he's got a contract, but you can get out of contracts in F1. If Bottas doesn't do what he needs to put alongside Russell, I would go absolutely all out, money, and get hold of Max Verstappen and Russell for next year. I'm not saying Bottas can't. I'm not saying Bottas can't show that he's got it and can deliver it, but I would need to see more from him if I was in Toto Wolff's position to keep him on alongside Russell if Hamilton decided to retire. Whereas Hamilton, being a 7-time world champion, unless he has a shocking year and just doesn't give a damn, which I highly doubt, he'll be top of his game. They were saying that again last night in the notebook, that Bottas said there's no doubt whatsoever that he'll come in and be fully focused on the racing. He'd probably keep that seat, whatever, really. So yeah, I think a big year for Bottas. Big year for Bottas. And you could argue we could say that for the last couple of years, but I think with both drivers out of contract, it's not think, is it? There's a massive decision for Mercedes to make come this summer. I'm just trying to think who's out of contract for this year. There's not many, is there really? Ocon is, but I think that ship may have sailed for him at Mercedes. I think Gasly is, so that might be an option. Do you think he's ready there? Leclerc isn't. He's there till, I think he's end of 24 and Verstappen's end of 23. One or the other, that way round. But again, I mean, it's another Rosberg example. I keep going to Rosberg examples, but he signed a new deal with Mercedes and retired a few months later. So contracts, they are worth the paper they're written on because they do the job they have to. But if a driver wants to get out or a team wants to buy a driver out, there's always ways around that. So yeah, it's going to be a fascinating summer.
Let me I'm going to sort of reverse situation the question back at you. If you're Verstappen and Mercedes come up to you and so keep it on the down low, but Hamilton's retiring, we want to hire you for next year, do you go for that, bearing in mind, we don't have the stability in the regulations, and there's so you're leaving a team and understand and is fully behind you for a team that's doing very well right now, but not necessarily guaranteed of success.
Well, yeah, it's a fantastic point because there are no guarantees, are there? Just because they're top now doesn't mean they will be next year. I mean, Ferrari, I don't know, had Alonso decided to go for Ferrari instead of Renault for 2005, that would have been crazy, wouldn't it? A stupid move. There's no guarantees, but I mean, if we could read anything into testing based on this, then no, I wouldn't. It's all going rather well for Red Bull at the moment. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because
Ricciardo's second.
Yeah, Ricciardo's gone P2, 30.1. It was on the C4, by the way. I definitely saw that one. It's a tricky question, Stuart. It's not often you lot put me on the spot in revenge, but I like that.
That's a Hamilton to Mercedes type gamble, isn't it? That's on the promise. Maybe not as much because Mercedes is dominant now, but that's the kind of, yeah.
I suppose it would depend what Red Bull were saying, because I know that, again, we don't know for sure 2022, and no team does, but as we know from when, as you've just said there, and the promise that Hamilton got from Mercedes as Alonso goes fifth on the C3, the promise he got from Mercedes was, hey, look, we're building this car, we're really confident for 2014. Come with us next year, settle and help us with what we need you to help us with, and then we're very confident you will have a extremely competitive car in 2014. You know, a Nicky Lauda in the ear, kind of helping to convince him over there. Ross Brawn doing his bit too. So teams do know if they've got something right or if they've got something spectacularly wrong. I mean, even recently, going back to Ferrari last January, things leaking from Maranello that the car was much worse than they expected it to be. So teams do know. So if Red Bull turn around middle of May, somewhere around there, and say to Max, look, we think the car's okay for next year, we're a little bit concerned about the rear end or something like that, and then Mercedes say, oh, hey Max, by the way, don't say a word, Lewis is off at the end of the year, we'd like to offer you a seat, and they say to him, yeah, we're confident with our car, he's then got to take the gamble. He's got to make a choice. It's a big gamble, because go to Mercedes on that promise and it turns out Red Bull had solved their problems and were dominant. It's a mistake, kind of like Alonso in a way. This could be a, maybe not career defining, but it could be a bit sort of for the next stage of his career. This could be quite a defining moment for Verstappen in many ways, because if he chooses to leave and it's a stupid move, then he's going to look daft. But I keep making this point as well, or I did in a video the other week, that there will come a point where, although there's no guarantees about 22, there will come a point where Verstappen gets fed up of Red Bull promising him every year that they're going to give him the car to challenge and don't give him the car to challenge. There will come a stage, every driver will go through that, where he will just say, look, you know, I get it, Christian, you're telling me that, but you've told me that for the last 3 years and you haven't given me that car. There are no guarantees. I don't know what Mercedes is going to be like, but I'm going to go somewhere and see if that's a bit different, because I'm getting fed up of these promises and not getting the car that you keep telling me I'm going to get. Because that's got to get boring for him. Not boring, but frustrating for him after a while. Oh, this is it, Max. This is it. We've got you a car, and they haven't until the second half of the season, and it ruins his chances of the championship. There's got to come a point where he has to draw a line and move on.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's, you might say that's similar to what happened with Hamilton and McLaren. And I think some people forget that it really felt like Hamilton was McLaren. You know, he had a relationship with that team from the age of like 10 or something. They nurtured his young career, and he joined them and had a good honeymoon period, and then went through like 4 years of the doldrums with them. But it just seemed absurd that Hamilton would ever leave McLaren. It just seemed like he was a part of the team, but he did. He wanted bigger and better things, and he wanted the opportunities, and it was a good thing he did, because he never would have won it any more than one championship with the last 8 years McLaren have had without him. So even though Max Verstappen has this long-standing relationship with Red Bull, there's no guarantees that his loyalty will be forever when he's got his career to think about. And you're absolutely right. This is a key moment in his career. Like, wherever he's parked himself for the next few years with a changing set of regulations that has no guarantees as to which team will be where, may determine how many world championships he'll be able to challenge for in his career.
AC asks a great question. What happens to Red Bull if Max leaves? Who have they got? Because they don't want Gasly back. They've been not clear on that, but that seems to be the vibe. We don't know, assuming it's the end of this year, let's say. Actually, that's a point. Warren Hay just pointing out, don't forget Max has his break clause in the contract this season as well. So what does that do for them? I'm just looking through the drivers we've got out there. The 18 on the grid. Do they try and get Sainz back? Do they try and find him? Are they going to go and chase Ricciardo, or what are they going to do? Because I keep saying this, but if Hamilton leaves Mercedes, it's to retire. I don't think he's going anywhere else. Who do they sign?
And that's a very good point.
Vettel?
Alonso? There's no one for the long term, though,
Raikkonen?
is there? There's not. They're going to have to try and nab one of the young drivers, or see, it's tricky, isn't it? Because once again, Red Bull's pipeline of young drivers is not exactly overflowing with people who are ready at the sharp end. They've got a few people in the sort of junior formula sort of sitting around there, but I don't know. Do they grab Gasly back again? Would Gasly want to do that? He seems quite Sonoda. He's only a little baby.
They didn't seem keen to bring Gasly back, did they? That seems to be the narrative. But I think he's come on leaps and bounds since then. So, and even since they were sort of like, oh no, probably won't go for Gasly. When all the Perez Albon talk was going on, there was still improvement there. So maybe that their appetite will change for that. Maybe they'll be forced into a position like they were when Daniel Ricciardo left, where they've got to take somebody. So, bless him, Gasly will do. Which is kind of how it was for Albon when they promoted Gasly to Red Bull, wasn't it? They were kind of like, oh, we're going to have to put something in that car. Well, we'll get Albon back. So they might have to. But just a quick note there, Seb Vettel. Obviously, it's getting darker now, so visor changes will happen. But he's changed his whole helmet. He's got his German flag one back with the pink on it as well. So the proper German flag one that I like is there. But also, engine cover is off the Aston Martin again. And they are rushing around at the back trying to either fix something or diagnose a problem. So more reliability concerns for Aston Martin, and they'll be hoping, of course, they can get these out of the way now, because this is sort of what testing's for. So it might be nothing. They might be just making some tweaks to something, but there looks to be a bit of concern towards the back.
Hopefully, it's nothing too out of the ordinary. They're doing. These are extended sessions, so you may have to just fiddle around with the engine, change some settings underneath the cover in between runs. He's only done 56 laps at the moment. It's not a disrespectable amount of laps. Still doing the 14s, but he hasn't really been out on a long run in a little while. Let's see.
No, he's been in the pits for a little while now, so. That's always a concern. I'll keep an eye on the Twitter account.
Hamilton's
I wasn't seeing it as the Twitter.
He's on 33.
The prototype, was he on the?
Who's that? Sorry.
Sorry, I kind of talked over you, but I kind of missed what you said as well. Did you say Hamilton on the?
Just saying Hamilton came back into the pits. He's only done 33 laps, but he didn't get started for the first hour or so, did he?
What's going on? I mean, I'm always going to be skeptical on Mercedes. But talk about sandbagging, talk about problems. I never trust them in these situations. I don't. Max Verstappen out there, by the way, on the prototype tyre. An hour and 25 minutes to go. Nearly there. And we've got to wait 2 weeks. Or they've got Drive to Survive next week. So that'll pass a day, because I'll cram all that in a day easy. Looking forward to that. But yeah, Max Verstappen's still fastest at the moment. Instead of running through the order, what have we got? 29.9 for Verstappen, 41 laps. Personal best first sector. I think Danny Rick had the purple first sector actually when he did his quicker run and end up to second place. So he's done the 29 laps, 133 for Kimi at the moment. George Russell's got the most at the moment, 136. There's only Mazepin, Raikkonen and Verstappen out on track at the moment. Seb Vettel still in the garage. I'll keep an eye, like I say, on the Twitter feed from Aston Martin. Who's going about their business quite nicely. Charles Leclerc this afternoon, 80 laps. That's more than... No, Sainz this afternoon, isn't he? 62, only 18 off of what Charles Leclerc did this morning. And I try to work out who's going quite nicely, who's been in this afternoon. I mean, Seb Vettel is. I mean, 56 laps is good. It's only a few less than Sonoda, and we've not, apart from his slide, we've not, as Verstappen goes even quicker, 29.792 on the prototype tyre. That's the medium. So that's good stuff from them. I think we're going to start to see some times drop a little bit now. But yeah, I think 56 for Seb's all right, but Hamilton only 33.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Ricciardo get into the 29s at some point by the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think I would like just to put that marker down.
What I'm waiting for, you might guess where we're going with this, is what I'm waiting for is Lewis Hamilton, C1 tyre, goes and posts a lap that beats last year's quali, and everybody who's been going, oh, this is it, we've got a great title fight, goes, oh, done it again.
Yeah. I mean, this is this I don't know, this final hour is the ideal time for Mercedes to show some pace if they want to, because we know they work. Traditionally, the difference in pace between them and Red Bull is greater when when things are a little bit cooler. In hot conditions, Red Bull are closer to them, and Mercedes also stronger on harder compounds than Red Bull. So potentially a chance for Mercedes to do something, but I don't think they will, because they're not. We've seen they're not that interested in posting headline times. I know Valtteri Bottas got the fastest time yesterday PM, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to do it. Now's the time.
Just watching Seb. I think he's still sat in the car, so I think that's a positive if you're a Vettel fan. Front wings, I don't think he will be for long. Front wings coming off the car, and it looks like it's going up on the jacks. And yeah, Seb Vettel is getting out of the car. Oh, what a disaster!
Fingers crossed. It's not a big deal, and he can come out in the next 10 minutes or so.
Only 10 laps yesterday, of course.
56 laps so far. Yeah.
Yeah. Lewis Hamilton out of the car as well, having only done 33 laps, helmet off and everything. So, obviously, don't panic too much, because it doesn't take long for a driver to get the helmet back on and hop in the car, does it? So, they can be out with pretty short notice. But and the screens are going up at Aston Martin, which means the floor's coming off. That's bad news. That's a long delay, I think.
Yeah, that could well be. Unless it's like a major setup change for the final hour.
Yeah, maybe.
Something like that. And don't forget, these are long sessions. These are 4-hour sessions. So drivers hopping out of the car could just be stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, a couple of things like that.
Yeah.
They could just be saying to Seb, this is going to take 15 minutes, so there's no point you sitting in the car right now. Same with Hamilton. It doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. We'll see how long it takes for them to get them out. They seem, I'm a bit behind you on the Aston Martin feed, but they seem to be working pretty hard, so they feel like they can get out there again. So hopefully, we'll see a bit of that shortly. I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that for Seb. Obviously, a little bit concerning that his screens have gone up and all of that business, but we will. Yeah, we will see. Here is Francis says, where can I watch video, or where can I have video? Sky F1 in the UK, F1 TV in other territories as well, and I'm sure there are other ways online. I can't show it, obviously, for obvious copyright reasons. Yeah. Stepping away, yellow flag. Says No Mojo. You've got the flag system down. Good stuff. Aston have not had a good time. It says Warren Haig. It's a concern, isn't it? I mean, times I guess don't matter, but they've not exactly been pumping in. They've been putting in some good laps. I mean, 56, sorry, for Seb, 80 for Stroll this morning. But like Stuart says, it might be they're just gonna tweak a few things, or even try a new floor for the last hour or something. But we'll see. It'll take more than 20 minutes to change that. It's just a shame. Tsunoda goes across the line, moves up to ninth place on a 31.2. That's on a C4 tyre. So some good laps for Tsunoda as well today. 62 in total so far. Positively surprised by Haas's car this year. What they got now is what they'll have all season. That's from Psychedelic or Psychedelic On. We have passed 1,000 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. That's 3 days in a row. Awesome stuff. Wow, brilliant. Thank you for that. Still, if you'd like to drop a like, please do. You can contribute to stream as well. Links in the description for that one. Always appreciated as always. As somebody asked me earlier, we don't have a donation counter. We don't have a goal counter because I didn't have a goal for anything this year. It was only yesterday I was thinking about maybe some PC upgrades and bits just to give it a bit more oomph for video processing and all that business. So I didn't think to do one really, but yeah, possibly should have done. But yeah. The Mackie says, take a shot. Every time copyright reasons is mentioned, you drop faster than youngsters from Red Bull. Great comment. It just surprises me how many people don't get that I can't show it and get really angry with me for it. Like, again, as I said it on Friday, Channel 4 pay £35 million a season just for the highlights. So there's just no way. And even Formula One themselves are only showing 15 minutes on YouTube. So quite how I'm meant to stream the full 9 hours on my YouTube channel is baffling. I'm not willing to throw it away because... frankly, because people can't use Google. The goal is for you to promote my WordPress, says Jonty's Colour. There you go. Yes, the goal is to promote Jonty. I didn't put it in the description. Check out Jonty on Twitter. Link in the description if you're on Twitter, of course. And he's got a WordPress blog going. Really good one on safety. Really good read. Well worth it as well. I haven't read his most recent one though, but I will do. I think it was on Murray. Possibly on Murray Walker. So if you've got any more Murrayisms, by the way, feel free to put them in chat and we'll read a couple out or a few out in the last hour. Of course, remembering Murray Walker, if you missed the news last night, and we've been talking about it on and off throughout the day today, Murray Walker sadly passed away yesterday at the age of 97 years old. But, I'm not ashamed to say I was quite emotional last night, but then you start thinking about the good stuff with Murray and the brilliant Murrayisms and the fantastic commentary and his incredible passion and the fact that if I want to hear him and go back and watch any time and listen to his fantastic voice, and you realise that he led such an incredible life that it's sad, but you've got to celebrate that, and it kind of lifted a bit of that emotion for me. Still, it is still sad, of course it is, but sad when anybody dies, isn't it? It's not a nice thing, whatever their age. But yeah, he had a corking life, did Murray. And I'd give anything to have seen the things he's seen and done the things he's done in Formula One. I'm happy watching on Sky on a Sunday afternoon.
Absolutely. A charmed life he led and shared it with us.
Nice person says, to roughly quote Brundle, he's got an amazing grid to commentate on up there. That's true, yeah. Some fantastic drivers from Formula One history, so there you go, bit of commentating. Is Kimi still out on track? Yeah, he's been out there all day, basically, to be honest. Kimi's not had a break, he's just kept going. Jonty going with the 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps quote. Bless him. Yeah. Yeah, right. Sorry, Stuart, go
on. This is just to carry on to something you said. You're talking about Kimi being out there all day long, but he hasn't got the highest number of laps anymore. That goes to George Russell.
Yeah, George. Oh, that's a point. Just bear with me, guys. I'm going to take the timer go down for a second while I just have a look here. Was that the morning? Yeah, that was the morning session. That's no good to me. Bear with me. I just want to see. All day. I've got. What I need to stop doing, and I swore I was going to do it. In fact, I swore I was going to do it last season, is stop just saving things as the default name in a default folder that is done on my downloads, because I can never find anything again. Latifi did 132. That's what I was looking for. Latifi 132 yesterday. And Nissani did 83 on Friday. So George has beaten them two in terms of laps completed, 136. So that's something for him. Definitely. Yeah, but Kimi's just been at it all afternoon, really, hasn't he? But interesting. But I keep saying that, like you say, George is ahead of him. So that's the battle to watch. Who's going to get more laps, George Russell or Kimi Räikkönen?
You know, they're both playing away. And we haven't really spoken about Williams that much, to be honest. But again, we have to remember 2 years ago when they
Mm.
barely turned up for testing and had so many problems getting their season going. They're just having a pretty flawless run, aren't they? They're just out there putting in laps. It's great to see.
Lewis Hamilton about to go back out on the C5s. This could potentially annoy a few people. And Liam Ward says there's 7 winners of the Monaco Grand Prix on the grid today, and 4 of them are Michael Schumacher. That's maths. Yeah, so just before, while it's a bit quiet on track, Ricardo, Raikkonen, and Mazepin, are you right if I just step away for a minute, Stuart, and grab a drink and give the voice a second?
Yeah, I'll cover it. I'm currently, I'll commentate on 1 minute ago.
Definitely.
As my stream currently is.
I'm sure chat will keep you entertained. I'll back in a few.
Let's have a little look at what chat is saying. Although it'll take me a moment because as I've just turned back onto the chat page, it's scrolling through about 400 messages, so it's going too fast for me. Lewis Hamilton's still in the garage, but it looks like they are getting ready to take him back out again. He's in the car, the jack's being removed, the computer's being taken off his thing. Let's have a little look here. He's on soft tires. I think he's on the C1s. So here we go. Let's see how fast Hamilton can take this car, even though they probably will hide it from us so that we never know. Thank you. I'm going first, says John Cleland. Murrayism as he holds up his middle finger. I met John Cleland as a little youth. Don't really remember it, but I've got a picture with him. Sorry, C5. You know what? It is the C5 tire, not the C1. I always get that the wrong way around. Not only do I get it the wrong way around, but I've got it written in front of me on a piece of paper where I've gone C1 hard, C5 soft, and still, this is why I'm not a commentator. Kimi Raikkonen now back up to 136 laps. About to overtake Russell in laps on track. Just trying to keep my eye on Hamilton, who's still in the garage at the moment. So maybe they're not quite ready. How's it going, chat? Yeah, Murray would have made the same mistake on the tyres. I think the C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 is not Murray compatible. I have to say, I a few years ago pushed for the current system they have, where they have 3 colours of tyre at every race, and they just shift around which compounds they belong to. And I regret that they didn't listen to me, but I actually prefer the old rainbow system with different names for the different types of compounds. I think that was easier to understand. But I don't know how you feel. I feel C1, C2, 3, C4, C5, but then soft, medium, hard as an extra layer is I don't know. I don't think it's as simple.
It's the fact that you kind of get like the medium at some races is soft and another race it's a hard, if that makes sense, or compounds mix around too much for me. I agree. Bring back the rainbow.
And especially, I think testing is the worst part because that's when all of the compounds come into play.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, in a race weekend, it's not too bad because you just know which ones are what the 3 grades of compounds are. But yeah, tricky, a bit trickier.
Is Lewis Hamilton still on an outlap, or did he go through the pit lane?
Only just left.
Seems a very slow outlap.
About 30 seconds ago, he was still in the pits.
30. That's Sainz up to 9th. Sergio Perez in the pits, heading to the pit wall. I'm with you. I'm still getting used to seeing drivers in certain gear. Red Bull gear suits Checo down to the ground. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very excited.
I like it. It looks nice inside his Ferrari. It's a little bit like like it's quite similar to Alonso's helmet in certain ways, but like a red variation.
Yeah. It's a slow out lap for Hamilton.
Yeah, he's early. So I'm watching him a minute behind you on the live timing, and he's just sort of warming up. But he is on the softest tire, which is fun.
Well, keep an eye on the timing. This could be, even if he doesn't smash an amazing lap time, it'll be interesting to see what he does. If like I said earlier, if maybe he backs off in the final sector at all, because then we'll know if they're sandbagging. that'll definitely explain that.
Look out for the colours of the.
I think he's coming through to start his lap, so we'll soon have a rough idea what's going on. But Tsunoda, 10th place, doing a couple of personal bests at the moment. What tyre is he on right now, Yuki Tsunoda? Let's have a look. On the
Hamilton.
Soft, but Tsunoda's gone second. That must be C5, excellent. Surely.
Hamilton's doing PB first sector as well.
Slower than Tsunoda, though. So, obviously, Mercedes at least 6th fastest. I know it's testing, don't say it. Yeah. I'm hoping now we're going to see some cars in, have a few minutes, get fueled up and stick on some ludicrously soft tyres and then just start banging some laps in just to try and get us a bit excited towards the end. But I think Lewis is coming through now. The final sector as the timing freezes for some reason. There we go. Personal best again, 39.2. 7 tenths down on Max Verstappen. It's the C4, not the C5.
Ah, okay. Nonetheless, there's only a 10th and a half difference between C4 and C5, according to my understanding. Okay.
What's he going to do? Over the line goes 10th fastest, 30.9. But it was a personal best final sector. Let's see what Ace is saying. Thank you for your contribution, mate. It says Ferrari engines across 3 teams have done nearly 900 laps so far over 3 days. Would Ferrari receive data from customer teams on performance?
Oh, Ferrari stuck in 4th gear.
Oh, on such a Ferrari.
Well, I guess Mercedes aren't the only ones having gearbox issues then.
Yes, he switched. He got up to 6th and then changed down to 4th, and then it's that's where it stayed, hasn't it? Not got up into 4th. Ooh, that's not good. Could that be a
as Will Buxton
delete? Weird. Yeah. But yeah, I assume that Ferrari would get some information from customer teams on performance and reliability and things because it's their engine, isn't it? So they want the feedback.
Yeah. Guess we'll see. Oh, there we go. I wonder if we'll see the engine covers coming off, the screens coming out,
or just a line of Ferrari mechanics.
Yeah. It's more likely to be a software issue than actual gearbox mechanical problems, I reckon. But so hopefully not. There's so much information on that dashboard of the Ferrari. It's kind of bizarre, how much has changed even in the time that I've been watching it. And I realize I've been watching it for a lot longer than I think I have. But the fact they've got these full LCD screens now, and they used to just have basically just a bunch of lights when I first started watching it.
Yeah, it's a. We were talking yesterday about when they banned the F duct because it was dangerous taking your hand off the steering wheel. The amount of adjustments they have to make on that steering wheel now, they're often one-handed, aren't they? So weird. So much that Tsunoda's gone purple in the first sector, by the way, on the C4s.
Hello.
Middle sector didn't look that strong through the fast left right 11 12 or 10 11. I can't remember. I got the track back up. So not a great middle sector, but we're still purple in the first. Russell on some personal best as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at Russell, and that Williams is raked to hell. That is not a lot of people talking about that, but that's really, really high at the back. I haven't noticed that yet. If it's on screen for you, wow.
I'll see if I can find a picture as well. See if we can a
Yeah,
side
see if
view of the
it's up.
Williams.
That Williams annoys me every single time I see it, just because the way the numbers are like offset, the 3 of the 63 just disappears down the hole in the nose.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Let's see if I don't know if this is going to be a good enough shot of it because it's for reasons other than I don't really know, but there. It's a bit shadowy underneath. You'll see it in a moment when it updates the stream. But yeah, it is a little bit shadowy underneath, so you might not see the rake quite so much. But you could definitely see the rake on there for Williams.
Yeah.
So
that is hoofed up, and if you see it on track, you'll definitely see it because you've seen it without some shadow there. Maybe not a lot of, you don't get a lot of the sort of tech points, freeze frame graphics on the Williams as you do maybe some of the other cars. But interesting. I don't remember the Williams being that high last year.
Yeah, it's maybe rake is the way to go. Maybe that is a thing that Mercedes is struggling with a little bit. Because a couple of cars, I mean, the Alpha Tauri seems quite well raked up as well for for the lack of a better term. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. Actually, I'll do a. Again, it's not going to be epic because it's because of the shadow and things. But I'll see if I can get this. Where did I just? This I need to stop saving things to stupid folders.
Next year,
maybe. There we go. So that's going to be. I'll have to resize it now. Bear with. I've got a picture of the Mercedes for you to have a look at, which is exactly the same angle as the Williams. So we'll get an idea about the difference in rake and whether Mercedes have. How different Mercedes have gone.
Well, while you're sorting that, I'm just currently looking at all the Ferrari mechanics. Most of them are wearing their masks underneath their noses, but because of the stripe on the masks, it looks like they've just got streaming noses. It looks horrible. There's just this white streak coming straight out of their nostril.
So that's the Mercedes there on screen. So flat that there's just no rake. Well, there'll be something in there, but compared to others, there's absolutely no rake in there at all. And then if you were to do like I'll put the Williams up in a second as well for a comparison, just so you can see. Not great comparison, I know, but it's there. See the difference in the rake. So something worth looking at. Why not? Ricciardo stays third with his lap 7.5 seconds off Max Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton doing a couple of personal bests as well. So good stuff from Mercedes now getting some laps in and some quicker laps in. I'd like to see a full onboard of Hamilton with that car at the moment. As he goes 8th, 130.6. Thank you again for your contribution to Ashish. I'm so terrible with pronouncing names. I'm so sorry. Can you explain the engine freeze agreement and how it'll impact this and the next season, especially for manufacturers who have some performance gap? I've not really dug into the engine freeze thing too much, despite having all winter to do it. I think all I can really say on that from my point of view is that we can fully expect a hell of a lot of development over the next over the course of this season. I mean, especially from Honda, but from everybody, because obviously I think next year it's either no development or little development. But I think they are. Did they agree on a convergence thing so that nobody was left really far behind, struggling for several years?
That's what I vaguely understood. I don't know if that was confirmed. But as far as I understand, it is a full freeze on power unit development from the end of this year, really, up until the 2025 when we're expecting to have new engine regulations. So yeah, and I think that was highly pushed by Red Bull, wasn't it? Because them taking on the Honda engines themselves, but not having the resources to fully develop engines yet. I think it was a bit annoying for Renault, who were hoping to bring out a new power unit. But yeah, I think that makes the most sense, and I'm keen, of course, for even though Red Bull continue to make a rod for their own back by alienating all their engine suppliers, for Red Bull to have a fighting chance with the engine they've got. And I think if that allows them, I don't know if that's what their long-term plan is, but if which it sounds like it is, if it allows them to become a full power unit making facility, then all the better.
Yeah, I mean, say that about Renault, but I think, didn't they say that they may well be able to bring forward what they were going to do for 2023 to next year's engine? Which is
and I think that's how this got agreed, because I think it was unanimously, everyone was happy with it. So yeah, from 2022, everyone will have their engines frozen. I have read about them all kind of just trying to equalize the engines a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is there, but yeah, I think that, to be honest, they're not all that different right now. I think they're in a quite a good position engine wise, not like where we were at the beginning of 2014 anyway.
Oh no, that was Mercedes were gone, weren't they? With that engine in 2014, and then there was Williams were up there with them, but Ferrari were struggling, Renault was struggling, Honda weren't around in 2014, but they were in 2015, and they were, well, diabolical. It's the only way to put it, really. Tsunoda's going for another lap on the C4 tyres. We're just 56 minutes to go, so we're into the last hour, the 24th hour of live streaming.
Let's see if Tsunoda can take P1 with this next lap.
Yes, beat Verstappen. That might force Max out, because they might want the headlines.
Purple sector 1. Here we go.
Just going to watch him on board. He looks nice and
Raikkonen purple. So
oh God, here we go. We said the last hour, half an hour. Maybe we'll get a few times on the board again. We'll try not to get too excited, but Raikkonen on the C5 though, Tsunoda on the C4. So a bit of comparison here. I tell you what, that AlphaTauri livery is lovely on board.
Alpha v Alpha.
Yes, the Alpha off.
So I have one timing screen that's not delayed, so I'm sort of got my eyes on that.
Yeah, who are you rooting for on this battle of the Alphas? Let us know in chat. Is it Kimi or is it Yuki? Yuki Tsunoda, green in the middle sector, a little bit quicker than Verstappen. I don't think Verstappen did a purple middle sector, did he? So
Kimi falling a little bit behind now. It's very neck and neck, actually. There's only tenths in it. Yuki 2, P1.
Yuki Tsunoda, world champion confirmed. Not for long, no. Is he? No, Kimi Raikkonen, I think. 29. Oh, by 11 thousandths of a second. Oh, the drama, the excitement.
It's now Kimi Raikkonen leads Yuki Tsunoda at the top of the times. Max Verstappen third. Who thought we'd be saying that?
and also, more importantly for Kimi, with that lap, one more lap now than George Russell. Ooh.
That's the other big battle that's going on right now.
You've got to pick your entertainment in testing. You really have. Brilliant. Yeah, so Kimi Raikkonen's gone fastest now. Poor Eru is doing the live timing. He's like, no, one at a time. 129.47 for Kimi Raikkonen at 141 laps. Yuki Tsunoda 129.777, 11 thousandths between them, 72 laps. Max Verstappen drops to a very disappointing third place, 49.29.792. Daniel Ricciardo 130.143 laps, and he said points. Why not? Sergio Perez 130.149 laps, 48 laps for Alonso. Leclerc 80 laps at 130.4. Alonso was 130.3. Lewis Hamilton 130.6, 39 laps. We've only got Raikkonen, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, and Mazepin on track. 130.6 for Hamilton, like I say, 30.6 as well for Norris, 56 laps. 130.8 for Gasly, 76 laps. Sainz 130.10, 65 laps. Esteban Ocon 31.3, 61 laps. Mazepin 131.5, 43 laps. 140 laps for George Russell, 131.7. 132.0 for Mick Schumacher, 78 laps. 86 laps for Valtteri Bottas, 132.4. 56 laps for Sebastian Vettel, 135.0. And 136.1 for Lance Stroll, 80 laps. Aston Martin, bottom of the timing screens, and I've got some all right laps in, but nothing. Yeah, nothing absolutely. I mean, when you compare it to the fact that Kimi Raikkonen alone has done 141, yeah, concerns. Nothing from Aston Martin as yet, by the way. I'll have a scroll through Twitter. Let's see if we hear or can see anything at all.
Quick on the spot stat. The driver who's in P1 is more than twice the age of the driver in P2.
See that
21 years difference between them.
Bloody hell. That's a hell of a stat.
What a world we live in.
I'll just do a quick search. It might be easier if I just search actually on Twitter this time for Vettel, see if anything's been said. Doesn't look like it.
Sonoda's not come back in yet, so we could see more from him. No, probably not.
There's definitely screens up at Aston, so it's not looking good. You might get out. There's still time. 50 minutes, 51 minutes to go. Sonoda.
We've spent quite a lot of time saying don't worry about Aston Martin, but they keep worrying us.
Yeah.
I think it's more the lack of track running than the times. I think don't get too worried about the times that you see, but if they're not able to get out on track, that's for no good reason.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
Mazepin, for example, hasn't. Sorry.
No, you go. It's fine.
I was just saying, Mazepin, for example, hasn't put many laps down, but actually he's been doing short runs. So there's a reason for it. He has actually been pretty active for the last 3 hours, whereas Vettel and Hamilton have spent a lot of time in the garage this afternoon.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, their times, they don't matter at all. They could be doing 2-minute 36s. It's that number, and it's not even just next to Vettel for today. The 56 laps it's a fair few lower than Lance. It's not horrendously lower, is it? But it's a fair few lower than Lance. But it's the overall lap count. But to be fair, not just for Aston Martin, but for Mercedes-powered teams. I mean, coming into today, the all three Mercedes-powered teams were bottom 3. In fact, I think possibly all 4 were made at the bottom 4 in terms of laps completed. It might come on screen in a minute actually, but I'll have a look for the stat again. There we go. So Williams 215, McLaren 195, Aston Martin 178, and Mercedes 164 was coming into today. So they got 80 laps on for Aston Martin. I'm gonna have to add that up now in my head. I'm not. Calculators out. So in total, they've done 312 laps across the 3 days, which sounds decent when you look at that table on the left. But if you compare that to Alpine, so they did 257, which was the most. Alonso 48 and Ocon 61. It's 366. So. Yeah. They are down. In fact, actually, Alfa Romeo will be interesting. Kimi Raikkonen and Alfa Romeo 399, nearly 400. So it's just the lap count.
They're probably going to end up on top, aren't they? It's interesting, and I think because we've just got the 3 days, I think we can. It's harder to read into that as much as maybe we would have done if we'd had the two weeks of testing. Just because, small gremlins and problems can set you back a large number of laps, and that's not necessarily reflecting where you are with your car. You might not have a fragile, unreliable car. You may have just had a bad morning,
Yeah. Lewis Hamilton, sorry, just creeping up the timesheet. It's a place at a time at 130.3. George Russell's on personal bests. Again, that Williams on board. Nice livery, ninth place, 130.6 for him. So, yeah. I think the thing as well with not having that second week is you could actually end up, and at times we have, a bit of smoke puffing out the back of the Mercedes there on acceleration. But sometimes you'd have one result at testing and then teams would go away for a few days and could look at data and then make changes, couldn't they, for the second test? You know, a team that struggled in the first test, 3 days later might not be struggling in the second test. So it's kind of weird as well not having a second week of testing. But I've got to be honest, as much as I love sitting here and waffling on the live streams, I like the 3 days. The limited running, the teams will hate it, especially if they would decide to stick with it next year. They'll absolutely hate it, but I quite like limited testing running. It might just spice up the season a little bit, maybe.
Oh yeah, anything that gives the teams headaches, I'm all for. Make them, especially in this like supercomputer age, just any opportunity to throttle their data and how much information they have, so they turn up. Give them enough so they know the car works, and they have a little feel for the car, and then that's it. Set them off. I'm pretty sure actually this year, Formula One has had shorter testing than Formula E.
Yeah.
I think they got 4 or 5 days testing up in Valencia.
Ted Kravitz just confirming it's a hydraulic issue for Carlos Sainz. So that's been investigated at the moment. Nothing yet on Aston Martin. Oh, and it looked more dramatic. You'll see in a minute, Stuart, that looked like a big off. Verstappen really wide through turn 11, that one, I think.
I'm watching him go through turn 1 now, so I'll keep my eye on him.
God,
he has been pushing. He's quite raggedy on this lap as well. He has been pushing the envelope a bit.
He's on the C3. Coming to the line, he goes fastest despite that. 129.733, 300ths quicker than Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah, he would have definitely wanted that P1 back, wouldn't he, after he saw that go from, oh God, so tight at the back end there, that Red Bull. I always shocked by just how shrink-wrapped that Newey package is. Obviously, we see a lot of the C3 or the fake C3, which is the prototype tyre out there, because that's the tyre they're going to be using the most through the season. Yeah, that was very wide, wasn't it?
It looked. I went ooh, because it looked like, I forgot there's not really any gravel in Bahrain. It looked like a gravel trap, sort of bit off down there. It's that dusty off line. Fernando Alonso out there on the C4. To see what he can do in a minute on that one. I do like Fernando. I think you've touched on this when you were talking about Carlos Sainz, but I really do like Fernando Alonso's helmet design that he's stuck with for this year, or gone with for this year.
Yeah, it's smart, isn't it? On the gravel, I feel like there's just one small play pit of gravel in this whole track, and that's the one that Verstappen crashed into last race here.
Charles Leclerc, sorry, I don't know what they're talking about in Sky Coach, they're laughing. Charles Leclerc and Co in the garage there with Binotto there. I don't know, I thought that was Binotto there, and Carlos Sainz waiting to see what's going on with his car. Danny Rick driving to the line, I assume to start a, in air quotes, hot lap. Lewis Hamilton back in the pits as well. Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Alonso and Russell out there at the moment. So George Russell, not happy with Kimi Räikkönen, but will be a little bit happy now. Overtakes him for most laps, 144. He's back on top. They'll be friends again now.
Still hoping to see Ricciardo get into the 29s.
Yeah. I was just going to say, do you think there's any... Do you think the competitive nature of drivers, knowing that the lap times don't matter in testing, do you think there is a little bit of them that sort of try, if they can get the most laps in, they will, even if it's just by 1 or 2, because it's just nice to have the most of something? Or am I really reading way too much into testing? Yuki Tsunoda's gone quicker, 29.6.
Hey, game on. Sorry, what was your question again? I got distracted by Tsunoda.
If you if there's any kind of, I know it doesn't matter, but if drivers liking George Russell and Kimi Räikkönen in a situation, whether George Russell's like, no, I want the most laps, and Kimi's competitive nature is like, well, I'm going to go and do 146, and George's like, well, I do 147. It's something to win, isn't it, for pre-season?
It does look good if you come out of, if you come out of winter testing with a number of laps, especially for the team. I think, to be honest, Kimi Räikkönen probably isn't paying any attention to what anyone else is doing right now. And the team are just like, keep going. And he's like, yeah, fine. I honestly think he could care less. That's something to love about Kimi is just, he has only the goals that make any sense to him. And everything else is just, could not be less interested in. I'm very, very excited to see Yuki Tsunoda this year, especially as it looks like this car is going to give him a chance to get all scrappy in the midfield. I think we're going to see a decent points from him.
Yeah, he was, I think, the biggest surprise in F2 last year. I really do. To be in a rookie year, hop in that car, and I can't remember what it was, but there was next to nothing really between him and Mick Schumacher. Let's have a look at the standings. I know it was third, wasn't he? So you've got, where's that championship? There it is. So Mick Schumacher won the title with 215. So there's only 15 points off Mick Schumacher for the championship in his rookie year, and in a field that contains Mick Schumacher, Callum Ilott, Robert Schwartzman, drivers who are people see as big names for the future, like Guan Yu Zhou and Christian Lundgaard. So it's not like it's a weak Formula 2 field, and he goes in there as a rookie and third place, 15 points off the title. I think he got a few wins as well, didn't he? 1, 2, 3. So I think he was probably the biggest surprise for me last year in F2. So good raw speed. Honda really rate him, don't they? They're really, I know, Japanese driver, Japanese manufacturer, they'd love to see a Japanese driver on the grid, but they really do seem to be rating him and backing him, and so do Red Bull. So I think, I'm with you on that. I'm really excited for him for this season.
I can't wait for Red Bull to move him up to the main team far too early after Max Verstappen leaves for Mercedes. Just classic style. That's the only thing. That's the only thing about Red Bull drivers. You get exciting ones, and then I'm just worried that Red Bull are going to break them because they don't know how to play with their toys.
Yeah. Thank you to Victor for your contribution over on PayPal. Says, thank you for entertaining me since 2017. Don't think I would be such an F1 nerd without you. Greetings from Germany. I know the name, Victor. I think Patreon and whatnot. So great to hear from you again. And please do, if you send a contribution through PayPal, please do leave a message, because it's always nice to read it out on stream. I do try and get to chat in between waffles, but obviously super chats and PayPal, I always make sure I read, even if we're still here till 8 o'clock tonight with me reading them out. I will do. Thank you very much, Victor. Massively appreciated as always. Since 2017, so I guess you could say an original follower, really. It was June 2017 when I started the channel, so come a long way in nearly 4 years. Obviously not quite to the extent of some people, but I'm just that's fine. I'm very happy. I've always maintained, so long as one person is listening to me waffling, I'm always going to waffle about Formula One. So not including guests, because that is basically just a phone call. But love doing what I do. So thank you to everyone that's made it possible, full time, of course. So good stuff. What happened to Seb? We're not sure yet. We don't know what's going on. They've got the engine cover off and all sorts down at Aston Martin. Just not been. I mean, like we've both said, they've had some good running, but each day has had some sort of problem, hasn't it? So it's not been smooth running.
No, it's not been their best start to a season, has it? But again, it doesn't mean that it's going to cause some problems in the races. They're just not having the smoothest kind of run of things, and I guess you could argue Mercedes didn't either. They got on top of things in the second half, but they definitely would have wanted more running. And those Aston Martins stick out like a sore thumb at the bottom of the timetables, like a significant amount of seconds behind everyone else. But I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think we're going to see them having massive problems next year.
Yeah, I agree. It's only testing, as we keep saying. So, great question from Miss Erin. I've been out for the last 2 hours. What have I missed? You've missed Yuki Tsunoda giving us something to get excited about. And Kimi Raikkonen, they had a little lap time battle, didn't they? I think they were separated by 11 thousandths of a second in the end. So that was a moment of excitement for us. But it's actually been, apart from obviously the hydraulic issue for Carlos Sainz, which has been investigated, and the question marks over Vettel, it's been a busy afternoon in terms of laps and lap times, but it's not been. It's been a quiet afternoon in terms of incidents. We've not really seen a huge amount of incident. A lot of drivers just heading out there and getting in as many laps as possible, including George Russell, who has 146 so far for the day and 143 for Kimi Raikkonen. Yuki Tsunoda is on another one, but this time on the C5. So purple in the first sector. 2/10 quicker than his previous best time. So Yuki's off for another one. He's decided he's topping his session and no one's going to stop him. Go on, Yuki. Why not? So not really packed with incident, but the odd driver running wide. It's about all, really, isn't it, Stuart? Unless I missed something.
Yeah, it's been fairly steady running, apart from Vettel coming in and having some. Yeah, what the two main problems is Vettel's come in and they're fixing his car for something, and Sainz hydraulic issues.
Ooh, wide through 11 there from Yuki Tsunoda. Did lock up into 10, so this might affect his time. It's still a personal best in the middle sector, so he is going to, provided he doesn't completely mess this up, he is still going to go quicker than his own time, which is faster, of course. So he's going to 79 laps. He might get to 100. It'd be a bit of a push. 36 minutes to go, so I imagine he'll need to pit again because these look like not low fuel runs, but lower fueled runs and qualifying simulations. 29.2 for Yuki Tsunoda. Yeah,
that's getting close to the 28, isn't it? And we're getting closer to that kind of qualifying type speed, aren't we?
Yeah, just for anybody joining us late, we were just speculating earlier that last year's quali time was a 27.2, and if, as the teams are predicting, these cars have lost about a second a lap, into the 28s will be getting close to quali pace. So, yeah, obviously, again, we'll read what we can into these, which it's a bit like if you look at it like that, as we were saying there, it's close to last year's quali times if you're taking that second into account, but. For all we know, 2 weeks' time in qualifying, pole time could be a 1:26 or something, and they haven't lost any time, and they've gained 2 seconds or a second, because that's what Formula One teams seem to be able to do sometimes. We're going to slow these cars down. Damn, they're faster. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, and as long as they don't go too much faster than they were last year, that's the sort of problem they're trying to solve. They're just trying to make sure that they don't get so fast the tires can't handle them as they try and do one last extra year on these 13-inch wheels before everything changes next year with the 17-inch, I want to say, wheels, low-profile tires. The whole construction's changing. Hopefully we don't get the situation we had at Silverstone last year, where the tyres were really struggling to go race distance.
I mean, Lewis Hamilton's out there now on the C5 tyre. I suppose, actually, as excited as we're all getting for Yuki Tsunoda, it is worth noting that is it the C2, C3, C4 they're running for Bahrain this year? I might be wrong. I'll check the Pirelli website in a bit, but we're not going to see the softer compound of tyres. So that'll be why we're a little bit closer than we normally. But the C5 is only a couple of tenths quicker than the C4, so it's still a relatively relevant lap time, as relevant as testing and a softer compound is ever going to be. So it's not like the C5 is a second and a half quicker than the C4. It's a couple of tenths. So just bear that in mind. It is exciting though. It's still allowed to get excited. Definitely.
Oh, yeah. And this is what we sort of a few hours ago we were hoping and predicting is going to happen. People are strapping on the soft tires, doing some short runs and getting some laps up there. The only one who seems to be doing their own thing right now is Ricardo, who's on the hards, just tootling around.
Yeah, it's actually a point
I say
that was
tootling,
made by...
he's just at a PB.
It's actually a point I've just spotted that was made by Luca, who's been timed out for being a bit of a dick. Said, are you guys all drugged out of your mind? In capitals then, the C5 tyres are not used at the race weekend here. That's why they're so close to last year's pole time. Follow that up with how about we get F1 streamers who actually know what they're talking about for once, or maybe viewers who let us finish what we're talking about before having a pop for no reason. Just saying. We've had a really good...
What were we saying earlier?
Yeah. We've had a really good 3 days with chat, and actually it's been so nice to have some F1 fans here that just want to sit and chill. And for the most part, it's been brilliant, but, you know, you're always going to get one. It just feels like today's been a bit more trolly in chat, not towards us. We're always going to get 1 or 2 comments, of course, but just a bit of nasty stuff going on towards each other, which feels a bit of a shame because it's been a really nice couple of days for the most part, sat chatting, and I've just sat here talking to you guys and then sort of peering over and seeing some corking debates going on in chat, and I mean like proper good conversations. So yeah, there you go. And I will chill, Will, but sometimes you've got to bite back. You're allowed to say it. We're not immune to it as streamers and YouTubers. We'd love to be. I'd say it make bloody life easier, I promise you that. Quite a few out on track now, so we're getting half an hour to go coming up to. So Tsunoda, Verstappen, Raikkonen, Ricciardo, Alonso, Russell, Sainz and Mazepin out there. In fact, Sainz is back out, which is good news. So aside from Vettel and... Oh, they're all starting to come back in now, I've said that. But I was going to say, aside from a couple, I think we have most of the cars out there then. So, yeah.
This is it. They're all realizing this is the last chance they're going to get to learn something. Vettel probably chomping at the bit to get just a little bit more running out in this car. New team, new race engineer, and actually, new owners, new bits, new everything. So, I don't think we have to be too concerned, but I think Aston Martin are going to leave Bahrain and think, I wish we'd got a bit more out of this weekend.
Yeah.
But I'm not overly concerned. I might be concerned in Bahrain if they're absolutely nowhere, or if they break down repeatedly. Then we got to be worried.
We're coming up to the half-hour mark. I'm going to go through the times in a minute, but I'm going to ask chat a question now. We've got a 1:29.2 from Yuki Tsunoda. What do you reckon the fastest time is we're going to get today? Half an hour to go. 29.2 is what we've got at the moment. What will be the fastest time overall? I'm going to get my pen out. I'm not writing them all down, don't worry. Barely use a pen, it's all bloody computer now. But Stuart...
Me.
Yes. Who do you think is going to get what the fastest time is going to be, and who you think that will be? Just for reference, Jonty went with a 28.1, which was Ricciardo. I went with a 28.4 for Hamilton because I'm just like that. And Dylan went with a 28.8 for Verstappen. Dylan the closest at the minute. I've just kind of given you those. You're now going to be like, well, 28.8 and 1.
And this is by the end of today, right?
Yes.
Oh, good question.
It's the fastest lap overall, basically, I think, yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice Hamilton creeping up to 4th. He is just very slowly climbing up, isn't he? Just bit by bit. Right, I'm going to make it Verstappen. I got to say this quickly, actually, because he's on a hot lap now. 28.9.
28.9. Okay. If he does a 28.9 now, I'm walking out.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's just done a 28.9. I'm done. See you later. And in Stuart's defence, that did come up literally about 3 seconds after he said that. So, that's
he could still be beaten. It's not over yet. But wow, okay.
Dylan is furious because he'd gone with the 28.8. He thought he had that in the bag then. So yeah, 28 minutes to go. Max Verstappen fastest, 1:28.9, 55 laps. Yuki Tsunoda 29.0, 83 laps, 148 laps for Kimi Raikkonen, 1:29.7, 1:30.0 for Lewis Hamilton, 46 laps, 59 laps for Daniel Ricciardo, 1:30.1, Sergio Perez 1:30.8, 1:30.1, 49 laps, 1:30.3, 60 laps for Alonso, 1:30.3, 1:49. In terms of laps for Russell. Leclerc 1:30.4, 80 laps, 56 laps for Lando Norris, 1:30.6. Carlos Sainz, who has been out on tracks, that's good news. Back in the pits now, though. 1:30.6, 68 laps, 76 laps for Pierre Gasly, 1:30.8, 31.3 for Esteban Ocon, 61 laps, 31.5 for Mazepin, 53 laps, 78 laps for Mick Schumacher, 1:32.0, Valtteri Bottas, 1:32.4, 86 laps, Sebastian Vettel, 1:35.0, 56 laps, 80 laps for Lance Stroll, and a 1:36.1. And in terms of talking points, really, it's just been about the number of laps for some drivers. Raikkonen, 1:49, Russell, 1:49. That's getting interesting now. And we're starting to see some quicker laps now, which is good stuff. But really, I suppose the big talking point is Mercedes seem to be starting to pump the laps in a bit. Bottas did well this morning. But yes, Sainz had his hydraulic issues. I'd probably say the big talking point is Aston Martin in terms of, if you want the word drama, that's the way to go, because still in the garage with screens up trying to fix whatever's going on with Vettel's car. And only 56 laps for him today. So, yeah, disappointing.
Disappointing is the word, isn't it? But just, yeah, I don't know. It's tricky for them. And I think they're going to have to maximize their free practice running in Bahrain, aren't they? Just to make sure they've got everything sorted. Or, just gaffer tape up the bits that are broken. That'll work.
Yeah. Good point from Nice Person, actually, to answer the point that was made a bit ago about tyres. That time was set by Max on the C4 as well, apparently, unless that graphic was wrong. So the C4 there, a time, all right, a better car, but a time quicker than the C5. So we are still on course for what we were talking about. Regarding qualifying time and drivers losing about a second. So worth noting, Yuki Tsunoda, last year's AlphaTauri wouldn't have been that close to pole. So yeah, that's there you go. Max Verstappen C4 tyre.
And I expect that car to be well down the sharp end of the 28s, probably in the 27s by the time it gets to Q3.
Yeah. I would think so.
And I'll be surprised if Tsunoda doesn't get into the 28s today. He's on a 29.05, and he's got to look at that and think, I can do that. I can get into the 28s.
I can't find that graphic now with all the awful flags on it that they did for the season's tyre allocations.
Oh, that was so bad. What were they? It was so bad.
I didn't say it on PC, so I'm kind of scrolling back through their timeline. It's also a little bit frustrating that we've got them all allocated right now. C2, C3, C4 for Bahrain. Same for Imola, and then C1, C2, C3 for Portugal, and then audible eye roll and massive sigh. C1, C2, C3 for Spain. Bloody hell. Will they never learn?
Nope, absolutely not. I am. We might have spoken a lot about 2022 today, but it is coming. Whole new type of tire coming in 2022. So, the C1 to C5, as they'll probably keep calling them, it's going to be a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
Different way they interact. Ooh.
Spin for Lewis Hamilton on the final corner. All the way around as well. He has got going, but I imagine he's going into the pits. No, he might keep going. But a spin out the final corner for Lewis Hamilton's second one this weekend, of course. Sorry, Stuart. Just got excited there.
No. Interesting. I'll keep my eyes open for it.
Comes into that final corner, turns in, Power. Yeah. It's weird.
See, if that had been Albon, he would have creamed it into the wall. Just such is his luck. See, I'm behind you now. I'm watching him. So this is on an outlap, I think, because I'm watching him now, and he's just creeping around. Yeah, yeah. I think that this is him spinning on his way into a hot lap, which is bizarre. Maybe everything's not warm enough.
Sainz is going for a time lap though on the C4, so that's good. Obviously sorted his hydraulic issues. I was a bit worried there. I need to check Aston Martin's feed again. That's why I went on Twitter before I went looking for the Pirelli thing. See if they've said anything or anybody said anything. There we go. 3 minutes ago from Aston Martin, an early finish for Sebastian Vettel due to loss of boost pressure. We are investigating further, but unfortunately, that's a wrap for our test.
There we go.
Oh dear. Boost pressure. Boost pressure.
So good question. I don't know. A little quick Google.
What's boost pressure on their car might not be boost pressure on another car. That's the trouble sometimes with F1, isn't it? It's often similar, but
oh, it's to do with the turbo.
Oh, okay. Turbo boost. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. And again, ignore the lap times. Just the amount of laps is not good. I'm sure Lights Out blog will put the full laps totals up, so I'll retweet that later over on Twitter. Obviously, carrier pigeon. Sainz has gone third on a 30.6. 29.6. So that's a pretty decent first lap out, given he's just had hydraulic issues. Didn't need to get his eye back in very much, did he? Straight to it is Carlos. Good to see. It's another replay of Hamilton's spin.
Yes, Carl. I guess there was Sainz. They were like, "Well, you haven't done any hot runs yet. You just got to get out there and do it."
Ooh. Nikita Mazepin on team radio. Have a look at that onboard. I almost drove into Lewis. Did have to correct the car a little bit.
Yikes.
Yeah. I don't think he nearly, but I suppose, it's all happening a lot quicker than we see on replays in slow motion, isn't it? So it looked like there's enough space there, but he did have to make a little correction. Fastest tyres, Verstappen's lap was on the C4, Tsunoda C5, Sainz C4, Raikkonen C5, Hamilton C5, Russell C5, Ricciardo 4, Perez 4, Alonso 4, C3 for Leclerc, C3 for Norris, C4 for Gasly, C3 for Ocon, C4 for Mazepin, 3 for Mick, nearly said it again. Mick Schumacher, 2 for Bottas, 3 for Vettel, and 3 for Stroll. I'm gonna have to get that out of my system for the season. Yes, it's not Michael, sadly. Yeah. Smooth operator, says that racing guy. I can't help but seeing that every time I see Carlos Sainz.
I've just caught up with that replay of Mazepin nearly hitting Hamilton. Strange little laugh he did, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if that was a laugh, as in it's exciting that I nearly hit him, or haha, Lewis is spinning, or maybe a few nerves. Oh Christ, I nearly drove into him.
Very weird. Like, haha, look at my onboard. I nearly drove into Lewis. I can't tell. Yeah, like you say, what the tone was. But it does look like it remains that the Mercedes has a nervous rear end, looking, not fully planted in the ground, the car kicking out more than we used to. And we'll have to see in 2 weeks' time when we're back here if they've managed to dial that in a bit, or whether they'll just have to manage it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just saying in chat, even if sort of says maybe Mercedes are really struggling, that doesn't mean they won't fix it in the next fortnight, but it's not looking good. I still stand by it. I've been saying it a lot over the last couple of days. I think there are genuine issues there, but I still feel played. Don't trust them.
Oh, yeah. Fully expect pole position in the win in Bahrain.
Vettel saying he's not completely sure what the problem was. Of course, Aston saying it's boost pressure, but Vettel saying he's not 100% sure on what's happening there. So, yeah.
Yeah, you might have popped out of the car and gone to the press pen while they were still sorting it out.
Yeah, true. Oh, it's a shame for Aston, isn't it? But 18 minutes to go. Raikkonen is on track, Ricciardo on track, Alonso on track, Mazepin on track. So that's nearly 24 hours of streaming in 3 days. So apologies to people in chat if I've bit back at a couple of people at times, but 24 hours of streaming. Everyone's got a limit. Most of you have been fantastic as always. So thank you so much for your awesome support and for your company over the last 3 days. For the final time, I'm going to say it just for traditional purposes. No on-track footage for obvious copyright reasons, but also please do. I know. Leave now, Stuart. It's unacceptable. I still need to borrow that billion from you so we can buy the rights, but we'll sort that out afterwards. Please do drop a like on the stream. I think we've gone over 1,000, which is fantastic for the 3 days. Massively appreciated. Thank you so much to everyone who has contributed, sent some money over to support the channel. Every single penny goes back in some way, shape or form. That's absolutely fantastic and very generous of all of you. Whether it's £1 or, as we got from Charles on Friday, $500, it doesn't matter what it is. Everything is always appreciated. And if you would like to pop in a last-minute donation or anything in the last 17 minutes, then obviously the PayPal information, 100% comes to the channel, is in the description, and you can do so as well through Super Chat. 30% goes to Google, and through Streamlabs as well, which I think it's like 90-something% comes to me. So feel free, but again, nobody has to. I just like to make sure I mention it. Social media links as well in the description if you want to give us a follow down there, including channel links for Stuart and Dylan and Twitter for Jonty and channel link for Dan. But it's been awesome. I've enjoyed this, and we're coming up to the last quarter of an hour now, and hopefully maybe we'll see a few more laps and get us excited. But who's winning the battle on laps? Kimi Raikkonen, 156 at the moment. He's out there. George Russell is not out there. Oh, the drama.
He's not going to be able to catch up if Kimi doesn't come back in, is he?
No. Unless he wipes him out. I mean,
he's 6th in the timings as well. He's ahead of Ricciardo. He's old George Russell.
Oh, he is. Yeah, 6th. How's he got? I probably said it when I read through it, but I didn't twig. 6th place for George Russell. What's his time? 30.1. Yeah, he'll be happy with that. I think again, 152 laps. The bit he'll be most happy with, I'm sure.
He's been switching to some shorter runs on the soft tyres. For the last few stints, so I think that's what most people are doing now. I want to see, Ricciardo has just gone out on a soft set, so I think we can expect him to jump up from 7th. Let's keep an eye on him. Verstappen also out there, and so is Sainz. So we could see some nice laps in the last 15 minutes.
Just to clear something up quickly for is it Lesionix in chat, that the 30% from Super Chat, so that's the one that the box appears in chat, that goes to YouTube, to Google. The 90% something goes is in Streamlabs. Streamlabs is a different one that you can donate through as well, and then PayPal obviously 100% comes to me. So it's 30% to Google from Super Chats. I get 90% from Streamlabs or 90% from Streamlabs, and then 100% from PayPal. So just clear that up. I'm not. It's been a long 24 hours, but I've not. You confused me for a second. I'll just clear that up in case I did say it wrong. Definitely. Dylan's desperate for an extra 10th from Verstappen so that he wins the battle of lap times, because Stuart absolutely fluked it.
Well, Verstappen's out there right now. So Tsunoda and Sainz and Ricciardo, and all up for grabs.
Abhinav, that was a super chat, the big donation on Friday. Max Verstappen wide and slipping and sliding. Keep an eye on chat. Drivers with as many single day laps than Vettel's total. Verstappen and Ocon in day 1. Giovinazzi, Latifi, Perez and Alonso in day 2. Raikkonen and Hamilton today. That's from Jim the Fly. Cool stat. Awesome. Thank you. It's not good, is it, for Seb? But you never. They're not last. I'd be very surprised if they're last on pace. Oh, what happened here? So Mazepin in turn 1. I missed that one as I was watching some other stuff in chat. But yeah, Mazepin on pit exit. Max Verstappen had to go around him. He did jump out the way in the end, Mazepin, but could possibly have backed off a bit more, or probably should have backed off a bit more. And then Max Verstappen, super wide. A lot of sparks flying off the back of that Red Bull as well. That's one of my favourite things about the night races, especially around Bahrain, is I know it's a little bit artificial with the skid blocks and that, because correct me if I'm wrong, Stuart, but I'm sure they introduced the titanium skid blocks to give us the sparks.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
But
that was a deliberate move.
Still epic to see. I still love it. There's a shot actually, which is what coined the phrase at the time, "Gazzle Dazzle," of Pierre Gasly, where he I think he was overtaking. It was possibly Magnussen, and they were side by side, and just all these sparks behind the two cars. It looks absolutely incredible. It just adds a bit of drama, doesn't it, to the night races? So yeah. Oh, I'm just so glad to see cars on track. I'm so excited for not next week, week after, 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from now, we'll probably be in the race reaction, or getting that way.
Is that right? Will we not be in the middle of the race?
What time's it? It's
something like I've got a feel.
Bahrain a bit later. I thought Bahrain was 1 UK time.
Questions you're asking. I think it's a bit later, but I'm gonna. How do I check this?
Place your bets.
Bring.
Racing pit stop for Max as well, by the look of it.
Yeah, the race is 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. My time, which I think. Hang on, will be 3 o'clock by the time it's British summertime. I think. So yeah, so we'll
it's a little bit later than I thought. Then yeah, a bit more evening, getting on for evening than
a bit more.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be watching the race then, and I'll be sat here thinking about what I can mess up in the race reaction.
Exactly.
I think the race reactions this year are going to be a bit less run through the order and try to get all the drivers in, and a bit more just sat talking about what we've seen, to be honest, rather than worrying about going through every single team and every driver, because that's not a reaction, that's a review.
Yeah, you've got to stay to the definition. I don't. Sorry, I'm looking at the Red Bull team in their Red Bull coats, and I don't like them at all. Horrible things. It's very hard to explain this to you because you're in a different time zone than me. 1 minute ahead. They've got weird dot prints all over them.
George is out there now, but Kimmy's still out there, so that's not happening. Yeah, Max did a racing pit stop spot on the medium, so it's an interesting one to watch. Dan the Indoor Man says, at F1 World, can we have a drive to survive watch along? No. I said it was possibly you that asked me last year, and you're probably doing it to get the same answer, but if I'm watching Drive to Survive, I'm watching it. So basically, if I did a watch along of Drive to Survive, you'd be watching me staring at a TV. It's not entertainment.
Yeah, it's hard to enjoy, isn't it? Just do one of those react videos where it's looking at your face.
And I forget I'm streaming and I'm sat there picking my nose or something like that. About right. What else we got? We'll get some questions in quickly from chat for the last few minutes. Carl says, hope Bottas weathers the pressure better this season. He's an epic driver, just needs more belief in himself during the races. Shaker says, when is the... Oh, sorry. Oh, I've read it now. When is the prediction video by Chamber coming out? You don't have to answer that. I'm sure he'll do it soon, or if he's doing one at all. But I'm sure that's up to Stuart to confirm later. And better than some content on the site. At F1 Word says Max. Thanks, mate. So kind, mate. I hope you mean YouTube in general rather than just me. Max always here with the grief.
Cheeky.
Lewis Hamilton going for another run. C5 tyres. Hopefully not going to... I think it was on his outlap, I think they said in commentary, or you possibly said, Stuart, on when he span. So...
Yeah.
Wasn't pushing.
Doing anything dramatic.
No.
And I'm pretty sure we are
Ooh.
a
Ooh.
few minutes away from a red flag scenario.
God, he's
What
pushing.
have
Or
you
that
seen?
car is dreadful. Sorry, Stuart, that car is awful on board. When it gets to you in a minute, if you were watching through turn 4.
Yeah, while this is all going on, I'm not seeing the timing screen lighting up in any color but yellow, which is the bad color.
Yeah, it's a shame. And we've got a decent lap in from Matt. I could just imagine Dylan sat there now going, "Come on, anybody!" Uh, Bra says, "Do you think Merc and Aston struggles are genuine and will be fixed?" I don't think there's problems there, but I think they'll find a fix. That they won't be where they are now come race day. Definitely not. What did Mazepin do? Says Mr. Labman. Where do you
Google
want me to
that, can't
start? No, he blocked Hamilton on. Well, I didn't block. He was on the inside of turn 1 as he was exiting the pits, and it sort of hampered Verstappen, into turn 1, and then had a weird reaction to Hamilton's spin because he nearly drove into him. So, yeah. I'd like to see Dan Ticktum in F1 feel he has matured a lot and would like to see him mature even more. Has the makings of a really good driver if he has his head screwed on, says Jack. I'll repeat what I always say, Jack. There's never been any doubt whatsoever about Dan Ticktum's speed for me. He just needs to keep himself calm. I know drivers are hot-headed and they're going to have a temper on them. All of them will to a point, but I agree. He's definitely come a long way over the last couple of years. So, yeah, hopefully... I think he's got a shot at the Williams drive if George moves on, if he has a good season.
Dan Ticktum, I find him a very interesting character because he is, I guess, what you would call a bit gobby, and a bit leery in his getting on the radio and complaining and shouting and stuff. Simultaneously, he's very good at communicating. He's very eloquent, and you get him chatting when he's not annoyed because someone just cut him off on track. He's really fascinating to listen to, and he's really thoughtful in how he presents himself. So there's kind of two shades to him, and I think he's from the I didn't see him in his worst days, but it does seem like he's sliding more from mouthy, angry man to more thoughtful person. When there was that crash in Russia in F2 last year that stopped the race, I can't remember exactly what he said, but while he was still driving the car during the safety car, the red flag period, he was very eloquently describing how he felt about it. I would like to see a mature Dan Ticktum rise through the ranks.
Carl, sorry, I did completely gloss over your question, didn't I, mate? It said anything on my view for Bottas. Yeah, I think we talked quite a bit about Bottas earlier, actually. I think we both want him to do well, but we need him to, or everyone needs him to, and he needs to just stop with the talking of I'm going to do it this year and do it, if that makes sense. But he is under a lot of pressure, and he does have his a fair bit of bad luck, which doesn't help things. But that pressure's always going to come with someone like Lewis Hamilton as your teammate, and it's a tough guy. I mean, it's a tough guy to go up against, isn't it? So, I'm with you. I think he does need. I think that's a good line. Just needs more belief in himself during the races. I do feel like he lacks a little bit of belief. And Dan said yesterday, I think it was Dan, I'm sure it was Dan, when we look back to Bahrain 2018 is always the example I go to, that move he never went for on Vettel, which Verstappen and Hamilton are going to go for. Maybe he does need that little bit more belief. So hopefully the training and all that he's done over the winter, and some of it sounds quite brutal from what he described, is going to give him that boost he needs for this year. But I'm desperate for him to pull that one off. So there you go, Carl. Sorry, I've totally glossed over that one there. AC says your choice for 2022 rookies. I'll come to that in a second. Nico, thank you for your contribution. Says waiting for Max to lose his nerve with Mazepin as he did with Ocon. And thank you as well to Gianni, who said, well, boys, Tsunoda to Red Bull and Perez to AlphaTauri. Your thoughts? I don't think Perez would take a step down from Red Bull to AlphaTauri. I think if Red Bull decided to get rid of him at the end of his contract this year, he'd probably either find a seat somewhere else or leave. I can't see him dropping that to AlphaTauri.
Nah.
Tsunoda at Red Bull could be one for the future, though. Definitely. Choice for 2022 rookies. Well, Robert Schwartzman for me, obviously. I think he's in with a shot for this year. I said Dan Tickton, didn't I? Maybe for Williams if George Russell were to move on. But other than that, I'm F2 field. Guan Yu Zhou if he's consistent enough. But and this is going to be the same answer for Christian Lundgaard as well. Where do they go? Where is there? Maybe alongside Alonso if Ocon has a bad season. If
Where, I'm going to see Callum Ilott because Kimi's never retiring.
Yeah. Just looking through the F2 field now, but Vips maybe? Oh, chat's already saying Euro Vips.
Yeah. Although we are in this year, I mean, I have no strong feelings about Giovinazzi, but in general, I think the field is pretty strong and worthy in sort of pace terms. I've said my feelings on Raikkonen before, and I think it's, possibly his time to go. But then again, he's not doing a bad job, so it's tricky, isn't it? We're not there's not of chaff anymore.
And if my gut feeling about Gasly to Alpine is right, Gasly goes there, maybe Yuri Vips to AlphaTauri. He's a Red Bull boy, isn't he? So, yeah, maybe Yuri Vips. Robert Schwartzman. But again, I think he's going to need... Well, there is Gio could move on. But he might end up relying on Raikkonen deciding to retire or not if he wants to get in at Alpha. But then he might have competition from Callum Ilott, as you said there, Stuart, as a name, because I don't think he's racing in F2 this season. Paul Adner's got a Ferrari drive, but is Max doing a practice start? Yeah, he's at the end of the pit lane.
We, as discussed earlier, we could have Lewis leaving and upsetting the entire drivers' market, and everyone having a mad scramble for the scraps.
I'm going to say it briefly because, again, me and Dan talked about it yesterday. We just need more teams. A team, maybe two, just to make sure we can get these other drivers in. Yeah, it frustrates me that I know nobody, the world isn't fair and Formula One isn't always fair in motorsport in general, but I do look at Mick Schumacher, really good last season, absolutely great that he's got a chance in Formula One, totally behind that promotion, but Callum Ilott wasn't any worse, and he's not there. It's kind of sad in the way it works, I guess, but another team would be nice.
To connect this to what we were talking about 7 hours ago, I may have discussed how little I've thought Haas have brought to F1, but thank goodness they are here. Otherwise, we'd be 9 teams. They were a new team from the ground up. Oh, wow, it's over.
Nearly.
It's just like, oh, okay, it stopped.
Sky show it early for some reason. On the world feed shows it early. We've still got 8 seconds, and we all know a lot can change in 8 seconds in the timing. I think that is basically. There was no red flag test, but that is it for testing in 2020. I'm gonna say one.
Yeah, we're still in 2021.
Oh, we've got
2020
going on. Oh, we'll wait for this one. Raikkonen and Carlos Sainz were both off track. So something's gone on there, both together. So hopefully we'll get a replay of that. There's something going on.
That's weird. I'm watching delayed on the track map. I can see Sainz approaching Raikkonen at his little dot.
Unless they're just having a race, because Carlos Sainz is trying to get through, even though they're. Oh, here we go. So replay. Oh, it's contact, I think, almost. Sainz throws it up the inside of turn 10, that tight little turn 10. And I want the onboard of Kimi, but I think Kimi just jumps out of the way. It looks very close to contact there between the two of them in testing. How dramatic.
Style. Yeah, I'm just watching them as dots on the map at the moment as they approach turn 10.
It was an absolute dive bomb from Carlos Sainz. I'll let you catch up with that one, Stuart, before I run through the order and wrap things up. That was a
Yeah. I can see them off track now.
close one.
Well, I guess if you're going to break the car, I might as well do it now.
Well, yeah, true. We've got a couple of weeks to repair it, haven't they? So, but you'll see what I mean in a minute. He threw it up the inside, did Carlos, and I don't think there was contact.
What end? Maybe if you're going to get practice, you're overtaking, I guess.
You might need it in that Ferrari. Depends how good it is this year versus last year.
Good Lord, that move was not on at all. That was a long way back. Kimi Raikkonen is a canny driver, isn't he? How did he avoid that? Sainz dive bombed him up the inside, and Kimi ducked out of the way at the last minute.
It's testing, for God's sake. What's he doing?
But their wheels were how did Kimi get away with that? Yeah. I mean, if anyone who isn't able to watch the stream right now, there'll probably definitely be replays of that on YouTube. I'd check it out. That was split second stuff.
5-second time penalty for Sainz. That's what we'll give him. So he's in the 34s now, unfortunately. I'll run through the order then one last time for testing, and then we'll wrap things up. Max Verstappen ends the final day as fastest and with the fastest time overall for the weekend, a 1:28.9. 64 laps as well. We got some good soft running at the end there. It was a C4 for Verstappen, C5 for Tsunoda, 1:29.0, 91 laps. C4 for Sainz on a 1:29.6, 79 laps. Kimi Raikkonen also on the C5, 1:29.7, 166 laps. C5 for Hamilton, he did a 1:30.0, 54 laps. George Russell, C5 tyre, 1:30.1, 158 laps. C4 as well for Daniel Ricciardo on his 30.1, 76 laps. Checo 1:30.1 C4 at 49 laps. Fernando Alonso 1:30.3, 78 laps on the C4 as well. Charles Leclerc 30.4, 80 laps. He was C3 medium. C3 medium for Norris as well, 30.6, 56 laps. Pierre Gasly at 1:30.8, 76 laps on the C4 tyre for his fastest time. Ocon's fastest time at 1:30.3, 61 laps medium tyre. C4 tyre for Mazepin, 31.5, 67 laps. Mick Schumacher C3 tyre at 32.0, 78 laps. Valtteri Bottas C2 hard tyre. He did a 1:32.4 and 86 laps. Vettel C3 medium, 1:35.0, 56 laps. And Lance Stroll 80 laps, 1:36.1, his fastest time on the C3 tyre. And thank you so much to Sky Sports F1 for running their banner there with the tyres just as I started reading through those times. So I was able to go through all of that. So big talking points today. Carlos Sainz's crazy move up the inside of Kimi Raikkonen for insert reason here. Problems for Sebastian Vettel. We think loss of boost, they said, turbo problem. So only 56 laps this afternoon. Spin for Lewis Hamilton. We also had a spin earlier for Yuki Tsunoda, who's probably the driver's most impressed me today with his lap times. In terms of lappage, Kimi Raikkonen has really impressed me with 166 laps. Carlos Sainz also had a hydraulic issue that was fixed, and he was back out, probably with a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete reset. So all good, yeah. I don't know what to say, Stuart. It's been a good day. It's flown by as always, but I guess final word on testing. Who's really stood out for you, and who do you reckon's got the advantage going to Bahrain?
I mean, in terms of standing out, I think we can't overlook the AlphaTauris. I think they've had a really solid running across all 3 days. Good pace, good reliability, just getting out there, getting the laps in. I think they're going to be pretty strong this year. And good running for Williams as well. They just kind of got their heads down and got on with it. I think I agree with you. McLaren looks set to make another sort of push forwards. We'll see how close that gets them to, people like the Red Bull and stuff, and how much they'll be able to challenge for podiums on the regular. But I guess you've got to say, Red Bull had almost the perfect testing for them. They ran quickly, they ran smoothly, while their biggest rivals, Mercedes, limited mileage, not the headline times, and a couple of problems where they didn't need it. Very interesting. I wouldn't necessarily write anyone off just yet because it's very hard to glean specific information about what's going on. But yeah, I would be cautiously optimistic about Red Bull.
I think a lot of cautious optimism around McLaren as well, as you've touched on there. Definitely, I'd agree with that. I think AlphaTauri, big standout. I think in terms of, I think both Alphas actually, Alfa Romeo and Tauri, with the laps they've done, consistency. Aside from the spin, if you want to call it that, from Tsunoda, not really any problems for them. So I think they'll be both very, very happy, and maybe we could look at them as dark horses in that midfield for the back end of the midfield, maybe challenge the likes of potentially Alpine and Ferrari every now and again. So I'm excited for that. I agree, Red Bull look like they've got the advantage at the moment, but as always, I've got to say, you can never, ever write off Mercedes. They are, 8 times world champions for a reason, aren't they? Is it 8? No, they're going for 8, aren't they? 7. Yeah. So, they've got the people who can look at all this data, find out what's going on, and find some sort of fix, even if it's just a temporary one, between now and the first race. And then there's another 3 weeks before Imola. So there's plenty of time for Merck to turn this around. And as always, for the final time, don't read too much into the times. It is only testing. It's all about the lappage. And I think a lot of very happy teams, some very disappointed teams, looking at Aston Martin probably. But overall, I think for the first time that I've been doing these testing streams, I always come out of them with more questions than answers, but I don't think I've come out of a week of testing before with so many questions, and having really, we have a rough idea that Red Bull might be the team to beat to start with this season, but behind that, I have no idea. And I mean all the way down to Haas as well, even though they're writing off this season, they've not been bad at all over the 3 days. So without trying to build too much hype that people are going to be like, oh, you're doing it again, you're building hype, and then we'll all be disappointed. But I reckon 2021 could be an absolute corker of a season if testing's anything to go by. Way too much hype as usual. I can't help it.
I think we could be a good treat. There's a lot of ingredients going on. I think we had a lot of fun in 2020. There was a lot to be talking about, a lot of fun races. And if we get something like that, but with the added bonus of maybe Mercedes starting off on the back foot more than usual, then, we could be in for a real treat. We've got ingredients up and down the field that could lead to some surprising or interesting results. And I'm fully expecting maybe some new winners, maybe some, I know Perez wouldn't be a new winner, but some solid results from him throughout the whole season. Yeah, I'm very excited as to what's going to happen.
Only 2 weeks to wait before we start getting some answers. So very excited. Thank you so much, Stuart, for today. I know 8 hours, it's a long old slog, but it's been lovely to sit down and just waffle all day and share some thoughts about F1 and do some probably irrelevant and completely wrong second guessing about the 2021 season. It's been good fun and great to have your company.
It's been a pleasure to be here. I can't believe my voice is still at least 80% of what it was. I can't imagine how you're still going. And then just 2 weeks to go. Well, less than 2 weeks till FP1. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait. A couple of last minute super chats there. Wacko-san says, Merck sandbagging, lots of Hamilton spins. And Harinder Yeats says, low-key excited for Ferrari because I'm sure Leclerc can do better than what Sainz did in the evening session. So, yeah, I'm excited for Ferrari as well. Kind of answered the Merck one already, Wacko-san, that I think there is an element of sandbagging, or at least gamesmanship, but I don't think they're without their problems, but there's plenty of time for them to resolve them between now and the end of the season. But yeah, thank you so much, Stuart, and I'm sure I'll talk to you soon. Yeah. We're crap at signing off, aren't we, between us?
Yeah. Cool. Right. In which case, I will leave you to wrap up and see you in 2 weeks. I say see you, you know what I mean.
Hear me.
All right. Bye.
Awesome. Bye. Thank you to Stuart. Thank you as well yesterday to Dylan and to Jonty and to Dan for yesterday and for Friday. And thank you to you guys as well for joining me over the course of the weekend. It's been a fun 24 hours in total of streaming. It's great to catch up as well as we go into the new season. And I hope that you come out of this 3 days of testing as oblivious to the running order as I seem to be. Very excited for this season, and hopefully we're going to have a good one. Now, I will be back later in the week. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to take a day tomorrow to chill out and give the voice a break before I start working on any kind of content for the season. But in terms of the season, obviously things will kick off again from a week on Monday. We'll build up to the first race, and of course there'll be content across the weekend as well. So please do subscribe if you're new. Lots to come this season, including, yes, they will be here, the race reaction around about an hour after every single Grand Prix this year, with some immediate reaction, obviously, to the race. And yeah, please do drop a like before you disappear. It's been great to get over 1,000 likes each day as well. So a like before you go would be massively appreciated. I do just want to say to Ash in chat, go to bed, you nutter. And you, Annette, as well. Go and get yourself some sleep. Ash has been doing night shifts and watching me all day as well. So definitely do. So yeah, it's been fantastic. I've enjoyed it, but loads to come this season. As I say, thank you to everyone for your contributions. Like I said earlier, whether it was $1 or $500, it's all fantastic and goes to help out the channel. Links in the description, as always, of course, to Patreon, as you can see on screen, to donations for PayPal and things like that. If anyone does donate through PayPal in the meantime, by the way, I'll address it on Twitter and answer your question if I can over there. But yes, lots to come. And also, like I say, follow me on Twitter. And I think there was something else I wanted to say. Yes, don't forget to follow Stuart and Jonty and Dylan and Dan on their respective channels. And on Twitter as well. There's only one way for me to round off this stream, given everything that's happened in the last nearly 24 hours. But I've got to stop because I've got a lump in my throat. Goodbye.